Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Ye Chen paid no mind to how Sun Yi and his daughter viewed him. Once back in his room, he immediately took out the system reward. The stalactite jade spirit bead bed measured 2 meters wide and 2 meters long. It was a perfect square. The entire bed radiated a soft azure glow, emitting a faint chill. However, as Ye Chen sat cross-legged upon it, he felt no coldness, nor did it feel hard in the slightest. The surface of the bed had a smooth, jelly-like texture. Sleeping on it would surely be incredibly comfortable. Ye Chen sat cross-legged and immediately began to cultivate, eager to test its effects. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Ye Chen opened his eyes, his expression was one of astonishment. The results from these 2 hours of cultivation were more than double what he had previously achieved in the same amount of time. The stalactite jade spirit bead bed's ability to absorb spirit chi was extraordinarily potent. The surrounding spirit chi concentration had increased several-fold compared to usual. It flowed into his meridians effortlessly, as if it were being directly poured into his acupoints. Moreover, the bed could purify spirit chi to a great extent, and the speed of its transformation was dramatically enhanced. All of this significantly boosted Ye Chen's cultivation efficiency. Initially, Ye Chen had estimated that it would take him at least a year to break through to the 6th level of chi refining. But now, it seemed that, at most, a month would be required. It was undoubtedly a tremendous profit. Sun Ruoxin's 15-fold enhancement was, indeed, effective. If he had given this to Lu Jing or Lin Kuo, even with a critical hit, it would have been unlikely to yield such a powerful item. Therefore, in the future, he would have to increase his efforts. While Ye Chen was already considering sending an even more precious gift to Sun Ruoxin, she was having similar thoughts. Though their motives differed, their intentions aligned perfectly. In the days that followed, Ye Chen's life returned to normal. Aside from attending class once a week, he spent the rest of his time holed up at home, cultivating. As for Lin Kuo and Lu Jing, they had now become regular visitors, coming up with all sorts of ways to approach Ye Chen. The various benefits made Ye Chen feel quite satisfied. When he had time, Ye Chen would also accompany Lu Jing or Lin Kuo to the market, hoping to find more treasures like the bracelet he had received. Unfortunately, most of the items in the market were low-grade goods for cultivators just starting out. Nothing worth taking. As for Sun Ruoxin, they met once a week. She had grown warmer towards him. The frequent interactions in class allowed Ye Chen to learn more about this long-legged young woman. Her personality was lively and playful, with a touch of mischievousness. She had a vivacity that neither Lin Kuo nor Lu Jing possessed. It was easy to understand why that was the case. Lin Kuo and Lu Jing were both loose cultivators, without any external support, and thus had to live cautiously. As for Sun Ruoxin, she had the backing of a 7th-level chi refining cultivator father, and had grown up with no worries about food or resources. She had never lacked cultivation materials. Naturally, her disposition was bright and cheerful. If you spot this tail on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Despite becoming acquainted with Sun Ruoxin, Ye Chen didn't send her gifts every week. The reason was that Sun Ruoxin was, after all, quite well off. The system had strict requirements for triggering returns. For example, if the person already had a high-grade magic robe, sending another high-grade robe would not be counted as a gift that fulfilled their needs. Even if the person wanted it, they would simply sell it for spirit stones once received. Sun Ruoxin wore a high-grade magic robe, and her magic tools were also of the best quality. She used the finest elixirs available. As for spells, she was well equipped as well. It was clear that Sun Yi treasured his daughter deeply. In this case, Ye Chen truly found it difficult to find suitable gifts for her. But with Lin Kuo and Lu Jing, things were different. Thanks to the 10-fold reward, Ye Chen continued to accumulate spirit stones. When the right treasure came along, he would be able to purchase it and give it to Sun Ruoxin. As for Lin Kuo and Lu Jing, the past 2 months had been incredibly lucrative for them. Both now possessed high-grade magic robes and received various spells as gifts from Ye Chen. This only increased the two women's regard for him. As they grew more accustomed to enjoying these benefits, they no longer resisted Ye Chen's advances, though they remained half reluctant. Still, both women were a bit curious. The bracelet Ye Chen had received had never been given to them, nor had they seen him wearing it. What, then, had Ye Chen done with it? 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. With prolonged use, Ye Chen increasingly appreciated the effectiveness of the stalactite jade spirit bead bed. It did not only accelerate his cultivation speed, but it had even solidified his spiritual power. When spiritual power became more solid, the strength of spells cast would naturally increase. This was immensely beneficial for his future breakthrough into foundation establishment. Even without cultivating, simply resting on the bed had a miraculous effect. The rest it provided was incredibly refreshing. Every time Ye Chen woke up, he felt revitalized. His physical body, too, had been nourished by the spirit qi, becoming even stronger. In short, the stalactite jade spirit bead bed was undoubtedly a divine artifact. The 15-fold reward from the female cultivator was very powerful. Today was another class day. After finishing his cultivation, Ye Chen stored the stalactite jade spirit bead bed into his storage bracelet. He then made his way to the Green Cloud shop. Once he arrived, the attendants at the market greeted him with familiarity. They immediately led him toward the rear courtyard. However, at that moment, Sun Yi came down from the second floor. Upon seeing Ye Chen, he immediately smiled and spoke. No need to rush to class. We've just received a new shipment, and there are many good items. Why don't you come take a look? Ye Chen's eyes lit up at those words. Since he had given Sun Ruoxin the bracelet, every time he visited, Sun Yi had been trying to get him to buy things. He would slyly suggest that they were things Sun Ruoxin might want. But Ye Chen knew better. He could see at a glance that these items were not suitable for Sun Ruoxin, so he never bought them. But today, with the new goods arriving, Ye Chen was genuinely interested. If there was something Sun Ruoxin truly needed, Ye Chen wouldn't hesitate. After all, with the 15-fold reward, it was essentially a guaranteed return. How could Ye Chen possibly be reluctant? So, he followed Sun Yi upstairs. This is a top-tier spell, Shadowless Cloak. Once you master it, you can envelope yourself with a part of your formless and colorless spiritual power, making it difficult for enemies to see you. In combat, this is a significant advantage. For example, by enveloping just your hands, your enemy won't know how you intend to attack, whether you're holding a talisman or preparing to cast a spell. Moreover, once you have mastered Shadowless Cloak, you can become invisible. It hides all of your presence. Other cultivators below Foundation Establishment realm won't be able to see you at all. However, there is a downside. When invisible, you cannot move. If you do, your presence will be revealed. Even so, it is a masterful technique. It is incredibly effective for self-preservation or for surprise attacks. Ye Chen's eyes lit up as he listened to the description. The Shadowless Cloak was certainly something impressive. The Shadowless Cloak had been specifically requested by Sun Yi to be sent from the sect. Normally, such an expensive spell, whose effects were not immediately apparent, wouldn't find a market in a small place like Silver Moon Market. But Sun Ruoxin had shown interest in this spell a long time ago. However, at 5 middle-grade spirit stones, the price was steep. Even with internal discounts, Sun Yi had hesitated to buy it for his daughter. Now, with Ye Chen, Sun Yi had decided to have the sect send the spell and test the waters. If Ye Chen bought the spell and gifted it to Sun Ruoxin, all the better. If he didn't, it wouldn't be a problem. The delivery personnel could just take it back. There was no risk involved. Ye Chen, however, was genuinely interested in the Shadowless Cloak. This was a life-saving spell, after all. And this was just the basic version. Once he got a 10-fold or 15-fold amplification, wouldn't that make it overpowered? Seeing Ye Chen's interest, Sun Yi immediately added, "This is a spell my daughter highly recommends." Back when she and I were in Green Cloud City, she was already very interested in this spell. But it was too expensive. You won't regret buying this spell. The cultivation world is far from safe. Even Silver Moon Market is no exception. Even though it's peaceful now, things may change in the future. Having this spell could save your life when the time comes. Ye Chen didn't pay much attention to Sun Ye's mention of Sun Ruoxin wanting it. Who doesn't want a free treasure? Wait, what was he talking about? Silver Moon Market was not safe. Sun Ye was a steward of Green Cloud Shop. With Green Cloud Sec's backing, he was well connected and privy to information. Could it be that something was going to happen to Silver Moon Market? If that were the case, Ye Chen would need to leave early to avoid trouble. Senior, are you saying that something's about to happen in Silver Moon Market? Hearing this, Sun Ye glanced at Ye Chen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. If you buy this shadowless cloak, I'll tell you, he said with a sly tone. This is important news. You definitely won't regret it. Ye Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. 5 middle-grade spirit stones, right? I'll buy it. He had already planned on purchasing it anyways. Without a second thought, he pulled out a handful of lower-grade spirit stones. Sun Ye's mood brightened considerably. He counted the spirit stones, handed over the spell, and completed the transaction with a light chuckle. Well, the old ancestor of the Mo family is almost 150 years old now. Unless a miracle happens, it won't be long before he passes away. He hasn't shown up in Silver Moon Market for 3 years now, so things aren't looking too good. And once the old ancestor of the Mo family is gone, and if the family head hasn't reached foundation establishment, how could they possibly keep control over such a large establishment as Silver Moon Market? When that happens, it's bound to get chaotic. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed immediately. The Mo family's ancestor was going to die. In this world, it seemed that the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator was only around 150 years. If the Mo family's ancestor really died, and there was no new foundation establishment cultivator to take his place, the situation would certainly descend into turmoil. Opportunists would be plentiful, and once the Mo family was in disarray, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. If Silver Moon Market lost its order, being the notorious simp that he was, Ye Chen would surely become a target for many. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. The danger immediately spiked in Ye Chen's mind. He needed to accelerate his cultivation. With his current cultivation at the 5th layer of qi refining, he was still far from strong enough. And beyond just his cultivation, he needed to prepare more methods. Ye Chen immediately asked, "Are there any other spells?" Hearing this, Sun Ye's eyes lit up. He promptly took out another spell and introduced it. This is Zen Mind Qi Observation. It's far more powerful than the ordinary qi observation technique and incredibly useful. Because, in the cultivation world, for some time now, a trend has emerged: many people enjoy cultivating spells that hide their cultivation fluctuations. You might think someone is at the 7th level of qi refining, only to find out they're actually at the 8th level. You might think a person is immortal, but in fact, they're a cultivator. And this Zen Mind Qi observation can see through common concealment techniques and reveal a person's true cultivation level. Knowing your opponent's true cultivation level gives you a massive advantage. Ordinary Qi observation can't reveal someone whose cultivation is higher than yours, but Zen Mind Qi observation can. As long as their cultivation is within 3 minor realms higher than yours, you can see through it clearly. The importance of this technique is obvious. Ye Chen's eyes brightened upon hearing this. This technique was indeed useful. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I'll take it. Ye Chen decisively said, pulling out 2 middle-grade spirit stones to purchase the spell. Sun Ye smiled even more broadly. Though, he occasionally wondered where Ye Chen's spirit stones came from. Logically speaking, Ye Chen's father, a cultivator at the 8th layer of qi refining, shouldn't have such wealth. Could it be that he was pocketing the family's resources? Such things weren't uncommon in the cultivation world. But Sun Ye didn't think too deeply about it. Even if Ye Chen's father was embezzling from the Yi family, so what? He'd already received the spirit stones, and if the truth came out, would the Ye family dare come to Green Cloud shop demanding them back? After all, they weren't in any position to act. Sun Ye was about to continue promoting other goods, but Ye Chen rejected him. Ye Chen understood the old saying, don't bite off more than you can chew. He already had a complete set of top-tier magic tools, and his spells were all high quality as well. Buying more spells would be pointless. With the transaction completed, it was time for class. Sun Ye was worried that Ye Chen might give the Zen Mind Qi observation technique to his daughter, so he subtly hinted, my daughter also practices Zen Mind Qi observation. If you encounter any difficulties during your cultivation, feel free to ask her for guidance. You two, as master and disciple, should spend more time together. Ye Chen couldn't help but curl his lip in a hidden sneer. He wasn't sure whether Sun Ruoxin had actually learned the Zen Mind Qi observation technique, but he could tell Sun Ye was probably just trying to push the value of the technique on him, considering it wasn't expensive. However, Ye Chen had already planned to gift the shadowless cloak to Sun Ruoxin. After all, the more valuable the item, the greater the 15-fold return. As for the Zen Mind Qi observation, he would give it to Lin Kur next week. Lu Jing wasn't fond of combat, so Zen Mind Qi observation would suit Lin Kur better. Thus, they arrived at the back courtyard's talisman-making room. Sun Ruoxin was already waiting, visibly impatient. Father, why are you so slow? She pouted, glancing at them. Sun Ye shook his head. The sect just sent a new batch of goods. Your junior brother happened to be here, so he bought 2 spells, which caused a little delay. Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin glanced at Ye Chen with curiosity. He really was wealthy. 2 spells at once. As Sun Ruoxin pondered this, Ye Chen had already walked up to her. I heard from Senior that you really liked the shadowless cloak. Ye Chen began with a smile. It just so happens that this batch of spells from Green Cloud shop included it, so I bought it for you. Please don't refuse, Senior sister. I also bought the Zen Mind Qi observation technique. I heard you practice it as well, so if I encounter any difficulties in my cultivation, I hope you don't mind offering some help. As for the shadowless cloak, consider it a token of appreciation for your guidance. As Ye Chen handed over the shadowless cloak technique, Sun Ruoxin confirmed something in her heart, Ye Chen indeed had feelings for her. To be honest, she had looked down on him a little. A disciple from a small family, lacking ambition, only chasing after women. The most frustrating thing was that he was fickle, jumping from one woman to the next, always looking for someone new to fall for. A cultivator like that would inevitably be eliminated in the long run. He was far from the talents of Green Cloud City, who were solid in both cultivation and character. Ye Chen's only redeeming quality, as far as Sun Ruoxin could see, was his generosity toward female cultivators. But generosity alone couldn't make up for a lack of strength. How long could someone remain generous without the strength to back it up? Still, seeing the shadowless cloak in her hands, Sun Ruoxin allowed a smile to grace her lips. Since junior brother has put it this way, I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, junior brother. If I have time, I'll try to guide you a little. Ye Chen, with a beaming smile, handed over the gift. But inwardly, he was cursing under his breath. Sun Ruoxin was indeed a bit shameless. She had been all smiles when he gave her the bracelet, but after a few lessons with no gifts, she hardly spared him a glance. She couldn't even be bothered to call him junior brother. Now, after receiving the shadowless cloak, she barely offered more than a casual acknowledgement and a vague promise of guidance when she had time. As disdainful as he was, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile at the system's notification that rang in his mind. Gift successfully delivered. Gift, shadowless cloak. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback. Reward, 5 elements concealment technique. 5 elements concealment technique. This spell allows the user to merge with the 5 elements, hiding their presence from detection. While concealed, the user can still move, but large fluctuations in spirit chi will reveal their position. This spell didn't just offer invisibility, it allowed movement while hidden. This was 1,000 times more powerful than shadowless cloak. After all, shadowless cloak could only allow one to remain stationary. But with the 5 elements concealment, Ye Chen could move freely without fear of being caught. This made it an ideal technique for escaping any dangerous situation with ease. The 15-fold reward was truly a generous boon. Ye Chen's gaze toward Sun Ruoxin grew even more intense, filled with a renewed sense of admiration. Meanwhile, Sun Ruoxin, sensing his eyes on her, only felt more disdain for him. On the other hand, Sun Yi, standing to the side, was grinning ear to ear. He had made the sale, earned his commission, and had also handed a gift to his daughter. It was like he'd struck two deals in one. This made Sun Yi grow more and more fond of Ye Chen. After class ended, Sun Ruoxin simply muttered that she needed to go cultivate and immediately walked off. She didn't even spare Ye Chen a glance. This caused Sun Yi to furrow his brows slightly. But Ye Chen didn't mind. He smiled and bid Sun Yi farewell before leaving calmly. It wasn't until Ye Chen had departed that Sun Yi walked to the back courtyard to find his daughter. "Ruoxin, aren't you being a little too cold? He sent you such a precious gift." Hearing her father's words, Sun Ruoxin raised an eyebrow dismissively. "Dad, you don't understand. If Ye Chen is willing to give me such a valuable gift, it's clear he likes me a lot. For someone like him, no matter how I treat him, he won't get upset. He'll keep sending me gifts regardless. But his one-sided affection really disgusts me. If I show him the slightest bit of kindness, he might think I like him back and end up clinging to me. What then? Being cold toward him is the only smart choice. There's no downside. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation." Sun Yi was a bit puzzled. But in the end, it didn't really matter to him. As long as Ye Chen continued sending gifts to his daughter, that was enough. After all, Ye Chen had proven to be quite generous. Ye Chen didn't mind Sun Ruoxin's attitude. In fact, he could even understand it. Most women, if you showed them too much attention, would naturally put on an air of superiority. Even if their qualities didn't match yours in any way, they'd still manage to look down on you from the heart. But Ye Chen truly didn't care. After all, he wasn't going to fawn over Sun Ruoxin for the rest of his life. Once he left Silver Moon Market and headed for Green Cloud City, he would surely encounter even more impressive female cultivators. If she wanted to act arrogantly, then so be it. When he would stop pursuing her, he wondered if she'd feel a sting. And when his cultivation level rose, he couldn't help but think of the day when she would end up trying to chase him instead. That would be the time when he'd make her use the shadowless cloak to dance for him. Shaking his head, Ye Chen stopped dwelling on Sun Ruoxin and instead immersed his mind in the jade slip before him. 5 Elements Concealment Technique. Ye Chen valued this spell highly. With the news of the Mo family ancestors' imminent passing, if no new foundation establishment cultivator emerged from the family, chaos would surely follow. When that happened, Silver Moon Market would undoubtedly be caught in the turmoil. Not to mention, there was still Jean Zhaodi, who was watching him with malicious intent. But with the 5 Elements Concealment Technique, his abilities would receive a significant boost. Whether escaping danger or turning the tables in a fight, it would offer him more confidence. Sadly, there was no critical hit today. He didn't get the guidance apparition, which would have accelerated his learning of the technique. It was a pity. As for Sun Ruoxin, it seemed that growing up under her father's influence had given her a more worldly view. Ordinary gifts were unlikely to impress her. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Chen resumed his focused practice. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Ye Chen had just barely mastered the 5 Elements Concealment Technique. He could manage to hide in place using the power of the 5 elements, but the moment he moved even slightly, his invisibility would break, revealing his figure. However, as he delved deeper into his training, he began to realize the true strength of the technique. Firstly, the duration of invisibility was impressive. As long as he wasn't detected, he could remain hidden for 3 days and nights without issue. In contrast, even at the peak of mastery, the shadowless cloak could only keep him invisible for 2 hours. Moreover, once the 5 Elements Concealment Technique was fully mastered, he could move while still maintaining the invisibility state. It was insulting to compare it to the shadowless cloak. Finishing his training for the day, Ye Chen made his way to Lin Kuo's place. Lin Kuo and Lu Jing had moved out of the outer areas and into a more central location. The rent was 3 low-grade spirit stones a month, which wasn't cheap. However, whether by design or coincidence, their courtyard was still right next to his, making it incredibly convenient for Ye Chen to visit either of them. Today, he had a gift for Lin Kuo. Soon enough, Lin Kuo's delighted expression greeted him as he presented the gift. Gift delivered successfully. The gift is the Zen Mind Qi observation technique. Processing feedback. 10 times feedback activated. Detection indicates that this gift is extremely important for the recipient and exceeds their expectations, causing a massive fluctuation in their mindset. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward: Emperor's Qi Viewing Technique. Emperor's Qi Viewing Technique, a royal technique of the Great Zhou dynasty. Upon cultivation, one can observe cultivation levels, fortune, and vitality. It can peer through any concealment and see through an entire realm gap without being noticed. Upon receiving the feedback, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. The Emperor's Qi Viewing Technique was incredibly powerful. It allowed him to easily discern an opponent's cultivation, fortune, and vitality. Most importantly, it could bypass an entire realm gap, meaning he could now even see through those in the Foundation establishment realm. And, best of all, the opponent would never know. Incredible. Perhaps because he was too excited, Ye Chen unintentionally exerted more force in his movements, causing Lin Kuo to shoot him a playful glare. She gently removed his hand from her clothing. For the next period, Ye Chen's life was remarkably calm. Every day, he focused on his cultivation and learning new spells. As for Sun Ruoxin, Ye Chen continued his lessons in talisman crafting under her guidance. The father and daughter, however, had clearly begun treating him like a cash cow. They constantly tried to get him to buy expensive items. For instance, Sun Yi had specially brought in a bottle of rejuvenation pills, urging Ye Chen to purchase them. Cultivators, as they aged, would gradually lose their youthful appearance. But if they took the rejuvenation pill, even if they were hundreds of years old, their skin and features would remain as youthful as they were in their prime. Naturally, this made the pill highly sought after by female cultivators. However, the rejuvenation pill was a second-grade elixir. Even Ye Chen himself couldn't concoct it. On top of that, the materials were quite rare, with each pill costing a hefty 20 middle-grade spirit stones. And that didn't include other miscellaneous items, like top-tier magic tools or large, powerful defensive talismans. Despite knowing that they were trying to take advantage of him, Ye Chen didn't mind in the slightest. As long as he confirmed that the items were truly useful to Sun Ruoxin, he would pay without hesitation. This attitude left Sun Ruoxin, who had long considered Ye Chen nothing more than a gullible simp, quite surprised. Was Ye Chen really that wealthy? And wasn't he just a little too obsessed with her? Yet, even after sensing Ye Chen's infatuation, Sun Ruoxin didn't show him any more affection. If anything, she became even colder and more distant. She didn't even bother calling him junior brother anymore. Ye Chen didn't mind this at all. It was perfectly normal for a simp to be treated this way. After all, when you're constantly giving gifts, no matter how cold or dismissive they are, they're only going to treat you worse. Ye Chen remained unfazed by Sun Ruoxin's cold attitude. As he continued sending gifts, his profits from the 15 times feedback stacked up exponentially. For easy-to-handle items, he dealt with them quietly. For those that were difficult to sell in Silver Moon Market, he stored them away in his spatial pouch, waiting for a more opportune time. At present, Ye Chen had accumulated a single high-grade spirit stone. This didn't even include the treasures he hadn't yet processed. The amount he had earned was clear to see. Therefore, while Sun Yi and his daughter greedily treated him like an ATM, he only hoped that Sun Ruoxin would increase her demands. In his room, Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the stalactite jade spirit bead bed, his body pulsing with spirit qi. Suddenly, it felt as though an invisible chain had been shattered. Ye Chen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed within them. Thanks to the terrifying enhancement effect of the stalactite jade spirit bead bed, Ye Chen had broken through to the 6th level of qi refining in just 3 months. He was now only one small realm away from the later stages of qi refining. Beside his cultivation, Ye Chen had made rapid progress in his mastery of spells. For instance, in his 5 elements concealment technique, Ye Chen could now maintain an invisible state while moving at a slow pace. The effect was exceptional. When Lin Kuo and Lu Jing came to find him, even though he was only 3 meters away, they couldn't detect his presence. He had even tested it at Green Cloud Shop. Standing still in a shop for half an hour. Sun Yi came out to assess items, yet he never noticed Ye Chen. With the Emperor's Qi viewing technique, Ye Chen could now easily see through a cultivator's realm and life force. He still couldn't quite make sense of their luck, but for the time being, it was enough. For example, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were both at the 4th level of Qi refining, which Ye Chen could easily discern. He could even distinguish their specific cultivation progress. Because Lu Jing was focused on cultivation rather than studying spells, her progress was actually faster than Lin Kuo's, and she would likely break through to the 5th level of Qi refining before Lin Kuo. Ye Chen could clearly see the cultivation levels of Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin. Sun Ruoxin, with her Qi refining 6th level, was on the same level as Ye Chen himself. As for Sun Yi, Ye Chen had originally thought he was at the 7th level of Qi refining, but to his surprise, Sun Yi was actually a high-level expert at the 9th level of Qi refining, meaning he had hidden his cultivation very well. Stolen from Novel Bin, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Ye Chen estimated that even if he practiced the so-called Zen mind Qi observation, he wouldn't be able to see through Sun Ye's cultivation fully. However, Ye Chen could tell that Sun Ye's life force was particularly withered. It was clear that he had suffered some severe injuries in the past. It was said that breaking through the foundation establishment required a high demand on one's life force, and with Sun Yi in this state, it was obvious he had no chance of achieving it. In any case, Ye Chen was very satisfied with the effectiveness of his spells. With the spells he had now, Ye Chen felt confident that even disciples of the Green Cloud sect were no match for him. At least within the sect's jurisdiction, he should be invincible at the same cultivation level. Against loose cultivators, crossing a small realm or two wouldn't be a problem either. This gave Ye Chen a huge sense of security. As for Jin Zhaodi, who was just a loose cultivator, and at most, was at the 7th level of Qi refining. Even if she sought revenge, Ye Chen felt confident he could hold his ground. Just as Ye Chen finished his training and was about to head to Green Cloud Shop to see what tricks Sun Yi and his daughter were planning next, a servant from the market arrived with a message. Fellow Daoist Yi, Steward Sun has said that today's class is cancelled. We will notify you of the rescheduled time later. Ye Chen frowned immediately. Is Steward Sun busy today? The servant shook his head and whispered, 2 late-stage Qi refining cultivators from the Mo family's guard were killed last night. 2 others were heavily wounded. It said that someone was killed on the outskirts of Silver Moon Market last night. When the Mo family's guard pursued, they were ambushed. It seems to have been the cultivators from the mountains. Upon hearing the news, Ye Chen immediately furrowed his brows. He had always known about the group of cultivators in the mountains. They were either people who had offended the Mo family, or they were those who, for various reasons, couldn't enter the market. So, they stayed in the mountains, hunting demonic beasts and gathering herbs. They then sent people to the market to exchange for spirit stones and resources. Those who could survive in the mountains were considered powerful among the loose cultivators. However, they had always refrained from provoking the Mo family. After all, the Mo family was a foundation establishment family. If they angered them, a foundation establishment ancestor could easily enter the mountains and wipe them out. But now, these cultivators had actually made a move on the Mo family's guards. Although Ye Chen didn't know the exact reason, he was certain that it had something to do with the Mo family's ancestor. Had the Mo family's ancestor died? After all, Sun Yi had said that the Mo family's ancestor hadn't shown up for 3 years. If he was really dead, it would make sense that the Mo family kept the news a secret. But whatever the case, Ye Chen could sense that Silver Moon Market was about to be thrown into chaos. This wasn't good news for Ye Chen. After all, with his gift feedback system, he could easily accumulate resources and increase his cultivation. The more peaceful the environment, the more favorable it was for him. Chaos was not in Ye Chen's best interest. But whether or not there would be chaos wasn't something Ye Chen could control. Who knew what might happen in the next few days? So, Ye Chen decided to stay in seclusion. The nearby one-leaf pill shop had also announced that it would be closed for the next 2 days and had even activated the shop's defensive formation to prevent any zero-cost shopping. In the cultivation world, zero-cost shopping wasn't uncommon. After all, cultivators were restless by nature, and once Silver Moon Market descended into chaos, the regular cultivators in the market would start itching to take advantage of the situation. They would be looking for a way to grab resources. And these shops, naturally, would become prime targets for plunder. The thought crossed Ye Chen's mind, would Jin Zhaodi take advantage of this opportunity to make a move? Before nightfall, a knock sounded at the door. Ye Chen opened it to find Lu Jing and Lin Ke standing outside. Lu Jing's eyes held a trace of panic as she sighed in relief upon seeing Ye Chen. There are rumors circulating among the cultivators outside. They say the Mo family's ancestor is dead. She said, her voice trembling. They also say that the mountain bandits, those rogue cultivators, will be coming to raid the market in the next few days. Her fear was evident, and she added, I was a bit scared, so I came here. Lin Ke, standing beside her, shot a glance at Lu Jing, her expression slightly disdainful. Dressed in a tight combat outfit, she spoke with a calm tone, if things really do get chaotic, there will definitely be plenty of opportunists trying to take advantage of the situation. My cultivation is only at the 4th level of qi refining. I'm too weak to handle it on my own, but if I stay with fellow Daoist Yi, I'll be safer. Ye Chen didn't refuse. Both of them had a 10-fold feedback multiplier, and if something happened, it would be a loss for him as well. It would be safer for them to stay here. His courtyard was small, with only a few empty rooms besides his own. It would be easy to arrange for the two of them to stay. After a bit of idle chatter, the two women soon returned to their rooms. Ye Chen kept a close watch on the situation outside, but everything remained eerily quiet. It seemed that, in such an atmosphere, most of the ordinary cultivators were too wary to wander around. By midnight, Ye Chen was resting peacefully. Suddenly, a knock came at his door. Ye Chen listened for a moment, then opened it and allowed the person inside. Fellow Daoist Lu, what brings you here? He asked with a smile. It was indeed Lu Jing. She was dressed in a sleeveless silk gown, the fabric clinging to her graceful figure. The buttons were only loosely fastened, exposing her smooth, flat stomach. Her appearance, in the middle of the night, was certainly enough to provoke thoughts of desire. Fellow Daoist Yi, I'm still feeling a bit scared. Her pitiful expression made it hard to refuse. Looking at Lu Jing, who stood at the door with a slightly flushed face, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel that her fear wasn't the issue here. Lu Jing wasn't afraid at all. She was clearly eyeing him. It didn't matter if she was truly scared or not. The fact that she had come to his door so late at night carried a different meaning altogether. Indeed, Lu Jing's eyes met Ye Chen's with a mixture of hesitation and determination. Lu Jing was different from Lin Ke. She wasn't fond of conflict, nor did she seek out an exciting life. Lu Jing only wanted to live a peaceful, stable life. To her, marrying a man who could offer her protection and a comfortable life was the ideal. Before, Ye Chen's cultivation was too low for her to feel secure in him. But now things had changed. Ye Chen had made breakthrough after breakthrough and was now far more powerful than she was. And his wealth, that had far exceeded her expectations. Magical tools, protective charms, and various kinds of gifts, he had showered her with them non-stop. This suggested that Ye Chen's standing in the Yi family was no doubt exceptionally high. While there might be more talented cultivators in the Silver Moon Market, would any of them treat her the way Ye Chen did? Would they be as generous, as willing to share their resources with her? It was clear that none of them would. After thinking it over, Ye Chen seemed like the best choice. However, Ye Chen's tendency to spread his affection around left Lu Jing feeling conflicted. At first, it was just Lin Ke, and that was manageable. But now, rumors were circulating that Ye Chen had also developed an interest in the daughter of the Green Cloud shop steward. He had been throwing around wealth, buying her extravagant gifts, and courting her lavishly. This, of course, made Lu Jing disdain Ye Chen's lack of loyalty in relationships, but it also increased her sense of urgency. Lin Kuo was different, they were both loose cultivators. Lu Jing felt confident in her ability to compete with her. But the Green Cloud shop steward's daughter was another matter entirely. If she couldn't compete with her, if Ye Chen truly devoted himself to the other woman, what would happen to her then? Where would she go to cry? So, Lu Jing no longer minded Ye Chen's flirtations. She had decided to take the initiative. Even if Ye Chen remained fickle, it mattered little to her. What she wanted was for Ye Chen to take her to Green Cloud City. Green Cloud City lay right next to the Green Cloud sect, a place where even the mighty Golden Core ancestor presided. No cultivator dared act recklessly in Green Cloud City. Lu Jing truly did not wish to remain in Silver Moon Market any longer. The Ye family resided in Green Cloud City. If Silver Moon Market fell into turmoil, the Ye family would undoubtedly send someone to retrieve Ye Chen. She, too, wanted to leave. Thus, she had arrived tonight. Lu Jing had steeled herself. With a hesitant gaze, she looked at Ye Chen. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm a little afraid, would it be possible for me to sleep in your room tonight?" Ye Chen smiled softly. "It's fine, but I only have one bed in my room." Lu Jing's fair face flushed a deep red. "If there's only one bed, then there's nothing to be done. Fellow Taoist Yi has been so kind to me. I trust you completely. You wouldn't do anything, would you?" Though her words were gentle, they rang hollow. Could it really be this simple? Sleeping in the same room, how could nothing happen? It was just like the theory from her past life, where beasts were still beasts, but some were even worse. Most men would certainly act like beasts. But Ye Chen was different. With Silver Moon Market in chaos and perhaps the death of the Mo family's ancestor, Ye Chen, too, harbored thoughts of leaving. Once back in Green Cloud City, he might never see Sun Ruoxin again. He had no idea what Lin Kuo would choose. But Lu Jing's personality might just lead her to follow him. If he could win over Lu Jing, there would be no further complications, an outcome that carried its own risk. How long would it take to find someone suitable in Green Cloud City? For now, he could only play the part of the beast. But, if they were to share the same bed, it was only right to enjoy the benefits. After all, they would both find joy in it. Thus, Lu Jing settled into Ye Chen's room. "The tail has been illicitly lifted, should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation." The night passed without incident. Outside, no chaos arose as anticipated. Ye Chen, too, was uninterested in stepping out. He simply rose and began his cultivation. As for Lu Jing, her cheeks were still flushed as she returned to her own room. She had barely slept a wink. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo had risen early, practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. When she saw Lu Jing emerge from Ye Chen's room, her eyes widened in shock. A woman, leaving a man's room so early in the morning, it was clear she had spent the night there. Lu Jing had gone this far to compete with her for Ye Chen. Now that they shared such a connection, would Ye Chen start giving gifts to Lu Jing first? Lin Kuo's cold face revealed a hint of hesitation. She wanted Ye Chen's gifts. After all, Ye Chen had been growing increasingly generous. Every gift he gave was worth at least a middle-grade spirit stone. That was equivalent to a typical mid-stage cultivator's annual earnings. There was no way Lin Kuo could let go of that. But now that Lu Jing had gone this far, if she didn't keep up, could she even compete? Yet, she couldn't bring herself to follow Lu Jing's example. Ye Chen, though not bad, was still not what she had envisioned. He was wealthier and more generous than she'd expected. His cultivation talent didn't seem as poor as she once thought. But Lin Kuo's aspirations were not limited to the likes of a mere qi refining family. She hoped to reach foundation establishment, and for her future Dao partner to at least be a foundation establishment cultivator as well, only then could she truly establish herself in the cultivation world. Otherwise, she would remain a mere ant in the qi refining stage, drifting aimlessly. Ye Chen couldn't offer her the life she desired. After a moment of silent resolve, Lin Kuo bit her lip lightly. She chose to ignore it and turn back toward her room. After finishing his cultivation, Ye Chen glanced at Silver Moon Market. It remained eerily quiet. The flow of people was much sparser than usual. Most shops had yet to open, with only a few, like Green Cloud Shop, still operating. Clearly, everyone was still anxious about whether the Mo family's ancestor was truly dead. In Ye Chen's eyes, such calm would not last long. If the Mo family's ancestor did not make an appearance soon, many, who had kept their greed in check, would likely no longer be able to resist. That afternoon, Steward Zhang arrived. He was surprised to see Lu Jing and Lin Ke in the courtyard. A moment later, he sneered inwardly. Ye Chen was truly infatuated. At the first sign of danger, he hastily brought his beloved women here too, no less. Such a young man, already consumed by lust. What future could he possibly have? However, Steward Zhang did not let these thoughts show. Instead, he discussed the current situation with Ye Chen. If the Mo family's ancestor had truly died, it was clear that Silver Moon Market could no longer remain peaceful. He had already sent word to his family. Should Silver Moon Market fall into chaos, the shop would undoubtedly be closed. The family would send people to help evacuate, bringing supplies and people with them. Ye Chen need not worry. Ye Chen nodded, thinking it was likely his father who would come to take him away. His heart felt at ease. That evening, Lu Jing once again knocked on Ye Chen's door under the pretense of fear. Ye Chen couldn't help but reflect on the truth that might always ring clear when in doubt, size prevails. But after a while, Lu Jing looked particularly resentful. Just as she was about to speak, a voice from outside interrupted. Kill. Loot the goods, the Mo family's ancestor is dead, and the Mo family only has 7 late-stage qi refining cultivators. They won't be able to stop us. This is our chance to become wealthy. Wife, stay home with the children. I'll go take a look. If the opportunity arises, we won't have to live these hard days any longer. Kill the Mo family first. Once they're gone, Silver Moon Market will be ours to plunder. The air was filled with cries of killing and chaos. Lu Jing's previously rosy complexion turned ashen in an instant. Ye Chen patted her comfortingly, quickly donned his clothes, and with a few swift steps, ascended to the roof. He activated the 5 elements concealment, shrouding his figure, and surveyed the surrounding situation. Not far behind the commercial street was the Mo family's estate, a vast expanse that occupied nearly a quarter of Silver Moon Market. At this moment, a large number of cultivators had gathered before the Mo family's gates. The number of cultivators exceeded 100, and those standing at the front exuded a particularly fierce aura. Ye Chen used the Emperor's Qi viewing technique to observe and found that among them were at least 10 late-stage Qi refining cultivators. Among them, there was even one at the 9th level of Qi refining, though Ye Chen had no idea where they had come from. Behind them, some of the cultivators appeared to be mountain dwellers. There were also many who wore masks. Perhaps these were the cultivators of Silver Moon Market, seeing an opportunity and taking advantage of the chaos to loot. It's clear now. Since the Mo family's ancestor hasn't shown up, he must have already died. The Mo family has dominated Silver Moon Market for 30 years, accumulating untold wealth. These were all things that should belong to us, the wandering cultivators. Now, we'll take them back with our own hands. At the sound of the leader's command, the fierce cultivators immediately began launching spells toward the Mo family's gates, attempting to breach the defenses. The Mo family had protective formations, which blocked these initial attacks. But inside the Mo family estate, there was still no sign of movement. This lack of response emboldened the attackers. More and more cultivators began to throw spells, and soon the Mo family's defenses appeared to be on the verge of collapsing. Ye Chen furrowed his brows, silently lamenting the fragility of order within the cultivation world. But just then, his eyes narrowed. A tall figure had quietly slipped into his courtyard, unnoticed by the others. For the past half-year, Jean Zhaodi had been secluded in the mountains. She still could not accept the death of her younger brother. All he had wanted was to win the love of a woman. What was wrong with that? Why did a family disciple like Ye Chen, with so many women at his disposal, have to fight with her brother for the one woman? Even if he had taken her brother's woman, that was one thing. But to go so far as to kill him? That was unforgivable. Ye Chen had killed her brother's assailant, yet still dragged her brother into the mess. Relying on his status as a family disciple, he had colluded with the Mo family, wiping them out without mercy. It had led to her brother's tragic death. Then there was Lin Kuo, who, driven by greed, had become the main culprit. Jin Zhaodi loathed Ye Chen, loathed Lin Kuo, and loathed the Mo family. She could not sleep peacefully at night. Every night, her brother's bloodied face haunted her dreams, crying out in pain. Even her deceased father's angry voice rang in her ears, reprimanding her for how she had cared for her brother. For the past months, Jin Zhaodi had slept restlessly, consumed by hatred, only desiring to kill Ye Chen and take her revenge. She had thought the chance would take much longer to come. But unexpectedly, the Mo family's ancestor had died. Now, an opportunity for vengeance had presented itself. So, Jin Zhaodi had come. Staring at Ye Chen's room, she swore that he would not die so easily. And Lin Kuo, too. She would bury her alive, to spend eternity underground with her brother. As for those who had acted under the Mo family's command, they, too, would die. Consumed by hatred, Jin Zhaodi silently approached the door. But just at that moment, a chill ran down her spine, and she instinctively tried to retreat. But it was too late. A shadow descended from above, flying straight toward her. A flash of cold light cut through the air. The hastily summoned protective barrier she raised was useless before the gleaming blade. In the next instant, Jin Zhaodi felt her world flip upside down, spinning uncontrollably. Amidst the dizzying rotation, she caught sight of her enemy's face. Young and handsome. It was Ye Chen, the very one she had longed to kill. And only when her vision blurred, seeing only the ground and her own fallen body, did it finally dawn on her. She was already dead. But how? Ye Chen was only at the 5th level of qi refining. How could she have had no strength to resist? In her confusion and disbelief, Jin Zhaodi's life flickered out. Ye Chen gazed at Jin Zhaodi's lifeless body, then suddenly looked up. Across from him, in the adjacent room, Lin Kuo had cautiously poked her head out. The moment Lin Kuo saw Ye Chen, her eyes widened in shock at the headless corpse before him. But when her gaze landed on the severed head, her eyes grew even wider in disbelief. Jin Zhaodi, at the 7th level of qi refining. How had she died at Ye Chen's hands? Lin Kuo's eyes filled with utter disbelief. How could Ye Chen be this strong? Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Sensing Lin Kuo's gaze, Ye Chen sheathed his wind spirit sword and gently placed his index finger on his lips, signaling for silence. Startled, Lin Kuo nodded quickly and closed the door. Leaning against the door, Lin Kuo felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. She had always thought Ye Chen weak. Even when Ye Chen broke through to the 5th level of qi refining, she had believed it was all thanks to cultivation pills. She had always felt he was no match for her. But today, seeing Ye Chen kill Jin Zhaodi, a 7th level qi refining cultivator, Lin Kuo felt as though she were in a dream. Ye Chen, who always wore a gentle smile, had just moments ago wielded a sword with a cold, icy gaze. This image was a shocking contrast to the Ye Chen she thought she knew. How could Ye Chen be so strong? Lin Kuo, who had always trusted in the power of strength, was now overwhelmed with confusion and turmoil. Ye Chen stored Jin Zhaodi's corpse into his storage ring, then prepared to watch the unfolding scene. Would the Mo family's stronghold be breached? If the Mo family fell, even more cultivators would likely join the fray. Silver Moon Market would certainly be plundered. In such a situation, would it be better for him to flee? Or would it be wiser to stay and wait for his family to come to his aid? Before Ye Chen could settle on an answer, horrified voices rang out from outside. Ye Chen immediately leapt onto the roof, concealing his presence once more to observe. Before he could steady himself, his expression changed dramatically. A hoarse, aged voice echoed from deep within the Mo family's compound, "Is this all you have? how pitiful. In the next instant, a figure rose from the depths of the Mo family grounds, soaring high above and appearing before the gathered cultivators. Those who had been relentlessly attacking the Mo family, nearly breaching their defenses, now froze in place. They gazed at the elderly figure, whose hair and beard were entirely white, a mix of dread and disbelief in their eyes. Only a Foundation establishment cultivator could soar into the sky without relying on any magical tools. The Mo family's ancestor had not died. Some cultivators stood in stunned silence, while others slowly retreated into the crowd. The leaders from the mountains, the cultivators in the late stages of chi refining, were the first to break, their faces ashen as they fled. Fleeing now, like a swarm of ants. The old man's voice rang out coldly. He raised a finger, and even from hundreds of meters away, the fastest fleeing cultivator, a 9th level chi refining cultivator, was reduced to nothing more than a mist of blood, his body exploding in an instant. The old man continued to advance step by step. With each movement, a spell flew from his hand, and with each spell, another cultivator met their end. A Foundation establishment cultivator was truly a force of terror. The cultivators attacking the Mo family were now in a state of utter panic. They fled in disarray, but there was no escape. As long as the elders' gaze fell upon them, even from hundreds of meters away, death was inevitable. The overwhelming pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator was unmistakably clear in that moment. Even Ye Chen, a kilometer away, was drenched in sweat. So this was the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was truly a power to be desired. If a Foundation establishment was this formidable, what about the golden core? The nascent soul? Wouldn't they be capable of soaring to the heavens? Witnessing the terrifying might of a Foundation establishment cultivator only deepened Ye Chen's yearning to grow stronger. The bloodshed did not last long. The once bustling street grew eerily quiet, the ground stained red with blood. The Mo family members began to emerge, followed by the Mo family's law enforcement team, who set to work hunting down the remaining stragglers. Silver Moon Market was soon filled with cries and wails, as the culprits who had dared to plunder the market were being held to account. Ye Chen shook his head, his gaze following the Mo family ancestor, who was now retreating back to the Mo family compound. Activating his Emperor's Chi viewing technique, Ye Chen focused intently, his eyes narrowing. The true cultivation level of the Mo family ancestor was immediately revealed to him. Indeed, the man was a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator. But when Ye Chen looked deeper into his vitality, his eyes narrowed further in suspicion. If Lin Ke's vitality was like a towering tree, then, by comparison, Lu Jing's was akin to a small sapling. But the Mo family ancestor's vitality? It resembled nothing more than dried grass, swaying in the wind, as if one breath of air could sever it completely. The Mo family ancestor was truly on the verge of death. He might last another month at most. That earlier overwhelming display of power, slaughtering without mercy, had simply been him holding on by the slimmest of threads. Flee, I must flee. After learning the true condition of the Mo family ancestor, Ye Chen was consumed by a single thought. Whether his family's patriarch had broken through to Foundation establishment or not, there was no longer any reason for him to remain in Silver Moon Market. Once the Mo family ancestor dies, everything here will descend into complete chaos. As for the opportunity to join the Green Cloud sect, it would be ideal if he could secure it. But even if he couldn't gain entry, with the system at his side, he could sail through smoothly, without the need to put himself at risk. Resolute in his decision, Ye Chen returned to his room, held Lu Jing in his arms, offered a few words of comfort, and then sank into a deep sleep. The next day, the news that the Mo family ancestor had stepped out to suppress the chaos spread quickly throughout Silver Moon Market. Everyone soon learned that the Mo family ancestor was not nearing death, as previously assumed. His absence had merely been a clever ploy, fishing for opportunities. The deliberately uncleaned bloodstains soaked the streets, staining Silver Moon Market with a pungent, iron-scented atmosphere. Yet, life in Silver Moon Market returned to normal. Shops reopened, cultivators resumed their walks through the streets. As for the numerous deaths, in the cultivation world, it was hardly a major event. No one paid it any mind. Ye Chen, however, headed straight for Green Cloud shop. What, you want to buy a flying boat? Upon hearing Ye Chen's request, Sun Yi was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. A flying boat was a magical tool for flight, designed to help cultivators travel quickly. Its speed was unmatched, allowing for swift escapes or rapid travel over long distances. However, the price was equally high. The materials required were vast, and the array formations complex. Even the most basic flying boat would cost at least one high-grade spirit stone. For lower-tier cultivators, this was an absolute luxury, something only the disciples of major families or prodigies could afford. Foundation establishment cultivators would also consider such a purchase. Even someone as well off as Sun Yi had never brought himself to buy a flying boat. Seeing his surprise, Ye Chen explained it was for his family. Sun Yi nodded but remained skeptical, inwardly wondering if Ye Chen's father had embezzled family funds and was now planning to flee, hence buying a flying boat. But Sun Yi didn't particularly care where the money came from, as long as he made a profit. Green Cloud shop in Silver Moon Market doesn't stock flying boats, Sun Yi said, leaning forward. If you need one, I can send a message to arrange it. It'll take about a month for delivery. However, you'll need to pay a deposit of 10 middle-grade spirit stones first. Ye Chen nodded without hesitation and paid the deposit. He secured a low-grade flying boat. A low-grade flying boat had no special features other than the ability to fly, and it was small, able to seat only 3 people. But for Ye Chen, it was more than enough. After all, he wasn't planning to use it for himself. He was buying it to give to someone else. Once the time was right, he would multiply it 10-fold or even 15-fold. Ye Chen couldn't reveal to his family that he had foreseen the Mo family ancestors' impending death, and therefore couldn't rely entirely on his family's support. Instead, he was preparing the flying boat, ready for a quick getaway whenever the need arose. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Novelbin. Please report it. A day passed. Silver Moon Market had fully returned to its usual tranquility. The massacre from the previous day seemed like nothing more than a fleeting nightmare, with only occasional whispers about it. This stark indifference to life made Ye Chen acutely aware of just how cheap human life was in the cultivation world. Having grown up in a peaceful environment, this casual disregard for life was something Ye Chen could hardly adapt to. He could only wait for the flying boat to arrive, then leave for Green Cloud City at the earliest opportunity. Day by day, Ye Chen continued his cultivation routine. His vitality grew stronger, and his cultivation level steadily increased. With the potent effects of the stalactite jade spirit bead bed, Ye Chen felt that in no more than 6 months, he might reach the 7th level of qi refining. Meanwhile, after moving in with Ye Chen, Lu Jing had no intention of leaving. Every night, she would sneak into his room. At first, she had some hesitation. She worried that once Ye Chen had gotten what he wanted, he might lose interest and discard her. In the cultivation world, such men were far from rare. They would treat a woman as a treasure before getting what they wanted, but once they were satisfied, they would cast her aside without a second thought. But after this period of time, Lu Jing's initial unease turned into impatience. Because Ye Chen hadn't taken that final step. They had done everything, but he refused to go all the way. Lu Jing was completely confused. What was going on with Ye Chen? She knew his body well, and there was no problem there. So why was he acting this way? In the past few days, Lu Jing even took the initiative, but still nothing happened. However, there was one thing that reassured her. Ye Chen had asked her whether she would go with him to Green Cloud City when the time came. This was exactly what Lu Jing wanted, so of course, she wouldn't refuse. Moreover, during this time, Ye Chen had been giving her gifts every week. He didn't even give gifts to Lin Kur anymore. This made Lu Jing feel that she had earned Ye Chen's favor all to herself. With that, she could finally put her other worries aside. The only thing that still bothered her was that lingering feeling of restlessness. She truly couldn't stand it anymore. As for Lin Kur, she had initially planned to return to her original place now that the situation seemed to have calmed down. However, upon realizing that Lu Jing wasn't planning to leave, she immediately changed her mind. After all, with Lu Jing staying here, so close to Ye Chen, who knew whether she might completely steal him away? If she moved out now, wouldn't that be practically handing Lu Jing the opportunity on a silver platter? So, Lin Kuo silently decided to stay, never mentioning returning to her own place again. But the longer she stayed, the more uncomfortable she felt. Lu Jing cooked for Ye Chen, and although she was invited to join them, the real intimacy was clear. When feeding Ye Chen, Lu Jing was practically glued to him. There were even times when she sat on his lap. And by nighttime, Lu Jing no longer sneaked into his room. Instead, she openly lived with Ye Chen. Most of Ye Chen's free time was spent with Lu Jing. Lin Kuo noticed that Ye Chen had stopped giving her gifts altogether, clearly saving them all for Lu Jing. Despite the fact that 3 people were living under the same roof, Lin Kuo couldn't shake the feeling of being ostracized. This feeling of being pushed aside made her deeply uncomfortable. But what could she do? Should she shamelessly throw herself at Ye Chen like Lu Jing did? Lin Kuo wasn't ready for that. Even though she had witnessed firsthand Ye Chen slay the chi-refining 7th-level Jin Zhaodi, she still felt reluctant. But leaving now? She wasn't ready to let go. Ye Chen was extravagantly rich, and even his smallest gifts were worth a middle-grade spirit stone. How could she, a loose cultivator, afford to turn down such an opportunity? Not to mention, the prospect of going to Green Cloud City was equally enticing. After all, bigger cities meant more opportunities, and Green Cloud City was like a magnet for someone like her, coming from humble beginnings. So every day, Lin Kuo was torn. If she didn't offer herself to Ye Chen, she could feel the distance growing between them. After all, he didn't even give her gifts recently. But if she did, the moral line inside her was hard to cross. In the cultivation world, most cultivators held a deep regard for virginity. If a female cultivator was not a virgin, she would never be considered a legitimate Dao partner. This societal norm weighed heavily on Lin Kuo's mind. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Since the chaotic events from the previous month, Silver Moon Market had regained its calm. No one dared to provoke the Mo family again. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had been quietly accumulating spirit stones. On the last day of the month, Manager Zhang hurried to the backyard with excitement. "The clan has sent word," he said eagerly. "The clan leader has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. He's now in seclusion, stabilizing his breakthrough. Nephew Yi, you can start preparing. Someone will come to take you to Green Cloud City in a month." Upon hearing the news, Ye Chen's eyes brightened. The clan leader had really broken through to foundation establishment. This was indeed great news. With the clan leader's breakthrough, Ye Chen could leave without worry. Not only that, he would also secure the opportunity to enter the Green Cloud sect. It was undoubtedly a good thing. Moreover, with the clan leader at foundation establishment, Ye Chen's position was more secure. After all, he was still a member of the Yi family. Wasn't that essentially a guarantee of backing? Seeing Ye Chen so pleased, Manager Zhang smiled widely. "Nephew Yi, congratulations on earning a spot in Green Cloud sect. But I've heard that your performance, along with your brothers, has been pretty similar these past 2 years. So when the time comes, you might have to refine pills on the spot, and the spot will be awarded based on your pill refining skills." Manager Zhang said this with an air of amusement, clearly looking forward to seeing Ye Chen's reaction. But to his surprise, Ye Chen's smile only grew broader. "Is that so?" Ye Chen said with a grin. "In that case, it looks like this spot is destined for me." Ye Chen's confident demeanor caught Manager Zhang completely off guard. It left him momentarily speechless. What was going on here? Did Ye Chen not realize his own limitations? If it weren't for his deliberate help in arranging the purchase of those chi-nourishing pills, Ye Chen might not have even managed to finish his tasks. And as for his alchemy skills, were they really passable enough to justify him shamelessly going to learn talisman making from others? Was Ye Chen really so caught up in his own lies that he was now starting to believe them himself? But in the end, it didn't matter. When the time came, his flaws would inevitably be exposed. Manager Zhang didn't press the issue further. He simply smiled and congratulated Ye Chen, reminding him not to forget about him once he made it into Green Cloud sect. Meanwhile, when both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo learned that the Ye family patriarch had broken through to Foundation establishment, they were both stunned. Lu Jing's eyes shone brighter than ever. With a Foundation establishment elder backing them, the sense of security was overwhelming. That night, Lu Jing almost threw herself at Ye Chen in an attempt to seal the deal. As for Lin Kuo, who had been wavering before, her heart was now in turmoil. What had seemed like a hopeless situation, Ye Chen's initial weak cultivation, was now turning around. Not only had his cultivation increased, but the Ye family had also leveled up to a Foundation establishment family. There was even a significant chance Ye Chen would join Green Cloud sect and become a disciple. Now, Ye Chen seemed almost out of her reach. This realization stirred up feelings of regret within her. If she had known this would happen, she never would have left One Leaf Pill shop. Had she stayed, she could have kept Ye Chen all to herself. Now, though, it was obvious that Ye Chen and Lu Jing had already developed a close bond. To join them now would mean sharing Ye Chen with another woman. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. Lin Kuo wasn't happy about it. But Ye Chen was growing more impressive by the day. If she didn't act soon, she might miss her chance entirely. Thus, that night, Lin Kuo found herself unable to sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ye Chen made his way to Green Cloud shop. He had received word that the item he had ordered had finally arrived. Upon reaching Green Cloud shop, the attendant immediately led him upstairs, where Sun Yi was already waiting for him. In his hands, Sun Yi held a small object that resembled a boat. Upon seeing Ye Chen, he smiled and spoke, "Your flying boat has arrived. It can travel 1,000 miles a day. With this, you'll reach Green Cloud City in just 2 days. It can soar up to 600 meters high, but if you fly too high, you'll need to shield it yourself, or the wind will be too strong. 100 or 200 meters should suffice. If you fly higher and encounter a demonic beast, a single hit could leave you with no escape. This basic flying boat, aside from flying and the ability to enlarge or shrink, has no other functions. So, use it with caution. The consumption of spirit qi is significant. With your current cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refining, you'll likely be able to keep it flying for half a day at most." With that, Sun Yi handed the small boat to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took it, raising an eyebrow as he inspected it. The boat was inscribed with various intricate patterns. When he injected his spirit qi, the boat immediately emitted a soft glow. In the next instant, it floated into the air, slowly rotating and growing larger. It soon reached a size of 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. The boat had only 3 seats, making it quite small. If one were to compare, it was like the mini cars from Ye Chen's past life. It could move, but that was about it. The only thing it could do was fly, providing not even any protection from wind or rain, nor did it have defensive capabilities, and if he encountered danger at a high altitude, death would be inevitable. It could only be powered by spirit qi. One could say it was barely functional. However, Ye Chen was not in a hurry. Tomorrow, the system's feedback would trigger, and he could then take this boat and present it to Sun Ruoxin. After a 15-fold enhancement, the mini-boat would surely transform into something on par with a luxury vehicle. Ye Chen paid the remaining spirit stones with ease. The pile of low-grade spirit stones made Sun Ye's eyes gleam with excitement. Ye Chen was incredibly wealthy. Sun Yi couldn't help but think, if only Ye Chen could give this flying boat to his daughter. However, Sun Yi knew it was impossible. 50 middle-grade spirit stones was no small sum. There was no way Ye Chen would give them to someone else. "Ye Chen, for this shipment, I've also acquired a batch of new spells. Some of them are quite powerful. Would you like to take a look? My daughter also quite likes them." Hearing the pitch, Ye Chen might have bought them previously. After all, with the 15-fold feedback, why not? But who knew when the Mo family's patriarch would pass, how much longer they could conceal it, or when Silver Moon Market would descend into chaos. He might need to flee to Green Cloud City at any moment. The best treasures would surely be in Green Cloud City. There was no need to waste any more spirit stones here. So, seeing Sun Ye's disappointed gaze, Ye Chen smiled and shook his head in refusal, before taking his leave. Sun Ye watched Ye Chen leave with such resolve, disappointed. Many of the items were perfect for his daughter. But why had Ye Chen's attitude changed? Had his daughter been too distant? Even Ye Chen, who was a complete simp, had been driven to the brink of abandoning his affections. Thinking this, Sun Ye couldn't help but feel the urge to scold his daughter. Her attitude in recent times had indeed been excessive. When Ye Chen gave gifts, she called him junior brother, but when Ye Chen didn't send anything, she didn't even glance at him. Sometimes, during class, she'd just announce that she was off to make talismans, and simply leave. Sun Ye asked himself, if he were Ye Chen, and a female cultivator treated him this way, no matter how much he liked her, he couldn't tolerate such a dismissive, disrespectful attitude. If Ye Chen stopped chasing her, it was understandable. Though it was a pity to lose such a fat sheep, he didn't want to force his daughter into anything. With those thoughts, Sun Ye headed back to the courtyard to craft talismans. The fact that the Mo family's patriarch hadn't died meant that Silver Moon Market could remain stable for a few more years. If he could save up a little more spirit stones in the meantime, he would be able to send his daughter to her master with even more assurance. However, the next morning, as he glanced at the sex communication talisman, Sun Ye's expression immediately changed. Something major had happened. Looking at the characters displayed on the communication talisman in his hand, Sun Ye's expression darkened profoundly. In the cultivation world, there were few methods of long-distance communication. The communication talisman was one of them. It was extremely expensive and could only be used once to transmit a limited number of characters. Under normal circumstances, it was rarely used. However, when one was used, it signaled something grave. At this moment, Sun Ruoxin had entered the room. Upon seeing her father's grim expression, she immediately approached with swift steps. When Sun Ruoxin saw the characters on the talisman, her delicate face turned ashen. Movements among the mountain beasts. A family has summoned second-tier beasts to target Silver Moon Market. The Mo family patriarch is dead, and Mo Wudao's breakthrough failed, dying in the process. Silver Moon Market is in peril. Return quickly. Sun Ruoxin quickly turned to her father, her voice trembling. Father, is this true? Sun Ye nodded. Of course, it was true. Green Cloud sect held a firm grip on the territories under its control. For slightly larger families or areas that carried any hint of danger, there would always be people watching in the shadows. Green Cloud sect would never allow threats to exist within its domain. For example, there had once been a family with a prodigy who surged through the ranks and quietly broke through to the Golden Core stage. This individual then attempted to overthrow Green Cloud sect and seize territory for themselves. Although the rebellious family was eventually destroyed, it severely wounded Green Cloud sect's vitality. Green Cloud sect had learned its lesson and greatly increased its surveillance efforts. They also began offering some family members the chance to enter Green Cloud sect, all as means of maintaining stability. Clearly, a family had set its sights on Silver Moon Market's benefits and was trying to take control by stirring up the beasts. As for why Green Cloud sect did not stop this. Green Cloud sect did not want any family to become too powerful within its ranks. In fact, they often secretly encouraged discord, all to weaken these families. Pack your things, we need to leave. Sun Ye made a firm decision. A second-tier beast was beyond their ability. Since the Mo family patriarch was dead, Silver Moon Market would undoubtedly be unable to defend itself. Where do we go? Back to Green Cloud City? Sun Ruoxin asked. Sun Ye nodded. You've been at the 6th layer of Qi refining for a long time now. It's time to return and have your master accept you as a disciple in Green Cloud sect. Sun Ruoxin's face immediately brightened into a smile, but then she remembered something. Father, didn't second-tier beasts also appear in the Transverse Canyon? They say the roads are cut off for now. How will we get back? At the mention of Transverse Canyon, Sun Ye's expression darkened further. The Transverse Canyon was the only route back from Silver Moon Market. How could they pass through if the beasts were there? They could take the mountain paths around it, but that would be too dangerous for his daughter, who was still at the 6th layer of qi refining. If only they had a flying ship. With a flying ship, he could simply take his daughter and fly directly back. Didn't Ye Chen order a flying ship? Has it arrived? Sun Ruoxin asked. If it had arrived, they could just buy it from him. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. However, Sun Yi gave a bitter laugh. I notified Ye Chen yesterday to come pick it up. He clearly looked upset. At that moment, he had been pleased with the spirit stones he had earned, but now, just a day later, he regretted it deeply. Sun Ruoxin gritted her teeth. I'll go buy it back from him. He doesn't know the news. He might sell it to me. Sun Yi nodded. I'll go with you. If he won't sell it, we'll take it by force. Sun Yi bore no ill will toward Ye Chen. But when life and death were at stake, Sun Yi didn't care about anything else. His daughter's life was the most important. As for whether Ye Chen would die without the flying ship, that had nothing to do with him. Sun Yi immediately closed the shop and instructed the attendants to return to their respective places. He left only one alchemist behind, commanding him to store everything in the shop using a storage bag, ready to leave at a moment's notice. The alchemist, also a disciple of Green Cloud sect, naturally needed to take everything with him. After giving these instructions, Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin headed toward the back courtyard of One Leaf Pill shop to find Ye Chen. Standing before the door, Sun Ruoxin gently bit her red lips. The flying ship was a matter of life and death. She had to get it. Ye Chen had given her so many precious gifts and clearly cared for her. Surely, he wouldn't refuse her request and would be willing to sell the flying ship to her. As for what would happen to Ye Chen without the flying ship, though she felt some guilt, Sun Ruoxin couldn't afford to dwell on that now. The door was knocked, and soon, a servant girl came to open it. Upon hearing their purpose, she quickly went to inform Ye Chen. Before long, they were welcomed into the courtyard. Ye Chen was sitting in a pavilion, enjoying tea with Lu Jing, while Lin Kur practiced her spells nearby. Upon seeing Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi, Ye Chen immediately stood with a warm smile. Senior and senior sister, what brings you here? I was just planning to head to class this afternoon. Sun Yi smiled lightly but did not speak. Sun Ruoxin, however, turned her gaze toward Lu Jing and Lin Kur, both of whom were looking back at her, and shook her head slightly. It was obvious that the two women were already living with Ye Chen. When they were sending her gifts and courting her, he was living with other female cultivators. Ye Chen really was a man of loose affections. In this situation, still pursuing her. Did Ye Chen think that someone like her, Sun Ruoxin, would settle for sharing a man with others, like those wandering cultivators? What a frog wishing to eat swan meat. Any trace of guilt that had remained in her heart vanished in that moment. Sun Ruoxin looked at Ye Chen and cupped her hands. Junior brother, I have something to ask you for help with. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Sun Ruoxin, who usually didn't spare him a glance, had come to him now. As expected, she must want something. Some women were just like that. When they had no use for you, they would completely ignore you. But when they needed something, they would show a little more favor. But even then, one shouldn't think that helping them would earn their affection. On the contrary, once they were done with you, they would forget about you without a second thought. Though Ye Chen understood this, he still wore a smile and said, Senior sister, you're too kind. If there's something you need, just say it. Sun Ruoxin immediately spoke up. Yesterday, junior brother, you purchased a flying ship at Green Cloud shop. However, something has come up in Green Cloud City that concerns me greatly. I need to return to Green Cloud City urgently, and I require the flying ship. Therefore, I would like to ask junior brother to part with it and sell it to me. She then took out 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Looking at the 50 rich, qi-infused middle-grade spirit stones, both Lu Jing and Lin Kur were stunned. They knew Ye Chen was wealthy, but they hadn't expected him to be this wealthy. Ye Chen had spent such a large sum on a flying ship. That was rather extravagant. Ye Chen raised his brow. Sun Ruoxin wanted to buy the flying ship. She was in a hurry to return to Green Cloud City. Had Ye Chen not known about the situation with the Mo family's ancestor, he might not have thought too much of it. But the thing was, Ye Chen did know. At a time like this, Sun Ruoxin suddenly wanted to buy the ship and leave. If he thought there was no connection, he'd be lying to himself. Moreover, Sun Ye's family, being backed by the Green Cloud sect, must have access to more detailed information. So, it wasn't just Sun Ruoxin wanting to leave. It was that the entire Sun family was about to flee. And if Sun Ye was running, it meant Green Cloud Shop was running too. But if even Green Cloud Shop was pulling out, that meant Silver Moon Market was no longer a safe place to stay. After Sun Ruoxin spoke, she anxiously waited for Ye Chen's response. Ye Chen glanced at Sun Ye and asked, "Senior, are you going as well?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ye slightly narrowed his eyes but still nodded. It was confirmed. Even someone at the 9th level of Qi refining like Sun Ye was preparing to flee. This meant that Silver Moon Market was truly no longer a place to stay. Ye Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, "When do you plan to leave, senior and senior sister?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin's face changed slightly. His question was so detailed that she began to wonder if Ye Chen had figured something out. After thinking it over, Sun Ruoxin decided to speak honestly. "We'll be leaving soon." "So soon?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling that things were even more serious than he had initially thought. Sun Ruoxin anxiously waited. She was afraid Ye Chen might sense something and refuse to sell her the flying ship. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Even if Ye Chen liked her, he wouldn't give up his chance at survival just to help her. As for Sun Ye, he had already prepared to take action. When life and death were on the line, there was no right or wrong. If Ye Chen was unwilling, they would have no choice but to seize it. Such actions were perfectly normal for cultivators. As Sun Ruoxin waited in anxiety, Ye Chen suddenly smiled. "Senior sister, you're being too polite. You've come all this way to ask me for help. I'd be more than happy to help. How could I possibly take your spirit stones? Since you need it, there's no harm in giving the flying ship to you." As he spoke, Ye Chen reached into his robe, pretending to take something from his storage bag. The next moment, he pulled out the small flying ship. Hearing Ye Chen's words and seeing the flying ship presented before her, Sun Ruoxin was stunned. She had initially thought that if she could buy it, that would be good enough. But she never expected Ye Chen to simply give the flying ship to her. This was 50 middle-grade spirit stones. More importantly, at this moment, the flying ship represented not just spirit stones, it represented hope for survival. With second-tier demon beasts approaching, no one knew how many there would be. In such circumstances, staying here was tantamount to certain death. But the transverse canyon also had second-tier demon beasts lying in wait. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. Looking into Ye Chen's sincere eyes, Sun Ruoxin bit her lip silently. For the first time, a sense of guilt welled up inside her. Ye Chen liked her so much, yet for her own survival, she had taken away Ye Chen's only hope of staying alive. This stirred her heart like a storm. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Ruoxin spoke up, "Junior brother Yi, thank you. But this flying ship is precious, and it would be hard to explain to your family if you just gave it to me. You should still take the spirit stones." 50 middle-grade spirit stones was no small sum. Had it been any other time, Sun Ruoxin would have joyfully accepted them. But now, perhaps to ease her conscience, she extended the spirit stones toward him. Sun Yi, standing aside, wanted to stop her. But after a moment of hesitation, he remained silent. However, Ye Chen rejected her without hesitation. What nonsense! Accepting the spirit stones would turn it into a transaction, and Ye Chen couldn't accept that. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Without a second thought, Ye Chen turned his back, his tone cold and firm. "Senior sister, you're being too polite. If you insist on giving spirit stones, then I won't sell it." His stance left Sun Ruoxin clenching her teeth. At that moment, Sun Yi spoke up, "Ruoxin, this is your junior brother's heartfelt gesture. If you refuse again, it'll seem ungrateful. Although Sun Yi was surprised by Ye Chen's infatuation with his daughter, willing to give away the flying ship, he couldn't help but think that staying in Silver Moon Market would be certain death for Ye Chen. Even if Ye Chen kept the spirit stones, it would be a waste. Since Ye Chen stubbornly refused, Sun Yi decided to take advantage of the situation. With this unexpected event, he would have to rush back to Green Cloud City early. And for his daughter's entry into Green Cloud sect, he would need to spend quite a bit of spirit stones. In such circumstances, saving what he could was necessary. Sun Yi spoke up, and Sun Ruoxin, feeling the weight of the situation, reluctantly retracted the spirit stones. She still wanted to say something, but Ye Chen spoke first. Since senior sister is in such a hurry, you should leave now. Seeing how considerate Ye Chen was of her, Sun Ruoxin felt a deeper sense of discomfort. But with her father in a rush, and the imminent danger of the demon beasts, she didn't hesitate to walk with him, exchanging a few polite words before heading out of the courtyard. At the door, Sun Ruoxin stopped, turned back, and bowed seriously to Ye Chen. "Thank you, junior brother. I won't forget you." Upon hearing the sincerity in her voice, Ye Chen's lips curled up, and he nodded with a smile. He watched as Sun Ruoxin and her father left. Once Sun Ruoxin departed, the courtyard fell silent again. Lu Jing and Lin Ke exchanged looks, their expressions a mix of surprise and contemplation. Ye Chen didn't pay much attention to their thoughts. He immediately instructed Lu Jing to start packing up. Then, he turned to Lin Ke and told her that he was leaving for Green Cloud City, and if she wanted to come, she should prepare as well. Afterward, he didn't wait for her response. He turned and walked back into his room to begin packing his own things. As for Sun Ruoxin's final emotional outpouring, Ye Chen sneered, even feeling a bit disgusted. Her actions were enough to confirm that staying in Silver Moon Market would be fatal. Yet, in such circumstances, she had no hesitation in coming to him and taking away the flying ship. She didn't even offer to take him with her, nor did she give him any warning or hint about what was really going on. She didn't care about his life at all. It was a truly selfish and self-serving attitude. And after all of that, she still wanted to act like she was moved, calling him junior brother, with so much supposed sincerity, promising to never forget him. It was utterly revolting. Although Ye Chen was a bit disgusted by the actions of the Sun family, his mood remained remarkably good. The reason was simple: the flying ship he had bought was always meant to be a gift. Just as Ye Chen was reflecting on this, a notification sound from the system rang in his mind, signaling the end of the transaction. Gift successfully given. Gift, low-grade flying ship. Reward in progress. 15-fold reward in progress. Detected that the gift is extremely important to the recipient, Sun Ruoxin, and exceeds her expectations. This has caused a massive shift in her mindset, triggering a critical reward. Reward, top-tier flying ship, Celestial Moon Tower ship. Celestial Moon Tower ship, crafted from various top-tier materials, inscribed with 1,000 unique formations. It can fly at an incredible speed of up to 300 km per hour, with smooth and stable flight. In the absence of external disturbances, it will not experience any turbulence. It features dual power sources, which can be powered either by spirit chi or embedded spirit stones. It contains a concealment formation, allowing it to remain undetectable while flying in the sky. It has a defensive formation, capable of withstanding attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators for up to 100 breaths. It has an attack formation, capable of releasing spells equivalent to the power of a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator. It features an acceleration formation, capable of temporarily doubling its speed, though it places a heavy strain on the materials and formations, making it unsustainable. Reading through the long list of features, Ye Chen could no longer hide his grin. While Sun Ruoxin might have been annoying, the 15-fold reward and the critical strike bonus were certainly something to be pleased about. The low-grade flying ship had transformed into a top-tier one. So, even though Sun Ruoxin had been repulsive, her role in the process still proved quite useful. When Ye Chen reached Green Cloud City, if he couldn't immediately find another higher multiplier feedback target, he could still use Sun Ruoxin as a spare tire for more rewards. Lost in thought, Ye Chen packed everything into his storage ring. As he stepped out of the room, distant cries and wails suddenly echoed in the air. Second-tier demon beasts, second-tier demon beasts. Run! Quickly, go and summon the patriarch of the Mo family. Only he can hold them off. Why hasn't the Mo family responded yet? Amid the shouts of the cultivators, a constant rumble of vibrations could be heard, signaling the arrival of a massive creature into the market. At that moment, Ye Chen finally understood why Sun Ruoxin and her father had been in such a hurry to leave. Soon, the voices of the cultivators outside grew even more desperate. Both the patriarch of the Mo family and the Mo family's enforcement squad had yet to appear. When some cultivators bravely ventured into the Mo family estate, they found it eerily empty. The once mighty Mo family had vanished without a trace. The Mo family had abandoned Silver Moon Market and fled. As the news spread, chaos engulfed the entire Silver Moon Market. Some cultivators immediately fled with their families, while others, seizing the opportunity, began looting. After all, the second-tier demon beasts wouldn't reach the market for some time. Within moments, Silver Moon Market was consumed by flames. Ye Chen returned to the courtyard. Lu Jing was trembling uncontrollably, and upon seeing Ye Chen, she seemed to have found a pillar of support. She rushed toward him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo stood nearby, gripping a magic tool tightly, her expression wary and on edge. Ye Chen was about to speak when a noise suddenly came from the front yard. A corpulent figure crashed through the back door of the shop, tumbling into the courtyard, blood staining his face as he groaned in agony. The sight startled both women. Lu Jing, trembling, instinctively ducked behind Ye Chen. Ye Chen, however, only raised an eyebrow as he looked at the fallen figure. It was none other than the usually smiling manager Zhang. But at this moment, he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Manager Zhang, struggling, looked up at Ye Chen, attempting to rise and speak. Before he could do so, a wind blade flashed, and his head rolled away from his body. Ye Chen sighed as he looked at the lifeless manager Zhang. This man had always tried to set him up. Yet, he never expected to see him die like this without Ye Chen even lifting a finger. A moment later, Ye Chen looked ahead. From the back door of the shop, a man and a woman emerged. The man was tall and imposing, with a scarred face and a murderous aura that radiated from him. It was clear he was a bandit cultivator. The man glanced disdainfully at Ye Chen and the others, then swaggered over to Manager Zhang's corpse. He began rifling through the dead man's waist, taking 4 or 5 storage rings. The goods and spirit stones from One Leaf Pill shop are all here. Looks like this haul is a big win. We should go. It'll be a hassle once the demon beasts arrive. The man collected the storage rings and turned to leave. Their nonchalant attitude made Lu Jing and Lin Kuo breathe a sigh of relief. However, just then, the woman stopped the man. Brother Qin, that pretty boy is Ye Chen. Silver Moon Market's #1 simp. He's the one who gifts magic tools to female cultivators, and he even gave away top-tier rings. He's from the Yi family and highly favored. His status is not to be underestimated. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. When the female cultivator spoke, the male cultivator's eyes lit up as he sized Ye Chen up, as if he were looking at an oddity. So this is the simp everyone's talking about. I've heard of him even in the mountains. I've always wanted to kill such scum. Since it's such a coincidence, let's just kill him while we're at it. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator looked at Ye Chen with a smug expression, her eyes filled with venom. You dared to ignore me back then. Now, I'll make sure you die. Her actions made Ye Chen take a second glance at her. At first, he hadn't recalled who she was. It took him a while to realize this was the female cultivator who had taken Lin Kuo's position. The one who tried to seduce him but didn't even have the qualifications for a response. She was ignored by him then. And now, it seemed she was an insider, seeking revenge. Women's desire for vengeance was truly something to behold. But why bother? Manager Zhang was dead, but Ye Chen couldn't care less. The goods from One Leaf Pill shop had been taken, but he had no interest in them. Wouldn't it be better if they all went their separate ways, leaving each other in peace? Why go out of their way to seek death? The male cultivator cracked his neck, a cruel smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I despise simps the most. They harm both themselves and others. Kid, if you don't resist, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll break all your limbs and leave you in the streets, where the demon beasts will devour you alive. I bet you won't be able to stand it. These two female cultivators, are they the ones you like? They'll be mine now. Too bad we don't have the time, or else I'd make sure you watch me play with them. The male cultivator was brimming with confidence. He was at the 8th level of chi refining. Killing Ye Chen would be like slaughtering a dog. But before he could finish his taunts, there was a loud explosion. A flash of golden light surrounded the male cultivator, and before he could react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. His face was filled with fear as he scrambled to rise, shock written across his features as he stared at Ye Chen. If not for the middle-grade protective magic tool that had activated automatically, he realized, he might have been dead after that blow. Though the male cultivator couldn't comprehend how Ye Chen had managed to unleash such a formidable attack, he began to feel the stirrings of retreat. The spoils of this venture had already been immense. There was no need to cause complications over a mere simp. However, when he saw the male cultivator trying to leave, Ye Chen raised his hand again, pointing with a finger. The male cultivator's expression shifted, his golden light flashing as he barely managed to block the strike. Yet his eyes burned with murderous intent. You're asking for trouble. You're only at the 6th level of chi refining. Let's see how long you can last. Ye Chen smiled faintly, his demeanor unshaken as he calmly pointed out, one after another. Invisible, yet powerful, the sword fingers shot forth in rapid succession. The male cultivator hastily blocked and dodged while launching wind blades in retaliation, but each attack was effortlessly blocked by the shield in front of Ye Chen. Finally, when Ye Chen's next finger strike landed, the male cultivator's defensive magic tool reached its limit and shattered with a sharp crack. But there was no sign of regret in his eyes. As he dodged, he had already closed the gap, now only 5 meters from Ye Chen. In that moment, his speed exploded as he threw a powerful punch toward Ye Chen's head. His physical strength was exceptionally robust. He believed that, with his cultivation at the 8th level of chi refining, no one could rival him, least of all a mere 6th level chi refiner. Seizing the opportunity to close in, he was certain Ye Chen was doomed. But he was fast, Ye Chen was faster. A terrifying surge of blood and chi erupted from Ye Chen's body, as though a dragon or elephant were roaring within him. In the next instant, Ye Chen threw a punch. The male cultivator's expression changed, but Ye Chen's speed was too swift. Before he could even react, Ye Chen's fist collided with his skull. The next moment, the male cultivator's head exploded, blood and bones scattering in all directions. Ye Chen raised his hand disdainfully, activating a protective shield to block the mess, not wanting any of it to splatter on him. By the time Ye Chen finished this, the male cultivator's decapitated body crashed heavily to the ground. The courtyard fell into eerie silence. The female cultivator, who had once been fueling the fire with vengeful glares, stood frozen in shock. Lu Jing, on the other hand, looked at Ye Chen with nothing but reverence in her eyes. As for Lin Kur, her gaze was vacant, as if struck dumb. The night she had witnessed Ye Chen slay Jin Zhaodi had already been unbelievable. But that scene paled in comparison to the one before her now. Ye Chen had effortlessly killed a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining. How was that even possible? Ye Chen paid no mind to the two women behind him, still stunned by what had just transpired. Once he confirmed that no disgusting remnants had clung to him, his gaze shifted toward the female cultivator who had stirred the pot earlier. Upon sensing Ye Chen's eyes upon her, the female cultivator's body trembled. Her voice quivered with disbelief, as she could hardly fathom how a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining had perished so easily at Ye Chen's hands. Please, please don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as a maid, to work for you for a lifetime. Please. Before the female cultivator could finish her pleading, Ye Chen raised his hand and pointed. A bloody hole exploded at the center of her forehead, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. Ye Chen looked down at her lifeless body, his expression impassive. She thought she had the right to become my servant, even though she was inferior to Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. What a beautiful fantasy. He moved to the male cultivator's corpse and retrieved the several storage pouches from earlier. Ye Chen had no intention of keeping them for himself. Instead, he planned to return them to his family. It would certainly count as a contribution, one that might help secure him a place in the Green Cloud sect. He lifted his gaze. At this point, the terrifying roars of the demon beasts were growing ever closer, nearing the very heart of Silver Moon Market. Ye Chen turned to look at Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, who were still somewhat dazed, and spoke calmly, "Do you want to come with me to Green Cloud City?" Only then did the two women snap out of their stupor. Lu Jing nodded without the slightest hesitation. Lin Kuo, too, had no qualms. The impact of Ye Chen's actions had shaken her deeply. She had once believed she would surpass Ye Chen eventually. But now, the gap between them was widening with each passing moment. Ye Chen was undoubtedly a genius. At that moment, Lin Kuo's mindset had undergone a drastic transformation. Another thunderous roar of a beast echoed, shaking their very souls. Along with that, the sounds of countless cultivators' screams and wails filled the air. From the intensity of the noise, it was clear the danger was now within 500 meters. Lin Kuo and Lu Jing were filled with fear, yet a deep sense of regret lingered in their hearts. If only Ye Chen hadn't given that flying boat to Sun Ruoxin. Then they could have fled aboard it directly. Sun Ruoxin must have known something would happen, which was why she had wanted to take the flying boat. There was no way it could have been a mere coincidence. That wretched woman. Fellow Taoist Yi, that Sun Ruoxin wanted the flying boat, she's practically condemning us to death. Lin Kuo exclaimed, her voice trembling with frustration. Fellow Taoist Yi, you treated Sun Ruoxin so well, yet she repays your kindness with malice. Such a wicked woman. She clearly wanted to kill you, fellow Taoist Yi. I have never seen such a venomous woman. Lu Jing joined in, her voice filled with disdain. The two women, despite their differences, took the opportunity to vent their anger at Sun Ruoxin. After all, they had competed with each other for Ye Chen's favor for so long, with no clear victor. But Sun Ruoxin was different. She had connections, which was an advantage that posed a much greater threat to both of them. Thus, in this moment of danger, they had no qualms about uniting against a common enemy. Ye Chen listened to their words, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He did not respond to them, but instead, he immediately summoned the flying boat granted by the system. The moment the boat materialized, the two women fell silent, their eyes wide in shock. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Ye Chen had summoned yet another flying boat. And this one was even more extravagant. It stretched a full 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, its entire body a deep, glossy black. It was large enough to carry dozens of people. This wasn't a mere flying boat, but a flying ship. How could Ye Chen possess something so luxurious? Could it be that Ye Chen's father had discovered a spirit stone mine? The two women stood there, completely stunned, their mouths agape. Amidst the shock, Lu Jing felt a surge of excitement. She had already made up her mind about Ye Chen. His strength and wealth would only benefit her. On the other hand, Lin Kuo's already fragile defenses were now on the verge of collapse. As the sounds of the beasts grew ever louder, Ye Chen climbed aboard the ship and calmly issued an order, "Let's go." The two women quickly followed. Though the Celestial Moon Tower ship could withstand attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators, Ye Chen had no intention of testing his luck. It was better to leave now. With a gentle flick of his hand, Ye Chen controlled the ship, which shot upwards in an instant. He stood high above, watching as a towering 10-meter-tall giant ape wreaked havoc upon Silver Moon Market. To a cultivator in the Qi refining stage, the beast was like an unstoppable force, and they were no more than helpless ants. Elsewhere, countless other cultivators engaged in pillaging, setting fires, and killing indiscriminately. Silver Moon Market was beyond saving. Ye Chen gazed down at the place where his journey had begun, a brief sense of nostalgia in his heart. But that sentiment quickly passed, replaced by eager anticipation. Green Cloud City was even more prosperous, and the Green Cloud sect would surely have even more high-ranking female cultivators. An environment that would be far more beneficial for his system. Only in places like that would he truly thrive. With that thought, Ye Chen felt no further attachment to the current situation. He guided the ship swiftly, leaving Silver Moon Market behind. High above the sky, another more rudimentary flying boat sped forward. On board, 3 people sat, their faces etched with expressions of relief from surviving the calamity. Sun Ruoxin, her head lowered, had slightly reddened eyes. Though she had never liked Ye Chen, his willingness to give her the flying boat without hesitation had left her conflicted. And now, she had been the one to sever his path forward. The guilt weighed heavily on her heart, making her feel that she had wronged him terribly. As her fingers brushed over the bracelet Ye Chen had gifted her, she murmured softly, "Ye Chen, I owe you an apology. When I break through to Foundation establishment, I'll help the Yi family and repay the kindness you've shown me." Sun Yi, who was piloting the ship, heard his daughter's words and spoke gently, trying to console her, "Don't be too hard on yourself. Even if Ye Chen had a flying boat, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to fly far. If he encounters a bandit cultivator in the wilderness, it's only a matter of time before he meets his end. Helping you is the biggest honor in his life. Don't dwell on this too much. Don't let it affect your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin nodded firmly. No matter how much Ye Chen had cared for her, he was nothing more than a passing figure in her life. She had promised to help the Yi family in the future, so, in truth, there was no debt left between herself and Ye Chen. All right. With those words, Sun Ruoxin completely pushed Ye Chen from her mind and began to look forward to her life upon returning to Green Cloud City and joining the Green Cloud sect. 2 days later. The Sun family arrived at Green Cloud City. After having their identities confirmed, they entered the city. Sun Yi settled his daughter in a comfortable inn, then immediately set off with an alchemist to the Green Cloud Market in Green Cloud City. This was the main branch of the Green Cloud Market. Since Sun Yi had returned, it was time to deliver the goods. At the same time, Sun Yi also needed to meet his master. However, after a full day, Sun Yi returned to the inn, his expression dark and brooding. Sun Ruoxin, still waiting eagerly for good news, immediately noticed something was wrong when she saw her father's face. Hastily, she asked, "Father, did Master refuse to take me as his disciple?" Sun Ruoxin knew that the only way for her to enter the Green Cloud sect was through this route. Her cultivation talent was of the middle grade. And the Green Cloud sect had countless cultivators. Those without high-tier spiritual roots couldn't even qualify as outer disciples. Thus, Sun Ruoxin needed to use this backdoor. If an elder from the Green Cloud sect took her as a disciple, she could directly become a disciple of the sect. This had been Sun Ye's plan all along. But why, after everything had seemed certain, had there been a change? "Father, what exactly happened?" Sun Ruoxin's tone grew anxious. She had spent years painstakingly accumulating spirit stones. She had always believed that entering the Green Cloud sect was a sure thing. Why had it all fallen apart now? Sun Ye's face was full of bitterness as he began to explain what had transpired. His master, Kong Xiangli, was the sect's elder in charge of talisman crafting. Much like Sun Yi himself, Kong Xiangli was deeply greedy. In fact, Sun Ye's current avarice was learned directly from his master. Years ago, Sun Yi had hoped to get his daughter into the Green Cloud sect and had gone to Kong Xiangli to ask for help in opening a backdoor. Kong Xiangli had demanded 5 high-grade spirit stones as payment. For a qi refining cultivator, this was an astronomical sum. Even for Sun Yi, who was at the 9th layer of qi refining, it was no small matter. But in order to secure his daughter's future, Sun Yi had spent over 10 years scraping together the spirit stones. But today, when he went to meet his master, after taking the spirit stones, Kong Xiangli had made another request. He wanted Sun Ruoxin to marry his grandson, Kong Xiangbei. Once they were united by marriage, he would naturally admit Sun Ruoxin into the Green Cloud sect. Of course, the spirit stones would not be refunded, they were to be considered as her dowry. As Sun Yi recounted this part, Sun Ruoxin's face immediately darkened. The cultivation technique she practiced, the clear jade body technique, was something her father had worked hard to obtain. This technique wasn't particularly suited for combat, but it cultivated an especially pure form of spiritual energy. It was said to be highly beneficial for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, it came with a major restriction: before reaching foundation establishment, she was absolutely forbidden from losing her virginity. If she did, her cultivation efficiency would be drastically reduced, and a third of her accumulated spiritual energy would be lost. What was worse, if she broke the restriction before foundation establishment, it would essentially ruin any hope of ever advancing to that stage. Once she reached foundation establishment, however, the restriction would no longer apply. Thus, if Sun Ruoxin had any hope of advancing, there was no way she could get married or form a Dao partner early. Why would this happen? A foundation establishment cultivator's descendant wouldn't lack female cultivators. Why would he be interested in me? Sun Ruoxin asked, confusion written all over her face. Sun Yi gave a bitter smile, his voice full of helplessness. I just inquired with an old acquaintance. Master's grandson, Kong Xiangbei, is the most promising one of this generation. But he's been stuck at the 8th layer of qi refining for 3 years. He's probably eyeing the unique qualities of the clear jade body technique and wants to use your spiritual power to break through. When I bought this cultivation method for you, I went through Master's connections, paying him a hefty sum. It's probably because of that he set his sights on you. Sun Yi spoke gently, but his words clearly indicated that Kong Xiangbei wanted to use Sun Ruoxin as a furnace to assist in his breakthrough. At this point, Sun Ye's face showed a trace of resentment. He had given 5 high-grade spirit stones, a significant sum for any qi refining cultivator. But not only had Kong Xiangli taken the money and failed to deliver, he now planned to use his daughter for his own gain. To turn his daughter into a tool for someone else's breakthrough. What kind of master was this? So cold-hearted, so devoid of any sense of duty. Don't worry, daughter, Sun Yi continued, trying to reassure her. I'll go back and plead with Master again. After so many years of being his disciple, with the gifts I send him every year, surely he won't be so heartless. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. He paused, then sighed. It's a pity that Ye Chen is dead. If he were alive, he would have surely gotten us a slot. You could have asked him, and he would have given it to you. After all, he even gave you the flying boat. Sun Ye's words were filled with regret as he thought of Ye Chen. Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin also remembered Ye Chen, her expression growing dim. At one point, she hadn't thought much of him, but compared to Kong Xiangbei, who wanted to use her as a stepping stone, Ye Chen's wholehearted support and selfless efforts for her now felt all the more precious. If Ye Chen were still alive, maybe she would have had a chance at a slot in the Green Cloud sect. But alas, he was dead. And even if he weren't, she knew full well that Ye Chen would harbor resentment toward her. After all, she had concealed the truth about taking the flying boat for herself. For any cultivator, that was a mortal grudge, something unforgivable. Perhaps everything would go awry once they arrived in Green Cloud City. Sun Ruoxin's heart was a storm of conflicting emotions, a deep sense of regret welling up within her. Entering Green Cloud City required a fee, but since Ye Chen was from the Yi family, a local, his identity was quickly verified, and he was allowed to pass without issue, bringing the 2 women into the city. As soon as they entered, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo couldn't help but look around in awe. Green Cloud City was bustling with life. The number of cultivators here was far greater than in Silver Moon Market. Almost every cultivator had a magic tool in hand, and many were dressed in robes, a clear sign of wealth. But Ye Chen had no intention of sightseeing. He simply followed the memories, leading the 2 women straight to the Yi family. As they walked through the city, they overheard conversations from the cultivators around them. Some were even talking about Silver Moon Market. Clearly, the events that had occurred there had already spread to Green Cloud City. Ye Chen patiently listened in, piecing together what had happened. First, Silver Moon Market had been destroyed by a second-tier demon beast. The place had been drenched in blood, and the stench had attracted even more demon beasts. Almost all of the cultivators in Silver Moon Market had been wiped out. Then, the Ming family, a Foundation Establishment level family, stepped in. With 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators, they cleared the demon beasts and announced they would rebuild Silver Moon Market within the year. Any family with a shop there could claim 10 years free use of the new shops once they were rebuilt. Ye Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. It was clear that the one who would benefit the most was likely the mastermind behind it all. The sudden appearance of second-tier demon beasts in Silver Moon Market was probably orchestrated by the Ming family. Though the market was now in ruins, the catastrophe had claimed many lives and destroyed countless shops. The Ming family had likely seized most of the resources. Once the market was rebuilt and the businesses returned, scattered cultivators would surely flock back, eager for profits. In a few years, Silver Moon Market would probably return to its former prosperity, earning fortunes once more. But none of that concerned Ye Chen. Ye Chen's heart stirred with emotions for a moment before he continued, leading the 2 women toward the Ye family residence. The Ye family estate lay in the western district, in an average location. However, with the patriarch having broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, it was uncertain whether they would move in the future. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Ye Chen arrived at the gates of the Ye family. There, a white cloth banner hung at the entrance. This caused Ye Chen to furrow his brow. What was going on? In the cultivation world, only when a family member had passed away would a white banner be hung at the door. Who had died? Could it be the patriarch? Frowning deeply, Ye Chen stepped forward toward the gate. As the door opened, the Ye family servants, seeing Ye Chen, immediately widened their eyes in shock. 7th young master, you've returned from Silver Moon Market? The servant clearly knew of the Silver Moon Market incident, and was surprised to see Ye Chen's return. They must have assumed he was dead. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. His voice was cold and indifferent. Where is my father? Upon hearing this, the servant lowered their gaze, hesitating for a long while before softly replying, 3rd master, he was attacked by rogue cultivators while delivering goods, he has passed. Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the white banner at the entrance. My father is dead. My father is dead. Ye Chen, a transmigrator, held no real affection for the Ye family. Such a small family, rife with filth and intrigue, where even teaching family members alchemy was tainted by personal agendas and sabotage. For a family like this, Ye Chen could not summon any fondness. Yet, for his predecessor's father, Ye Chen still felt some degree of respect. The man had truly loved his son. Even after Ye Chen had crossed over, he had received favors from him. Originally, Ye Chen had hoped that once he grew stronger, he could pull his biological father up as well. But now, he was gone. Having inherited his predecessor's memories, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. 7th young master, please accept my condolences. I will inform the elders at once. I'm sure they will be very happy to hear that you have returned. With that, the servant hastily fled. Behind Ye Chen, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo exchanged looks, both startled by the heavy silence from him. They hadn't expected such tragic news upon arriving at the Ye family. Lu Jing, the first to react, rushed to comfort Ye Chen, embracing him to offer her condolences. Lin Kuo, however, hesitated. To her, Ye Chen's rise to this point had been inseparable from his father's influence. Now that Ye Tianhe had passed away, could Ye Chen continue to receive the same support? On the journey to Green Cloud City, Lin Kuo had even made up her mind to find a chance to win Ye Chen's favor, competing with Lu Jing for his affection. Yet, now, her thoughts had quietly shifted. She decided to wait and see how things unfolded. At that moment, a troubled-looking Sun Yi appeared from the roadside. Having searched far and wide for someone to help with his daughter's matters, he had found no luck. But when his gaze fell on Ye Chen standing before the Yi family gates, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Chen was still alive. He knew the details of the Silver Moon Market incident. Tens of thousands of cultivators had perished, either slain by demonic beasts or rogue cultivators. That Ye Chen had survived such a massacre was truly beyond belief. After the initial shock, however, Sun Ye's eyes brightened. With Ye Chen's return, could his daughter's chance at joining the Green Cloud sect be revived? Sun Ye had intended to call out to Ye Chen immediately, but remembering the incident with the flying boat, he hesitated, worried that Ye Chen might resent him. Perhaps it was better for his daughter to find a way to resolve things herself. Ye Chen was so devoted despite the past misunderstandings. If his daughter sincerely apologized, perhaps he would forgive her. With that in mind, Sun Ye turned and made his way back to his residence in Green Cloud City. He had good news to share with his daughter. Ye Chen, being a junior, was clearly not someone worthy of a personal reception by the elders. However, with his father's recent death and the Silver Moon Market disaster, everyone had assumed that Ye Chen was also dead. Now that he had returned, both out of courtesy and reason, it was expected that someone would go out to welcome him. Even the patriarch, who had just broken through to Foundation establishment, was informed and wished to meet with Ye Chen. Soon, Ye Chen was escorted by the Ye family servants to the main hall. The entire Ye family, over 100 clan members, were gathered there. As for Lu Jing and Lin Ke, they had been led to Ye Chen's quarters by other servants. Through the explanations of the family, Ye Chen soon understood the cause of his father's death. A month ago, a Ye family store at a market had acquired a treasure at a low price. After securing the treasure, they immediately notified the family. The clan had then dispatched his father to collect the goods. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on novel bin. Report any occurrences. However, on the return journey, his father was ambushed. He died, and both the treasure and the wealth were stolen. The Ye family quickly realized that the cultivator who had sold the treasure was most likely one of the robbers. It had been a trap from the start. Such things were common in the cultivation world. Even with the patriarch having reached Foundation establishment, there was little they could do without identifying the culprits. Ye Chen sighed inwardly after hearing this. While not overwhelmed with grief, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Yet, he swore silently to himself that one day, when he reached immortality through the system, he would resurrect Ye Chen. Ye Chen, we are aware of the events at Silver Moon Market. How did you manage to survive? Where is Manager Zhang? Why didn't he return with you? Ye Chen's second uncle had been full of questions since his return. Unable to hold back, he asked. Ye Chen had anticipated these questions. The flying boat had been incredibly fast, reaching Green Cloud City in a day. But Ye Chen had deliberately taken 5 days, all for the sake of this very moment. At Silver Moon Market, demonic beasts suddenly appeared, and rogue cultivators caused chaos. One of the shop attendants colluded with the rogues, ambushing and overpowering Manager Zhang while he was preparing to leave with the goods. Manager Zhang was very brave. He fought fiercely with the enemy, urging me to escape first. I seized the opportunity and fled, heading in the direction of Green Cloud City. Along the way, I faced numerous trials, but in the end, I managed to return. Ye Chen briefly recounted his experiences, causing the family members to marvel at his sheer luck. To survive such a calamity, even the patriarch, seated at the head of the hall, nodded in approval. However, Ye Chen's second uncle, seeing the patriarch's approval, felt an increasing sense of dread. He was the one who least wanted Ye Chen to return. The Ye family had only received 2 slots for the Green Cloud sect, which had just been delivered 2 days prior. The eldest branch would surely take one of the spots, as their son had impressive talent. With a 7th-grade spiritual root, he already considered exceptional. Due to an earlier mishap, they had missed the Green Cloud sect's recruitment window. Now that they had a slot, it was only natural to offer it to the eldest son. After that, the remaining spots would go to the children of the other branches, with the last one being contested between Ye Chen and the 3rd branch. Had Ye Chen died, there would have been no contest. But the problem was that Ye Chen had returned, and had even broken through to the 6th level of qi refining, the same cultivation level as his most talented son. With a scrutinizing gaze, Ye Chen's second uncle, Ye Tianhai, eyed him carefully. It seems that the pill shop was robbed by the rogue cultivators. But nephew, you've managed to break through from the 3rd to the 6th level of qi refining in under 2 years. That's quite a fortunate turn of events. Upon hearing this, the Ye family members exchanged thoughtful glances. Ye Chen's aptitude had always been considered mediocre, with only a third-grade spiritual root, a fact known to everyone. For someone with such a spiritual root to break through 3 levels in under 2 years was unsettling. Whispers began to spread among the clan, with some wondering if Ye Chen had secretly obtained resources and kept them hidden. In any family, public matters were to be dealt with openly, while private matters were to remain separate. Greed for the family's resources was a grave taboo. Ye Chen, of course, could not tolerate such suspicions. The Green Cloud sect slot was his for the taking. Feigning a look of grievance, Ye Chen turned to his second uncle and asked, "Second uncle, do you suspect that I've embezzled the family's resources?" Ye Tianhai froze, taken aback by Ye Chen's words. The Ye Chen he knew had always been rather timid, but now he seemed different. Why was he so bold all of a sudden? Flustered, Ye Tianhai quickly tried to explain himself, but before he could, Ye Chen lifted his robes, revealing numerous storage pouches tightly bound to his body beneath his garments. As Ye Chen carefully removed the storage pouches, his eyes reddened, as if he were deeply aggrieved. Manager Zhang held off the enemy, giving me the chance to escape, and he entrusted me with bringing these things back to the family. For the sake of these items, I couldn't even close my eyes once during the journey. Whenever I encountered cultivators stronger than me, I trembled in fear, afraid they would take everything. I've returned after enduring countless hardships and near-death experiences, and yet, second uncle, you doubt me? Here, take a look for yourself. Inside are the store's ledgers. Second uncle, verify if everything checks out. If anything is missing, I will immediately take my own life to accompany my father. My father gave his all for the family, he was even willing to die. How could I, Ye Chen, bring shame to him? Ye Chen's reaction was so intense. He even brought up his father. But most crucially, Ye Chen had truly returned with the store's goods. At that moment, the family members were all full of approval, some even feeling sorry for Ye Chen, believing he had been wronged. Only Ye Tianhai, his second uncle, wore an especially awkward expression. Yet Ye Chen's face remained unchanged, still showing the same sorrowful demeanor. What was rightfully his would be his. The Green Cloud sect slot was his to claim. Ye Tianhai, Ye Chen's second uncle, was thoroughly embarrassed by Ye Chen's bold actions. He could only hurriedly explain, claiming that he had not meant to accuse him. Ye Chen, however, remained silent, directly approaching the patriarch seated at the highest position of the hall. "Grandfather, I wish to join the Green Cloud sect." Ye Chen's style of doing things had always been straightforward and to the point. His years of experience in his past life had long taught him that if you wanted something, you had to speak up and fight for it. If you didn't fight for it, no one would hand it to you. Now, returning with great accomplishments, it was his moment to seize the opportunity and claim what was rightfully his. He could not afford to miss it. Ye Tianhai's expression shifted immediately, and he glanced toward the patriarch. On the platform, Ye Hong, the patriarch of the Ye family, looked at Ye Chen with a hint of warmth in his eyes. "Little Chen, you've suffered much. However, we had previously established a rule to distribute the slots based on contributions, and as your grandfather, I cannot show favoritism. Otherwise, the family would lose its principles. Housekeeper, what is the ranking of contributions among the young disciples?" At this, Ye Tianhai's face lit up with a smile. If contributions were being considered, his third son was practically guaranteed a spot. After all, he had personally assisted in refining numerous pills for his son to present. As expected, the housekeeper responded promptly. The third young master of the second branch, Ye Feng, ranks first. The third young master has already mastered the refining of middle-grade qi-nourishing pills. He has brought considerable profit to the Ye family. Upon hearing this, the patriarch nodded in satisfaction and looked at Ye Chen. "Little Chen, Feng'er's talent in alchemy is clearly superior. If he joins the Green Cloud sect for training, he might well become a top-tier first-grade alchemist, or even break through to second grade. This is all for the benefit of the family." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In his memories, this patriarch had always favored his second uncle. He had sent the second uncle to study alchemy, while his own father, with the greatest cultivation talent, had been pushed into family affairs at an early age. The second uncle's children lived in prosperous places. As for him, he had been relegated to the desolate Silver Moon Market. Such biased treatment was all too familiar. Ye Chen lowered his head. Grandfather speaks the truth. But my father's greatest wish before he passed was for me to join the Green Cloud sect. Now that my father is gone, if I lose this opportunity to enter the Green Cloud sect, wouldn't that mean my father's spirit would never rest in peace? Therefore, this slot is something I must fight for. When I was in Silver Moon Market, I sold the magic tool my father gave me and used the money to study alchemy with the alchemists at Green Cloud Market, in order to improve my skills and contribute more to the family. Now, my alchemy skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Please, grandfather, grant me this opportunity. Ye Chen dared to oppose him. This made the Ye family patriarch feel dissatisfied. However, given that Ye Chen's father had just passed, and Ye Chen had returned with great contributions after enduring numerous hardships, it would seem too cold-hearted not to grant him this one request. The patriarch cast a glance at his second son. Seeing no objection from him, he nodded decisively. Since that's the case, I will give you a chance. Have someone bring the alchemy furnace. Yi Feng, you and Ye Chen will have a competition. Just make a batch of qi-nourishing pills. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately bowed and stepped forward. He looked at Ye Chen with a smile full of confidence. He was more than familiar with Ye Chen's alchemy talent and abilities. How could Ye Chen compare to him? It would only end in embarrassment for him. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Novelbin. The Yi family servants soon brought in the alchemy furnace, though, there was only one. I'll go first, seventh brother, so you can observe carefully. However, Ye Chen shook his head. I'll go first. That way, we can save time. Yi Feng and his father, Yi Tianhai, both inwardly chuckled. Oh, so you want to blow up the furnace faster, do you? That certainly saves time. You do seem to know your limitations. In any case, they were well aware of Ye Chen's skills. He'd likely struggle even to refine a qi-gathering pill. If Ye Chen wanted to embarrass himself, they wouldn't mind in the slightest. Ye Chen immediately sat cross-legged, tossing a low-grade spirit stone into the alchemy furnace, igniting the flames and beginning the alchemy process. At first, the clan members didn't think much of Ye Chen's chances. After all, Yi Feng was the son of Yi Tianhai. And Yi Tianhai was the only alchemist in the family capable of refining first-grade top-tier pills. He must have given his own son many advantages. What did Ye Chen have to compete with him? But as Ye Chen began the alchemy, the expressions of the clan members subtly shifted. It wasn't because of anything special, but simply because of Ye Chen's incredibly fluid and practiced movements. His actions were like flowing water, effortless and seamless, as though he had refined qi-nourishing pills countless times, each step executed with perfect familiarity. Yi Tianhai and his son's expressions, once indifferent, began to grow serious. Experts like them could immediately see the difference. Yi Tianhai could easily tell that Ye Chen had complete control over every aspect, the fire, the amount of medicinal materials, and the timing of the fusion of medicinal liquids. Everything was precisely calculated. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. But how could this be? Ye Chen had previously been unable to even identify the correct medicinal materials. And now, after less than 2 years in Silver Moon Market, how could he have made such tremendous progress? Regret immediately washed over Yi Tianhai. He shouldn't have agreed to Ye Chen's request just now. But it was too late to take back his decision. An hour passed. As all the clan members watched, Ye Chen confidently rose to his feet and opened the furnace. The moment the furnace was opened, a rich fragrance of pills filled the entire hall. The scent was so strong that all the clan members' eyes lit up. Most of them had consumed qi-nourishing pills before, but they had never encountered one with such a rich and pungent aroma. 10 round, perfect pills flew out of the furnace and into Ye Chen's hands. Ye Chen carefully cradled them in his palms. Grandfather, I have finished refining 10 top-tier qi-nourishing pills. Top-tier qi-nourishing pills. When Ye Chen's words fell, the hall, which had been quiet due to the patriarch's presence, instantly erupted in commotion. High-grade pills were expensive but obtainable with enough money. But top-quality pills? Now that was something truly rare. The top-quality pills were flawless, without any residual medicinal dregs, and consuming them would not cause any pill poison. Alchemists who could refine such pills were incredibly rare. It was said that only the top-tier families or direct disciples of large sects were able to start using top-tier pills from a young age. Yet Ye Chen had refined such pills. This was simply unbelievable. After all, even Ye Tianhai couldn't refine top-tier pills. The entire hall erupted in shock. The patriarch of the Yi family stared at the pills in Ye Chen's hands, unable to suppress his astonishment. Ye Tianhai and his son Ye Feng were even more stunned. Ye Chen had refined top-tier qi-nourishing pills. How could they possibly compete with that? Realizing that the Green Cloud sect slot was slipping away, Ye Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his voice and questioned, "This is impossible. Back when we studied alchemy together, you were the worst in terms of comprehension. Even my father couldn't refine a top-tier qi-nourishing pill. How could you possibly do it? This is definitely suspicious." Faced with Ye Feng's challenge, Ye Chen simply smiled. "Back when I studied alchemy with my second uncle, I admit I had a lot of trouble and was utterly confused. But for some reason, ever since I took a few lessons with the alchemists of the Green Cloud Market in Silver Moon Market, everything made sense. All the things I couldn't understand before, I was suddenly able to comprehend. Things I couldn't learn before, I picked up quickly, and my progress has been rapid. But of course, it's not that second uncle didn't teach me well. It's just that the teaching methods of the Green Cloud Market alchemists suited me better. I suppose I was just lucky to discover my own potential." Ye Chen's explanation caused the clan members' expressions to shift into something more complicated. Although Ye Chen claimed it wasn't intentional, it was clear he was subtly mocking Ye Tianhai for failing to properly teach him. As for Ye Tianhai himself, he was on the verge of exploding in anger. The hands hidden beneath his sleeve were trembling uncontrollably. The hall fell into complete silence. Ye Tianhai's face turned ashen, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and gray, but he could not bring himself to speak. After all, Ye Chen had never outright accused him. Yet the truth could not be denied, he had not taught Ye Chen properly. But those matters were secondary. What truly mattered now was the coveted spot in the Green Cloud sect. The final decision rested firmly in the hands of the clan patriarch, Ye Hong. Ye Hong himself had not anticipated Ye Chen's alchemical skills would have reached such heights. His astonishment was evident. At this point, the competition no longer seemed necessary. Ye Chen's top-grade qi-nourishing pills had already sealed the victory. After a brief pause, Ye Hong slowly spoke, his voice carrying a sense of gravitas. "Little Chen, your alchemy far surpasses that of Feng'er. I have now reached the foundation establishment stage, and the clan is on the verge of expansion. The Yi family's roots lie in alchemy, and we are in desperate need of a skilled alchemist. Little Chen, with your talent, staying within the family could help propel our growth. Feng'er, with his 5th grade spiritual root, is better suited for the Green Cloud sect. He should go there to cultivate. In this way, with Ye Tian and Ye Feng, our family will have both protection and resources, enabling us to thrive. You two shall support each other in the future, and one day, the Yi family may rise to become a prominent clan. Little Chen, by remaining within the family, you can gradually take over your second uncle's position. I have already broken through to foundation establishment, and my lifespan is now extended to 150 years. Your second uncle's generation has no hope of inheriting the clan. But you can. In the future, as clan patriarch, with Ye Tian and Ye Feng, both disciples of Green Cloud sect, safeguarding you, how could our Yi family fail to prosper? Little Chen, you must think of the bigger picture." Ye Hong's words were slow, deliberate, and filled with a certain finality. Hearing this, Ye Tianhai and Ye Feng exchanged glances, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. But in Ye Chen's heart, the chill only deepened. This old man's bias had reached its peak. Earlier, he had praised Ye Feng's alchemy talent and sent him to the Green Cloud sect for further study. Now that he, too, possessed exceptional alchemical talent, the old man believed he was best suited to remain within the family, contributing to its growth, while Ye Feng would enjoy the luxury of cultivation in the Green Cloud sect. And to top it all off, the old man had even promised him the position of clan patriarch. How laughable of him to suggest that being the head of a small family was such a great honor. The problem, however, was that the old man still had at least 70 or 80 years to live. Not only would he outlive Ye Tianhai's generation, but if Ye Chen himself failed to break through the foundation establishment, he, too, would eventually be left behind. And if the wait lasted too long, the patriarchal position would undoubtedly pass to Ye Feng and Ye Tian, those who had trained in the Green Cloud sect. By then, Ye Chen would likely be left with nothing. Had he been his previous self, perhaps he would have believed the old man's words. But the reborn Ye Chen had seen through countless empty promises, could no longer be so easily deceived. Ye Chen had already resolved in his heart. Either he would take the Green Cloud sect spot for himself, or if he failed, he would sever ties with the Yi family entirely. With the help of the system, surpassing the Yi family was only a matter of time. Thus, Ye Chen bowed once again, his voice polite yet filled with an underlying determination. "Thank you, grandfather, for your kind offer. But my only goal is to fulfill my father's last wish, which is to enter the Green Cloud sect and allow my father to rest in peace. Moreover, if I enter the Green Cloud sect, I may have a chance to reach the level of a second-grade alchemist, which could elevate our Yi family into a true alchemical legacy. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site." The hall fell into a deep silence. No one had expected Ye Chen to be so bold. Despite the patriarch's repeated offers, Ye Chen still refused to relinquish his claim to the Green Cloud sect spot. Seeing Ye Chen reject him once more, Yi Hong's expression turned cold. His gaze fixed on Ye Chen, sharp and unwavering. Though he didn't target him directly, the pressure from a foundation establishment cultivator was enough to weigh heavily on any qi refining practitioner. Yet, Ye Chen merely stood there, unmoving, silent as ever. Yi Hong sneered, ready to reprimand this unfilial descendant, but then his thoughts paused. Ye Tianhai had just passed away, and Ye Chen had barely escaped death to return, bringing with him great merit. Were he to be overly harsh now, it would risk alienating himself from the clan. After a moment's thought, Yi Hong coldly dismissed Ye Chen, his voice as indifferent as the chill in the air. "Since you are unwilling to contribute to the family and insist on fighting for the Green Cloud sect spot, then go." As his words dropped, he threw a token aside, turning sharply to leave. At that moment, the entire clan understood that Ye Chen had angered the patriarch. To be honest, many of them couldn't understand Ye Chen's actions. After all, the patriarch was a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if Ye Chen were to join the Green Cloud sect, his chances of breaking through the foundation establishment were slim. After all, even within the Green Cloud sect, they could not mass-produce such cultivators. Most disciples would still fall behind by the age of 30. Although Ye Chen had secured the Green Cloud sect spot, having angered the patriarch meant his future support would be scarce. It could be said that he was trading short-term gains for long-term losses. What was the point? But Ye Chen, the man in question, was utterly indifferent. So what if he had angered the patriarch? Ye Chen was confident in his future. What did it matter if the patriarch disliked him? With the system's help, he would grow stronger. Once his cultivation reached new heights, no matter how much the patriarch loathed him, he would still have to bow before him, just like those women. Strength was the most important thing. He didn't need to care about what others thought. As for the Green Cloud sect spot, Ye Chen took it with full justification. His father had worked tirelessly for the family, even giving his life. Ye Chen had risked his life to protect the family's assets. It was no exaggeration to say that his entire family had been loyal and valiant. So, claiming the Green Cloud sect spot was only fair. With that, Ye Chen picked up the token for entry into the Green Cloud sect, bowed to the clan, and turned to leave without a second glance. Back in his courtyard, Ye Chen couldn't help but notice the peculiar silence hanging in the air. It seemed the events that had unfolded in the family hall had already spread, and even the servants were aware of how the patriarch had shown his displeasure towards him. As a result, even the closest of his family members seemed hesitant, unwilling to approach or even speak to him. Though Ye Chen had just returned to the family, those among the clan who had once been friendly with his previous incarnation now kept their distance. The courtyard felt unusually desolate. But Ye Chen didn't mind in the slightest. If anything, he found the peace rather refreshing. His eyes gleamed with interest as he studied the token in his hand. It was a strange, metallic medallion, engraved with the words, Green Cloud. Within its core, a formation had been inscribed. Once activated at the gates of the Green Cloud sect, someone would be dispatched to greet the bearer. What was most fascinating, however, was that the medallion was not registered to any particular name. Whoever possessed it could enter the sect, provided they weren't a wanted criminal or too old to qualify. This was simply too perfect for Ye Chen. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what kind of reward the system would provide once he handed the Green Cloud token to a female cultivator. Would it yield an entry token for a higher-ranking sect? Or perhaps dozens of entry tokens? Ye Chen didn't think it was the latter. After all, if Green Cloud sect hadn't issued that many, it would be an outright admission of fraud. Surely, the system wouldn't be that deceptive. Now that he had the Green Cloud token in hand, the question remained, who should he give it to? Sun Ruoxin. She should have returned by now, but from their previous conversation, it seemed she had her own channels. She was likely already a disciple of the Green Cloud sect. The Green Cloud token would be of no use to her now. What about Lu Jing? Was tenfold too little? After his experience with Sun Ruoxin, Ye Chen felt somewhat unimpressed with a mere tenfold. As for Lin Kuo, though she also had the tenfold multiplier, the moment she had heard of his father's death, her hesitant attitude had been too glaring to ignore. She was a wolf in sheep's clothing, unworthy of his affection. She was even worse than Lu Jing. After much contemplation, Ye Chen decided to wait a little longer and visit Green Cloud City the next day. Perhaps there were other female cultivators with even higher multipliers there. He would test his luck for a few days. If he couldn't find anyone suitable, then he would just give the Green Cloud token to Lu Jing. Ye Chen had obtained a coveted spot to enter the Green Cloud sect. When the news reached them, both Lu Jing and Lin Kuo were utterly shocked. Lu Jing, of course, was pleased. She had no grand ambitions. She simply wished to live a quiet and peaceful life. However, in the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Without power, one could only rely on a partner. And Lu Jing had already set her heart on Ye Chen. Now that Ye Chen had gained the opportunity to join the Green Cloud sect, there was a significant chance he would break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Even if he didn't reach Foundation establishment, it was highly likely he would become a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining. That would be more than enough to ensure his ability to protect her. So Lu Jing was genuinely delighted. Lin Kuo, on the other hand, was in a very different state of mind. Looking at the Green Cloud token in Ye Chen's hand, her heart was filled with regret. She had originally believed that with Ye Chen's father's death, the resources Ye Chen would have access to would drastically decrease. She even thought that the opportunity to enter the Green Cloud sect would be out of his reach. That was why she had hesitated before. But she never expected Ye Chen to obtain the Green Cloud sect's entry token after all. From now on, Ye Chen would be a disciple of the Green Cloud sect. His future was now limitless. Not to mention, he would have vast networks and connections. And it was clear from Ye Chen's generous demeanor that he was a man of considerable means. This was exactly what she had hoped for in a partner. So Lin Kuo truly regretted her earlier actions. When she first learned of Ye Chen's father's death, she should have done what Lu Jing did and comfort him immediately. Although she had made a poor decision, there was still a chance for redemption. That night, Lin Kuo didn't hesitate for a moment, changing into a delicate white gauze dress. She quietly opened the door and made her way to Ye Chen's room. However, when she reached the doorway, she could already hear sounds coming from inside. "Ye Chen, you're so bad. Please, come in." Lin Kuo's face instantly flushed crimson. Lu Jing had already arrived. Hesitation surged in her heart. The scene was so stimulating that she could hardly bring herself to face it. But then, her thoughts turned to Ye Chen's future. She recalled how, after returning today, Ye Chen's treatment of Lu Jing had been markedly warmer than his treatment of her. If she didn't seize the opportunity now, it was very likely she'd lose her chance forever. Lin Kuo was always a decisive woman. Once she had made up her mind, she raised her slender hand and gently knocked on the door. "Fellow Taoist Yi, are you there?" The strange noises within the room abruptly ceased. In the ensuing silence, Lin Kuo faintly heard the sound of water. Strange. After a moment, Ye Chen's voice, tinged with mild displeasure, responded, "What is it? If it's not urgent, come back tomorrow." No one liked being disturbed. Lin Kuo spoke softly, "Fellow Taoist Yi, this is my first time at the Green Cloud sect, and I'm feeling a little scared." As soon as Lin Kuo's voice fell, there was a brief silence from within the room. But after a moment, Ye Chen's voice, now laced with a hint of amusement, came through, "In that case, come on in." The door to the room creaked open. Through the thin veils of the bed, Lin Kuo could vaguely make out some shadows. But she acted as if she hadn't seen anything. With her long, silky hair flowing, she stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. The next morning, Ye Chen stepped out of his room, feeling refreshed as he stretched lazily. Lin Kuo had come to his room, but of course, nothing had happened between them. After all, their relationship had been nothing more than a polite, fellow Taoist, kind of exchange. How could anything else occur? Meanwhile, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo, who had followed Ye Chen outside, exchanged awkward glances. Ye Chen certainly knew how to play the game. It hadn't seemed like much at the time, but now that they thought about it, it was a bit too much to bear. The two women hurriedly excused themselves and went back to their rooms to freshen up. Ye Chen instructed his servants to prepare breakfast, planning to eat and then focus on his cultivation. Afterward, he would take a stroll around the street to see if there were any suitable candidates. However, just as the servant brought the breakfast, a guest arrived. It was Ye Chen's second uncle, Ye Tianhai. "Second uncle, you're here." Ye Chen glanced at him before returning to his meal. Lin Kuo and Lu Jing both stood up awkwardly. Ye Tianhai scanned the two women. He knew these were the female cultivators Ye Chen had been pursuing in Silver Moon Market. When he had first heard from manager Zhang about Ye Chen's antics, he had been delighted. The biggest obstacle to his own son's entry into the sect, had turned out to be a fool for women. Ye Tianhai had always regarded Ye Chen as a major rival, but he was amused to see that Ye Chen was just a lovesick fool, throwing away resources on women. His focus was entirely on them, leaving him little time to cultivate or improve his alchemy skills. Ye Tianhai had believed the situation was settled. But to his surprise, although Ye Chen seemed a fool for women, his cultivation hadn't lagged behind. In fact, it had skyrocketed, and he had broken through to the 6th level of qi refining. Even more astonishing was Ye Chen's alchemy skills, which had already surpassed Ye Tianhai's own. It was all utterly unbelievable. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, but Ye Tianhai was unwilling to give up just yet. So, today, he had come immediately, fearing that Ye Chen had already registered at the Green Cloud sect. Ye Tianhai, seeing that his nephew didn't even bother to stand, felt a surge of anger rise in his chest. But remembering the purpose of the visit, he still managed to force a friendly smile. "Ye Chen, I have always regarded you as my own son, just as I did your father. The bond between us has always been deep," Ye Tianhai began. Ye Chen was taken aback. How could this man say such shameless things? It was one thing for him to target Ye Chen the day before. And he had never properly taught him alchemy, leaving countless mistakes in his guidance. He had even instructed Steward Zhang to scheme against Ye Chen. In that case, how could Ye Tianhai claim to see him as his son? If that were true, being his son would be a stroke of bad luck. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to play these petty games in such a small family. He was no longer interested in feigning politeness. He simply spoke directly, "Second uncle, you really have been good to me, teaching me alchemy without bothering to care about the state of the ingredients, and your method of controlling the flames was a complete mess. I really do appreciate it. Ye Tianhai hadn't expected Ye Chen to be so blunt. His face darkened immediately. But remembering his son's chance to enter the Green Cloud sect, he forced a smile and said, "No, that must have been a misunderstanding. It could have been because I had too much to drink that day, and misspoke. Anyway, the reason I'm here today is to talk about the Green Cloud sect slot. Your alchemy talent is truly exceptional, you can even refine top-tier pills. There's absolutely no need for you to become a mere disciple. You should calm down and focus on refining your skills. Once you break through to be a second-tier alchemist, you can become a guest elder directly. Isn't that status far superior to that of a regular disciple? And your younger brother, whether in cultivation or alchemy, is rather average. If he can't get into Green Cloud sect, his life will be mediocre at best. So, I'm here to discuss the matter with you. I'd like you to give your slot to Yifeng. I'll provide 3 high-quality spirit stones to help you continue refining your alchemy skills. Wouldn't this be a win-win?" At this, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. So, everyone was supposed to have a bright future, huh? This man was treating him like a fool. Becoming a disciple meant being part of the family, receiving proper training and support. There were even opportunities to receive precious foundation establishment pills. And the benefits reserved exclusively for disciples were abundant. As for being a guest elder, that was just working for money, like a modern-day job. What kind of future could one have working as a servant? Ye Chen had almost finished his meal and couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with Ye Tianhai. He spoke coldly, "It does sound nice. Big brother Ye Tian cultivates faster. You should go and convince him to give up his slot. Once he reaches foundation establishment, he can become a guest elder. With such a good deal, I'm sure big brother won't refuse." Ye Chen's words instantly caused Ye Tianhai's mouth to twitch in anger. This kid was as stubborn as a mule. It seemed that taking the Green Cloud sect slot from him would be more difficult than he had imagined. But just as Ye Chen stood up, preparing to leave, a steward quickly arrived to deliver a message. "Seventh young master, 2 cultivators who claim to be Sun Yi and Sun Ruoxin have come to visit. They say they are your friends. Should we let them in?" Ye Chen, who had been about to walk out, immediately halted his steps and his face revealed a surprised expression. These 2 knew that he had returned. After doing such underhanded things, he hadn't expected them to come looking for him voluntarily. "Interesting." Ye Chen smiled lightly, then spoke. "Let them in." Uncle still hadn't given up. He had not left, but instead raised the stakes. He increased the offer to 5 high-grade spirit stones, causing Ye Chen to raise an eyebrow. All the alchemical pills in the Yi family were essentially managed by Ye Tianhai. Clearly, Ye Tianhai had been pocketing quite a bit. Yet, 5 high-grade spirit stones could not sway Ye Chen in the slightest. Not to mention, the value of his building ship alone likely far surpassed that amount. Moreover, with the system by his side, if Ye Chen were solely focused on amassing wealth, given a little time, he could even rival the sect leader of the Green Cloud sect in terms of assets. Thus, without hesitation, Ye Chen shook his head in refusal. Ye Tianhai's face fell in disappointment. He had originally hoped that if Ye Chen agreed, he would take the spirit stones in exchange for the sect entry spot, and then immediately run to report it to the patriarch. Ye Chen had already angered the family head, and now, if he sold the sect entry spot, the punishment would be severe. Not only would Ye Chen lose the spirit stones, but he would face even greater repercussions. But to his surprise, even with the offer of 5 high-grade spirit stones, Ye Chen remained unmoved. At that moment, Sun Ruoxin and Sun Yi arrived. Sun Ruoxin was dressed in a ceremonial robe, the hem of her skirt just above her knees. Her slender, perfectly proportioned legs were fully revealed, captivating all who beheld her. As she moved, the skirt fluttered like ripples on water, accentuating her grace. Coupled with her peerlessly beautiful face, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Sun Ruoxin's eyes immediately reddened. "Junior brother, I'm so relieved to see you're fine. Ye Chen stood there coldly. He was curious to see what role Sun Ruoxin was about to play. Sun Ruoxin, sensing the coldness in Ye Chen's gaze, felt her tears well up in her eyes, ready to fall. "Junior brother, I know you resent me, but I truly never anticipated such an event happening. It was only after I returned to Green Cloud City that I learned the Silver Moon Market had been struck by a beast tide shortly after I left. I only came back because Elder Kong from the Green Cloud sect notified me. Since I heard about the disaster in Silver Moon Market, I've been extremely worried about you, unable to sleep a wink every night. I feared that because I had borrowed the flying boat, something might have happened to you. If that were the case, I could never forgive myself for the rest of my life. But fortunately, fate favors the virtuous, and you've returned safely." After speaking, Sun Ruoxin, overcome with emotion, tightly embraced Ye Chen. Lu Jing and Lin Kuo watched her warily. The two women had worked so hard to win Ye Chen's affection. Who would have thought that this wicked woman, Sun Ruoxin, would show up again? Neither of them believed her words. How could things be so coincidental? Moreover, after Sun Ruoxin had just left, the second-tier demonic beasts attacked. The two women didn't believe she hadn't noticed. But despite their skepticism, both women couldn't help but feel worried. Would Ye Chen actually believe her and choose to forgive her? A typical cultivator would never fall for such a tale. But Ye Chen? Well, he wasn't exactly typical. Thus, both women kept their eyes fixed on him, fearing he might be deceived. This wicked woman had suddenly come knocking. There had to be some ulterior motive behind it. Meanwhile, Yi Tianhai, still scheming to swindle Ye Chen's green cloud token, was also stunned by the scene before him. How many female cultivators had Ye Chen charmed at the Silver Moon Market? Had he even given one of them a flying boat? Where had Ye Chen gotten so much money? The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Ye Chen, tightly embraced by Sun Ruoxin, maintained a neutral expression, though inwardly, he found himself almost wanting to laugh. He had seen through this woman long ago. When there was something to gain, junior brother. When there wasn't, fellow Taoist Yi. Her face could change faster than flipping a book. How could she possibly lose sleep over his death? Most likely, she had forgotten about him the moment she left. Now, she came knocking again, performing this little drama. There was undoubtedly something she wanted from him. But hadn't Sun Ruoxin already gone to the Green Cloud sect? Why was she still wandering around Green Cloud City? As Ye Chen pondered, he couldn't help but take note of Sun Ruoxin's figure as she held him. Perfectly proportioned. Quite pleasing. Noticing Ye Chen's silence, Sun Ruoxin let out a bitter smile and reluctantly released him, wiping away her tears. "I know you don't believe me, junior brother. After all, it's all too coincidental. But it's fine. As long as you're safe, that's enough for me. Junior brother, I'm leaving Green Cloud City, and I'm not sure if we'll meet again. But as long as you're well, that will be my bright sunny day." She was leaving Green Cloud City. Not going to the Green Cloud sect. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. He understood what she was doing, playing the victim, trying to stir his sympathy, hoping he would ask the right question so she could reveal her difficulties. But if there was indeed a problem with her entering the Green Cloud sect, wouldn't his Green Cloud token be the perfect solution? Feigning surprise, Ye Chen couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, why are you leaving Green Cloud City? Didn't you intend to join the Green Cloud sect?" Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin forced a bitter smile. The matter with entering the sect didn't go as expected. When Elder Kong called me and my father back, we thought everything was settled, that I'd be joining the sect. Who would have guessed that they were actually pressuring me to marry his son? My cultivation method requires that I not engage in dual cultivation before reaching the foundation establishment stage, or the spirit chi would be drained by a male cultivator. They wanted to use me as a furnace to help his son break through. There was no way I could agree to that. And besides, I already have someone I care for. At this point, Sun Ruoxin pretended to glance at Ye Chen from the corner of her eye. But she quickly lowered her head again, her voice growing more somber as she continued. The man in question is the son of an elder at the Foundation establishment stage, with immense power. If I stay in Green Cloud City, I won't be able to resist him. So, I decided to leave with my father and go somewhere far away. Just knowing that you're still alive before I leave, junior brother, gives me peace of mind. Ye Chen heard this and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Now it was clear why she had come. Her original route to enter the Green Cloud sect had been blocked, so she turned to him to request a spot. She was well informed, indeed. But this worked in his favor. He would naturally play along. So, senior sister, you left in such a hurry because of this matter. Sun Ruoxin gave a wry smile and nodded. Meanwhile, Sun Yi, observing Ye Chen's reaction, couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, Ye Chen's expression softened. No longer cold, he showed a hint of concern as he spoke. Does senior sister really have to leave? The situation outside is so chaotic, full of rogue cultivators. Is there really no way to stay? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoxin shook her head. There's no other way. The other party is an elder of the Green Cloud sect, and his influence in Green Cloud City is vast. Unless I become a disciple of the Green Cloud sect and am protected by the sect's rules, he would have to show some restraint. But how could I possibly join the Green Cloud sect? Don't worry about me, junior brother. My father and I will leave soon. Even if he tries to capture me, it won't be that easy. And even if I can't escape, I'll never become a furnace for them. I won't let them get anything from me. It's just a pity that I won't have the chance to repay your kindness. I really hope that, in my next life, I'll be able to meet you again. As Sun Ruoxin spoke these words, she tried to smile. But the sentiment was undeniably heartrending, enough to make any listener tear up, sorrow filling their hearts. Too bad, no one was moved by her performance. Instead, all eyes widened in realization. Whether it was Lu Jing, Lin Ke, or Ye Chen's second uncle, Ye Tianhai, who had come seeking the entry spot. At that moment, they all understood Sun Ruoxin's true intentions. She was after the Green Cloud sect spot in Ye Chen's hands. This absolutely could not happen. Ye Chen, don't believe her. She's a wicked woman, she's deceiving you. The three of them were filled with anxious urgency. Looking at the Green Cloud token in Ye Chen's hand, Sun Ruoxin nearly couldn't resist snatching it from him. She wanted it so badly. But she had to stay calm. She couldn't rush it. Sun Ruoxin forced herself to calm down, her face showing a look of surprise. Ye Chen, you actually have a Green Cloud token. After the initial excitement, as if remembering something, she quickly added, I didn't know you had obtained the entry quota to Green Cloud sect. You can't do this. I can't accept it. Besides, after the flying boat incident, I already owe you so much. How could I take your Green Cloud token now? Ye Chen had no patience for such back and forth. He simply grabbed Sun Ruoxin's small hand. Her hand was exquisitely pale, delicate, with skin as soft as silk, cool to the touch. It felt better than the hands of any of the famous pianists from his past life. The sensation was exquisite. Ye Chen shoved the Green Cloud token into her hand. Clearly, you need this more. Take it. Sun Ruoxin's fingers clenched around the token, her palm sweating with excitement. The coveted entry into the sect, something she had dreamed of, had now been handed to her like this. At that moment, she almost felt like crying. She had come here with little expectation. After all, the Green Cloud token was something hard to come by. Not to mention the previous issues with the flying boat. In this situation, for Ye Chen to give her the token. Sun Ruoxin, even with all her schemes, couldn't help but be deeply moved. Ye Chen truly loved her. Now that you've taken the Green Cloud token, how will you explain this to your family? And if I enter Green Cloud sect, what will happen to you? This doesn't seem right. Sun Ruoxin couldn't help but ask with concern. Ye Chen merely rolled his eyes. The corner of his lips was almost twitching with the effort to suppress his amusement. What was she acting like? Did she think I couldn't see through her? Ye Chen nodded, pretending to worry. You're right. How will I explain this to my family? This. He turned his gaze back to the green cloud token in Sun Ruoxin's hand. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Sun Ruoxin's heart tightened. She mentally cursed herself for speaking too soon and hastily tried to cover up. You don't need to worry about that. After all, the token was given to you. You have the right to do as you wish with it. Your family shouldn't interfere. Ye Chen's eyes flicked over to where she gripped the token tightly, a smirk tugging at his lips. The family's assets could be distributed however they liked internally, but giving them to outsiders would surely result in punishment. But this woman? She likely didn't care about the consequences. Luckily, Ye Chen didn't care either. He nodded, as though coming to an epiphany. Right, it's mine now. I can give it to whoever I please. Take it, senior sister. Sun Ruoxin nodded vigorously, her face shining with gratitude. Junior brother, you are too kind to me. When I break through the foundation establishment, I'll do everything I can to repay you. However, the system prompt echoed in Ye Chen's mind at that moment. He didn't bother to respond to her flowery words, instead urging her to leave. Hurry and go. If my family sees you, things will get complicated. Sun Ruoxin, too, felt a bit of unease. If any of the Yi family members caught sight of her, it would be all for nothing. So, with a final word of thanks, she and Sun Yi hurriedly left the vicinity of the Yi family residence. Sun Yi was overjoyed, his voice full of excitement. Daughter, now that we have the green cloud token, we don't need to worry about Master anymore. Master, after all, still cares about his face. He might have taken the money without doing anything, but he won't keep targeting us. You've finally entered the green cloud sect. With the possibility of foundation establishment in your future, we have hope. Where shall we go next? If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Sun Ruoxin tightened her grip on the green cloud token, without hesitation replying, we're going straight to the green cloud sect now. If the Yi family finds out, they'll definitely come after the token. The Yi family's patriarch has reached foundation establishment. Once they realize what's happening, we won't have a chance to enter the sect. We must go now, before it's too late. Sun Yi nodded in agreement. Yes, they had to go right away. As for what would happen when the Yi family found out that Ye Chen had given their family's entry token to an outsider, neither of them mentioned it. Because even if Ye Chen's fate turned out terribly, she would never give the green cloud token back. She had to seize this chance to enter the green cloud sect. Once she became a disciple, she might visit Ye Chen and make amends, but for now, her path was set. The Green Cloud sect was located at the edge of Green Cloud City. Or rather, Green Cloud City had only been established because of the Green Cloud sect's presence. After leaving the city, Sun Ruoxin immediately summoned her flying boat and, along with Sun Yi, sped toward the sect's entrance. The Green Cloud sect loomed closer and closer. As they neared their destination, Sun Yi, while happy for his daughter, couldn't help but ask, Daughter, about what you said to Ye Chen before. Did you mean that after reaching foundation establishment, you plan to repay him by offering your body? Sun Ruoxin immediately shook her head. I understand Ye Chen's feelings. But our statuses are only going to grow further apart. I'll soon be a disciple of Green Cloud sect, while he's just a member of a small family. Even if I break through the foundation establishment, Ye Chen might not even reach the late stages of qi refining. The gap between us will be too great. If he were to become my Tao companion, I would only be harming him. Once I reach foundation establishment and become an elder, I will find a way to bring him into the Green Cloud sect as a disciple. Then, we'll both have repaid each other, and will be free of any debts. Sun Yi paused, taking in her words with a frown. It didn't sound quite right. Even if she broke through the foundation establishment, how old would Ye Chen be by then? By that time, entering the Green Cloud sect would hardly matter. How could it really be called a mutual repayment? But Sun Ruoxin was his daughter, and Sun Yi still wanted the best for her. Now that she was about to become a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, it was clear that Ye Chen, with his background, wasn't suitable for her. Sun Yi continued to advise his daughter earnestly, once you enter the sect, focus on cultivating diligently, and make sure to stand out. If you can earn the favor of one of the elders and become their disciple, your chances of breaking through to foundation establishment will increase significantly. Back when I was young, among my group, 3 people were taken in as disciples by elders. 2 of them eventually broke through to foundation establishment. Sun Ruoxin listened attentively, but then asked with some curiosity, what if I'm taken in as a disciple by a peak master? Wouldn't that be even more promising? Upon hearing this, Sun Yi immediately shook his head, a look of caution in his eyes. The peak masters are all great cultivators in the late stages of foundation establishment. They wouldn't look at ordinary disciples. If they take on a disciple, it would have to be a true genius, someone with at least a 9th grade spiritual root, or even a rare exotic root. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Sun Ruoxin felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. It would have been wonderful if she could become a disciple of a peak master. She couldn't help but wonder what the peak master's disciples were like. Surely, they must be the sect's top geniuses, wouldn't they? But she quickly shook off the thought, refocusing on the immediate future. Meanwhile, Ye Chen leisurely made his way back to the Yi residence, a smile on his face. The feedback from the system had far exceeded his expectations. Gift giving successful. Gift, green cloud token. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback in progress. Detected that the gift given by the host is extremely important to the recipient, and exceeds their expectations. This caused a massive fluctuation in their emotional state, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward, token of the Sword Peak Master. The Sword Peak Master, Gu Yunyu, once faced a life-threatening crisis during her growth and was saved by a swordsman. As a result, she gave him a token. When this token is crushed in Green Cloud City, she will sense it and come to repay the favor. After reading the system's notification, Ye Chen's joy was palpable. It wasn't just another handful of Green Cloud tokens or some entry pass that he'd never be able to use. No, it was the token of the Sword Peak Master, Gu Yunyu. Even though Ye Chen wasn't a disciple of Green Cloud sect, he knew the structure of the sect well. The elders in the sect were divided into 3 categories: ordinary elders, peak masters, and the sect leader. The peak masters were all cultivators in the late stages of foundation establishment. Becoming a disciple of such a peak master would grant access to resources and teachings far beyond what an entry-level disciple could ever dream of. Not to mention the various perks and privileges that outsiders couldn't even imagine. The Green Cloud token he'd given away. It had been so worth it. Without hesitation, Ye Chen took out the token. The token was a wooden sword, only about 10 centimeters long. He crushed it without a second thought. A strange surge of power rippled outward. At the entrance of Green Cloud sect, a woman dressed in red, her figure elegant, felt the sudden surge of energy. Her eyebrows arched slightly, and a glint flashed in her eyes. She slowly rose to her feet. Ye Chen returned to the Yi residence, his mood exceptionally good. He was thoroughly satisfied with the feedback gift from the system. If the reward had been a sect entry token from a higher level sect, simply getting there would have been a hassle. Not to mention, the disciples of powerful sects were likely rich and resourceful, so things like tokens or ordinary items would hardly be needed. At this point, Ye Chen wouldn't even be able to get much from such a gift. Green Cloud sect, on the other hand, was a perfect match for him. As a foundation establishment tier sect, it offered exactly the kind of resources he could utilize. Becoming a disciple of a peak master would be incredibly beneficial. Not only would it give him direct access to unparalleled teachings, but the status of being a direct disciple was priceless. There was no need to discuss the perks. Even simply the elevation in status would allow him to interact with higher circles, increasing his chances of meeting elite female cultivators. It was akin to the difference between a rich heir and an ordinary man. The rich heir naturally met more women who were of higher quality. So, becoming a direct disciple would be a huge boost to Ye Chen's future prospects. As he considered all of this, his thoughts also turned to the mature and graceful Lu Jing and Lin Kur. Once they reached Green Cloud sect, their tenfold potential wouldn't matter. The debts would be settled. After returning to the courtyard, Ye Chen looked at the two women. Once I join Green Cloud sect, I'm allowed to bring 2 attendants. If you're willing, you may come with me to Green Cloud sect. If not, you are free to decide your own path. The two women had vastly different reactions to Ye Chen's offer. Lu Jing was filled with regret. She couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. If she had known this would be the outcome, she should have thrown herself at Ye Chen when Lin Kuo first entered the mountain, before any other woman had a chance to compete with her. If only she had given herself fully to Ye Chen from the start, without playing coy, she might have at least secured a position as a concubine, not just a servant. But now, it was too late for regret. Lu Jing knew her own worth. Without any backing, living alone in Green Cloud City, she would probably struggle just to pay rent. In the end, she'd be reduced to nothing more than someone's plaything. Instead of that, it would be better to serve Ye Chen as an attendant. At least he was generous. Sure, his tastes were unconventional, and he had strange ideas about things. But he never treated her like a mere tool, and when it came to manners and respect, there was a peculiar level of decorum. So, serving as Ye Chen's attendant wasn't the worst fate. She quickly adjusted her attitude, curtsying gracefully to Ye Chen. This servant greets the young master. As for Lin Kuo, she was torn, there was regret, bitterness, and hesitation all swirling in her heart. If she agreed to be an attendant, wouldn't that make all her efforts feel wasted? All those gifts she'd accepted, the favors she had received, wouldn't it be all for nothing? What if she had accepted Ye Chen's pursuit from the start and not gone into the mountains? Would her fate have turned out differently? Lin Kuo was different from Lu Jing. She had confidence in her own abilities and believed she could survive in Green Cloud City on her own. But the problem was, after spending so much time with Ye Chen, this offer became hard to resist. Just a single gift from him could be worth an entire year's worth of income. She couldn't bring herself to leave him, and yet being an attendant wasn't something she was comfortable with either. The conflict raged inside her, and she stood there, silent, unable to voice her decision. Ye Chen paid little attention to Lin Kuo's hesitation. Even if she refused now, he was confident that in time, she would come to him. After all, people who had grown used to a life of not needing to work hard found it difficult to accept the mental gap when their efforts only earned them a meager sum of spirit stones. It was a lot like the mindset of a gambler. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. On the gambling table, one win or loss could be equivalent to a month's or even a year's worth of salary. Naturally, there would be no energy left to focus on regular work after experiencing such a high-stakes thrill. Just as he was mulling over this, a servant came in with a message, "Seventh young master, the patriarch summons you. You are to go at once." Ye Chen raised an eyebrow at the news. Though he didn't care for the Yi family and felt no sense of attachment to its people, the fact remained that the patriarch was at the foundation establishment stage. Until Ye Chen was strong enough to stand on his own, it was best not to provoke him. He followed the servant and soon arrived at the family hall. The family members were already gathered, and the patriarch sat at the head, a smile on his face. In the center of the hall, a young man was surrounded by the adoration of everyone. "Ye Tian, go to the Green Cloud sect and train hard. Once you reach foundation establishment, our Yi family will have 2 foundation establishment experts and will become a major clan," the patriarch said with a proud tone. "Brother Tian, remember us when you're rich and powerful. Yi family will always be yours, but the younger generation is your responsibility. As the leader of our generation, you must set an example. May your future be bright, and may you obtain the foundation establishment pill. In 10 years, you'll break through to foundation establishment without a doubt." The family members lavished praise on the young man. The young man in question was Ye Tian, the most talented of Ye Chen's generation. When Ye Tian spotted Ye Chen entering, he immediately gave him a confident smile and assumed an older brother-like tone. "Ah, the 7th brother has arrived. Grandfather will be personally sending us to the Green Cloud sect later. Although your talent is lacking, since I'm here, I'll be sure to look out for you. Don't worry about being bullied. Since you're good at alchemy and can refine top-tier pills, don't waste your talent. Once we arrive at the sect, study alchemy well. Refine pills for me, and when I break through to foundation establishment, your status in the sect will rise. The other family members chimed in eagerly. That's right. Ye Chen is already at the 7th level of qi refining. Just stick with him and listen to what he says when you get to the sect. The family will provide resources to Ye Chen, and you, with your alchemy skills, should put them to good use. When Ye Chen advances, you'll benefit from it too. Make sure you assist Ye Chen whenever he needs it. He's the pillar of our Ye family's younger generation. But once you get to the sect, don't disturb Ye Chen too much. Don't waste his time, or it'll be a big problem. Hearing the words of his relatives, Ye Chen looked at Ye Chen, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He inwardly scoffed at the crowd, considering them nothing but fools. So what if it was a 7th grade spiritual root? Did they really think they could impress him with that? The Yi family truly was a shallow pond filled with turtles. Ye Chen remained silent, which only irked Ye Chen further. Just as he was about to speak, the family head interjected, his voice commanding. Since everyone is here, we might as well depart now. I was planning to visit an internal elder. Give me the green cloud token, and with my influence, they'll certainly assign you better positions. Ye Chen immediately handed over the green cloud token with both hands, expressing his gratitude. The family head smiled in satisfaction before turning his gaze sharply toward Ye Chen. Why haven't you handed over your green cloud token? Ye Chen, without hesitation, replied, Thank you, grandfather, but I haven't finished packing yet. I need to take my 2 maidservants along, so I require a bit more time. Grandfather, please take my elder brother first. The family head, Yi Hong, was most displeased by Ye Chen's behavior. It was always the same with him, never following orders and always harboring his own ideas. It diminished his sense of authority. Yi Hong's eyes narrowed, his voice turning cold. I said we're leaving today. Hand over the green cloud token now. Ye Chen sighed, lowering his head in silence. His defiant attitude caused the relatives to exchange glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. Did Ye Chen have such a strong rebellious streak? The family head was obviously angry, yet Ye Chen still refused to comply. Had he really lost his senses? Besides, the family head was personally escorting them, which was an opportunity far more beneficial than harmful. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's second uncle, observing Ye Chen's reluctance to hand over the green cloud token, couldn't help but recall the woman who had clearly come after the order earlier that morning. Ye Chen had even chased after her. Could it be that Ye Chen had really given the green cloud token to that woman? Was it no longer a matter of not wanting to give it, but rather that he could no longer produce it? The mere thought of this possibility sent Ye Chen's second uncle into a fury. He couldn't hold back any longer. Anger bubbling in his chest, he snapped, Ye Chen, did you really give the green cloud token to that woman? As his words echoed through the hall, a sudden silence fell over everyone. Ye Chen had given away the green cloud token. Was it true? Impossible. The green cloud sect spots were far too valuable. Anyone with any sense would recognize how rare and precious they were. Who would be foolish enough to just give it away? Although Yi Feng had intentionally spread word within the family about Ye Chen's behavior in the Silver Moon Market, insinuating that Ye Chen was acting like a simp, most of the family did not believe it. The 2 female cultivators Ye Chen had brought back were both stunning beauties. How could a man, supposedly acting like a simp, win the hearts of such high-caliber cultivators? Moreover, Ye Chen had not hesitated to defy the family head's authority, arguing for the green cloud sex quota. While many in the family thought Ye Chen had angered the family head, deep down, they actually thought highly of Ye Chen's decisions. After all, Ye Chen's father was dead, and from now on, Ye Chen would be marginalized within the family. For Ye Chen, securing the green cloud token was his only opportunity. Therefore, Ye Chen was undoubtedly a smart person. Such a smart person could never be a simp. How could he possibly give away the opportunity, a hard-won quota he had risked angering the family head to obtain? If someone had said he'd sold it, they might have believed it, but giving it away to someone else? No, that was too far-fetched. So, the family didn't believe Ye Chen's second uncle's words. Even the family head didn't believe them. With cold eyes, he turned to Ye Chen. Hand over the green cloud token. We leave now. As the family head, it was his prerogative for everyone to obey his orders. If they didn't, how could he continue to lead the family? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ye Chen sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected the family head to insist on taking him to the Green Cloud sect. Although it was likely just a chance for the family head to build connections, with Ye Chen as an afterthought, the issue was that he genuinely could not present the Green Cloud token. Ye Chen glanced in the direction of Green Cloud sect, wondering when Elder Gu Yunyun of the Sword Peak would arrive. If she didn't come by tomorrow. Ye Chen feared the family head might strike him down on the spot. But, this situation, he knew, could no longer be hidden. Grandfather, I did indeed give away the Green Cloud token. The moment Ye Chen spoke, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at him with a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Ye Chen really gave away the Green Cloud token. Had he gone mad? That was an entry quota for the Green Cloud sect. Could it be that Ye Chen was truly a simp? But who would be such a simp as to give away their future? It couldn't be true. There must be some other reason, some hidden truth behind it. Did you give it to the female cultivator from this morning? Ye Chen's second uncle could no longer hold back his question. Ye Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Since it could easily be found out, he chose not to hide it. Second uncle was furious, nearly choking with rage. I offered you spirit stones to buy it, and you refused. Now, some outsider speaks a few words, and you just give it away. Do you still care about the Yi family? Do you still consider yourself one of us? Second uncle was absolutely livid. That should have been his son Yi Feng's quota. Hearing this, Ye Chen immediately waved his hand dismissively. Second uncle, you've misunderstood. How could I not consider myself part of the Yi family? But it couldn't be helped. You heard it yourself this morning, if Ruoxin didn't become a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, her future would be utterly tragic. And son Ruoxin has already given her heart to me. She said once we reach Foundation establishment, she will become my Dao partner. Son Ruoxin's talent surpasses mine. She is far more likely to reach Foundation establishment than I am. If she becomes my Dao partner in the future, she would, by default, also be part of the Yi family. This would bring far more benefits than harm to our Yi family. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. The family members around them were left utterly stunned by Ye Chen's explanation. Ye Chen's thought process was somewhat absurd. A woman casually mentions becoming your Dao partner when you reach Foundation establishment, and you take it seriously. Just look around all of Green Cloud City. What female cultivator would choose a man weaker than herself to be her Dao partner? If Sun Ruoxin truly reached Foundation establishment, she would never lower herself to someone like you. In fact, if you dared to even mention this, she'd probably slap you dead on the spot. As they looked at Ye Chen, their eyes were filled with a clear, almost pitiful stupidity. At that moment, they fully believed the rumors circulating within the family. If Ye Chen could be so easily deceived into giving away the Green Cloud token, then how could he be anything but a simp? Enough. The patriarch's enraged voice echoed through the hall, and the oppressive force of his Foundation establishment aura immediately descended upon the room, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. The power of a Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed terrifying. The patriarch fixed his gaze on Ye Chen. Where is she? The Green Cloud sect quota was crucial. The Yi family had only 2 such quotas over its whole history. How could they allow an outsider to take one so easily? They had to be captured. Anyone who dared deceive the Yi family out of its quota deserved to die. Ye Chen shook his head and responded, Ruoxin left for the Green Cloud sect the moment she received the quota. She had a flying boat, so she's probably already there. Ye Chen knew Sun Ruoxin all too well. She didn't care a bit about his fate. Once she obtained the quota, she would only worry about delays. Even if it were midnight, she would rush to the Green Cloud sect to finalize everything and settle the matter. The patriarch's anger intensified upon hearing this, and his gaze darkened with a trace of murderous intent. After glaring at Ye Chen for a moment, he withdrew his gaze. We will discuss this matter upon my return. Ye Chen, let's go. The family members could all sense the patriarch's coldness. It was clear that Ye Chen's future would be bleak. However, Ye Chen's alchemy skills were exceptional, so his cultivation might not be forcibly sealed. Yet, it was likely that he would be imprisoned by the family, spending his life as nothing more than a tool for refining pills. Many of the family members covertly warned their children. Did you see that? Make sure you never become a simp when you grow up. Because a simp meets a tragic end. Ye Chen had already guessed how the family would handle him. After all, he had his alchemy skills as a bargaining chip. The family would never let that go to waste. That's why he had openly admitted to it. But now, he couldn't help but wonder, when would that sword peak elder arrive? Could she hurry up? No one paid Ye Chen any more attention. Having completely enraged the patriarch, Ye Chen's chance was gone. Ye Chen stood behind the patriarch. The patriarch tossed out a flying boat, preparing to leave with Ye Chen. Before boarding, Ye Chen glanced at Ye Chen and offered a condescending smile. Don't slack off at home. Make sure to refine some high-quality pills for me. Top-grade chi-nourishing pills would be fine too. If you can make those, they'll help me build connections in the sect. The patriarch gave Ye Chen a brief look, his gaze devoid of any emotion. He knows how to do it. Focus on your own cultivation. The patriarch's attitude spoke volumes. Ye Chen's fate was sealed. As the flying boat ascended, Ye Chen stood tall, full of pride. Ye Chen, however, didn't feel particularly anxious. He just had an urge to shout, "I have bled for the family." But before he could voice it, a terrifying aura descended upon the area in an instant. The patriarch froze for a moment, his face changing drastically. May I ask which esteemed fellow Taoist has come to visit? The family members, seeing the patriarch's reaction, were equally shocked. The patriarch was at Foundation establishment, yet he seemed somewhat unsettled. In the next moment, a red-clad figure stepped into the hall. Green Cloud Sect, Gu Yunyun. A lazy, slightly husky voice rang out, adding an air of seductive charm. Gu Yunyun. Upon hearing that name, the Yi family members couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Even the Yi family patriarch immediately commanded the flying boat to land and bowed in respect. Greetings, fellow Taoist Gu. We apologize for the lack of a proper reception. Please, come in and take a seat. No one in the Yi family knew why Gu Yunyun had come, except for Ye Chen. As Ye Chen looked at the woman in red, her perfect figure and stunning beauty, his eyes filled with exhilaration. It wasn't that he was lustful. Rather, it was because Ye Chen's system had just sent him a notification. System detected a compatible target. Gu Yunyun, 100x reward feedback. Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen stood frozen in place. What the hell, 100x? Is this for real? Up until now, the highest multiplier he'd encountered had been 15x with Sun Ruoxin. But now, with the system, he had gained a master. At first, he thought it was just a chance to enter the Green Cloud sect. Who could have imagined there would be such a pleasant surprise? Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with ecstatic joy. A master with 100 times the reward. With this kind of multiplier, Ye Chen swore he would remain devoted to his master for life. He would fill her heart with his boundless filial piety. Green Cloud sect was a Golden Core level force, with an ancestor in the Golden Core stage. Underneath them were 6 peak masters, each a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Although the peak masters and regular elders were all Foundation establishment experts, their combat abilities were worlds apart. Ye Chen's family patriarch, Yi Hong, never expected the sword peak master, Gu Yunyun, to personally visit the Yi family. Gu Yunyun, the sword peak master, was an exceptional prodigy. She had only been cultivating for 27 years. In those mere 27 years, her cultivation had advanced rapidly, breaking through to the late stages of Foundation establishment. Her combat strength was particularly formidable. Green Cloud sect had once clashed with the neighboring Immortal Cloud sect. During that battle, Gu Yunyun fought against 2 opponents at once, slaying 2 late-stage Foundation establishment elders with her sword, making a name for herself. She could be said to be among the top tier in the Foundation establishment realm. She was also widely recognized as the most likely candidate in Green Cloud's sect to break through to the Golden Core stage. For her to personally visit the Ye family? What could possibly be so important for the esteemed Sword Peak Master to come in person? Unless, it was to offer congratulations. Clearly, Gu Yunyun must have some connection with the family, and that was why she had come to celebrate their breakthrough. Thinking of this, Yi Hong felt a sense of immense pride. Having a Peak Master visit for congratulations was no small thing. It was the kind of prestige that could not be overstated. He smiled broadly, cupping his hands in greeting. Fairy Gu, to think you've come in person to offer congratulations truly brings great honor to the Yi family. Fairy Gu, please take a seat. Yi Tian, quickly served tea to the elder. Yi Tian, gazing at Gu Yunyun's breathtaking beauty, felt excitement within. If he could form a connection with her, wouldn't that be the ticket to soar? He hurriedly prepared spiritual tea, offering it with both hands. The Yi family patriarch proudly introduced, "This is my grandson, Yi Tian, who has recently broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining. He is about to enter the Green Cloud sect. At that time, we kindly ask Fairy Gu to look after him." Yi Tian immediately lowered his head and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior." The members of the Yi family were all filled with eager anticipation. If Gu Yunyun truly had ties to the Yi family, could they ask her to take Yi Tian as her direct disciple? Green Cloud sect's hierarchy was clear-cut. A regular disciple's monthly resources were at level 1. An elder's disciple received 5 times that, level 5. And a Peak Master's direct disciple received 10 times the resources, level 10. In addition, they enjoyed various special privileges. Ordinary disciples might have to fight tooth and nail to gain such a position, but a Peak Master's disciple could receive it directly. The difference was immense. If Yi Tian truly became her direct disciple, it would be a direct launch into greatness. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Yi Tian himself hadn't anticipated such an opportunity and trembled with excitement. As for Ye Chen, he had already been completely ignored by everyone in the hall. Gu Yunyun paid no heed to the Yi family patriarch's words. Even as the Yi family patriarch prattled on, Gu Yunyun seemed utterly indifferent, as if she hadn't heard a thing. She cast a brief glance at the Yi family members, before walking directly toward Ye Chen. In the midst of the bewildered and astonished gazes of the Yi family, she soon stood before Ye Chen. Her slightly husky, mature voice rang out again, "How did you obtain this token?" At the moment Gu Yunyun spoke, the Yi family members were once more stunned. Gu Yunyun. Was she here for Ye Chen? The Yi family patriarch's face turned red. It seemed that Gu Yunyun didn't even recognize him. It was he who had misjudged the situation. As Yi Tian, who had been fantasizing about becoming a direct disciple, stood there, his face turned pale. He was filled with confusion. Why would the Sword Peak Master come looking for Ye Chen? Could it be that she wanted to take him as a disciple? No, this couldn't be possible. What qualifications did Ye Chen have for that? Absolutely impossible. Ye Chen, too, took his first serious look at his future master. Her brows were like distant mountains, her features dignified. Especially her almond-shaped eyes, were so beautiful that they seemed almost unreal. She wore a loose red gown. But on Gu Yunyun's slender form, the gown clung to her, almost looking like it was tailor-made. The large gown couldn't conceal her figure, which was so full and enticing it defied imagination. How could someone with such a figure excel as a sword cultivator? It didn't make sense. But seeing his master's immense presence, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel his once unshakable devotion was beginning to waver, as if his heart were about to be overwhelmed. He hurriedly responded, "It was a senior who gave it to me. He said I could use it in Green Cloud City, to enter the Green Cloud sect as a direct disciple." Gu Yunyun took the token, calmly examining it. The Yi family members, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in disbelief. Ye Chen actually had such an opportunity. Yi Tian's expression twisted instantly. How could Ye Chen, with his poor talents, ever become a direct disciple of a peak master? If anyone should have that honor, it should be him. Gu Yunyun carefully put away the token, then turned to Ye Chen. What grade is your spiritual root? 3rd grade. Ye Chen's spiritual root was exceptionally weak. For the first time, Gu Yunyun frowned, speaking bluntly, your talent is far too poor. Even if you become a direct disciple, it will be very hard for you to break through to foundation establishment. I suggest you don't waste time on cultivation. In the end, it will be like drawing water with a basket. Why not choose another path? For example, live as a wealthy man in Green Cloud City. I can be your support and ensure you live a worry-free life. Ye Chen's heart ached, as though 100 knives had pierced it. This master, though not quite the typical image of a sword cultivator, certainly had the sharp tongue to match one. It was so hurtful. What did she mean by, don't waste time on cultivation? I refuse. Thank you for your advice, senior, but I still want to give it a try. Gu Yunyun's expression remained cool. Upon hearing Ye Chen's insistence, she simply nodded. All right. Then I shall take you as my disciple. Let's leave now. Ye Chen quickly spoke, Master, I have 2 maids who must join the sect with me. Gu Yunyun nodded. Without even sparing a glance at the Yi family members, she gestured for Ye Chen to lead the way, floating out of the hall with an air of grace. Inside the Yi family hall, the members were left utterly stunned, exchanging confused glances. Just a moment ago, Ye Chen was about to be imprisoned by the patriarch and forced to spend his life refining pills. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become the direct disciple of the peak master. And not just any peak master, but the most powerful one. Was this some sort of joke? What kind of unbelievable luck did Ye Chen have? What in the world was going on? Meanwhile, Yi Tian, once brimming with excitement, now stood with a twisted expression. Why? Why him? Yi Tian had been thrilled at the prospect of entering the Green Cloud sect. But the moment Ye Chen became a direct disciple, everything lost its flavor. As for the Yi family patriarch, his face was also darkened. Though Gu Yunyun was a genius peak master, she didn't even spare a glance for him while in the Yi family. It was as if he didn't even exist. This was an absolute insult. And while Ye Chen had now become a direct disciple, the patriarch had only moments ago been planning to imprison him and squeeze him dry for the rest of his life. With that, any feelings of kinship between them had disappeared. Moreover, Ye Chen's father was dead. The distance between Ye Chen and the Yi family was only going to grow. Besides, Ye Chen only had a 3rd-grade spiritual root. The patriarch's only real hope was still Yi Tian. Ye Chen clearly only gained the peak master's favor due to luck, but it doesn't mean anything. His cultivation is high, but with a 3rd-grade spiritual root, it's practically impossible for him to reach foundation establishment. The peak master even said it herself. If he can't break through to foundation establishment, then what's the point of being a direct disciple? Though a direct disciple enjoys abundant resources, Ye Chen is someone who'd give away his Green Cloud sect spot without a second thought. Who knows what else he might give away? So, your future will still surpass Ye Chen's. You are the true hope of our Yi family. Upon hearing the patriarch's comforting words, Yi Tian's warped mindset finally relaxed. Ye Chen was just a simp. Even if he got lucky and became a direct disciple, what good would those resources be if he kept giving them away? A simp like Ye Chen would have nothing in the end. On the flying boat heading toward Green Cloud sect, Lu Jing and Lin Kuo's faces were flushed with excitement as they looked at Ye Chen, their eyes filled with surprise and joy. While they had been waiting in the courtyard, they overheard the servants say that Ye Chen had given his Green Cloud token to an outsider, angering the patriarch. The consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Both women were startled at the time. Lin Kuo even considered running away, severing all ties with Ye Chen. But to their surprise, after only a short while, Ye Chen had become the direct disciple of a peak master in Green Cloud sect. What a sudden and unbelievable turn of events. Although the 2 women didn't fully understand the value of being a peak master's direct disciple, they were clear about how rare it was to have a master in the foundation establishment late stage. Thus, Lin Kuo, who had hesitated earlier, immediately climbed aboard the flying boat without a second thought. She willingly became Ye Chen's maid. The flying boat soon arrived at Green Cloud Sect. It made a brief stop at the mountain gate, where the gate elder saw the red-robed Gu Yunyun with a cold expression and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Elder Gu." Gu Yunyun nodded slightly. "Have someone from the Internal Affairs Hall come to the Sword Peak later to handle the registration. I've taken on a disciple." Upon hearing this, the gate elder was taken aback. Gu Yunyun was actually accepting a disciple. Gu Yunyun had always been indifferent to anything outside of swordsmanship. She had never taken in any apprentices, not even those with extraordinary spiritual roots. Now, for her to take in a disciple, how remarkable must this person be? The gate elder didn't dare delay and quickly agreed. Gu Yunyun didn't say much more. After the array opened, she steered the flying boat directly into the mountain gates. Ye Chen, sitting upright on the flying boat, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He had heard that when entering the sect, one would have to handle the registration themselves. But after becoming a direct disciple, things had changed. Now, the Internal Affairs Hall came to take care of the procedures for him. The status of a peak master's direct disciple was far more esteemed than Ye Chen had imagined. Within Green Cloud Sect, the air was filled with ethereal energy. The mountains were like swords, and various spirit cranes and magical creatures flew gracefully through the skies, creating the atmosphere of a paradise for immortals. Even the spirit chi was denser here than outside the sect. This left Ye Chen, Lu Jing, and Lin Kuo in awe, their eyes wide open at the sight. Soon, the flying boat landed on one of the mountain peaks. "Here is Sword Peak. You will be the only disciple of Sword Peak. This is my cave residence. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may come here to seek guidance from me. Your talent is poor, but since you insist on cultivating immortality, I will still grant you the status of a direct disciple. Whether you can maintain that status or even break through to the foundation establishment stage, will depend on you." After storing the flying boat, Gu Yunyun looked at Ye Chen with indifferent eyes. To her, this sudden direct disciple wasn't something to be happy about. Firstly, she only cared about the sword path, she had no interest in anything else and had never even considered taking on disciples. Secondly, Ye Chen's talent was abysmal. A third-grade spiritual root. If you grabbed 10 random loose cultivators from the roadside, 5 of them would be stronger than Ye Chen. Finally, it was the women beside Ye Chen. He was bringing maidservants into Green Cloud Sect. Clearly, he wasn't someone who sought harsh cultivation. Poor talent combined with a lack of effort, indulging in pleasures instead. It was a recipe for failure. Thus, Gu Yunyun had no expectations for Ye Chen. She simply planned to give him the title of direct disciple and let him fend for himself. She figured it wouldn't be long before Ye Chen left on his own. As for Ye Chen, he did feel the coldness of his master's attitude. But he didn't care in the slightest. With the simp system, he could make even an iceberg warm up to him, let alone a cold, stunningly beautiful master with a figure like that. He figured, let me see if I can turn you into a puddle of warmth, and then we'll be fine. So Ye Chen didn't feel anxious at all. Gu Yunyun nodded. Soon, someone from the Internal Affairs Hall will come to register your identity and introduce you to everything in the sect. I'll leave now. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. With that, Gu Yunyun walked off, her movements graceful and composed. Ye Chen quickly bowed and watched his aloof master leave. As he observed her retreating figure, Ye Chen made another discovery. Her waist was unbelievably slender. From behind, he could clearly see the contours of her figure. Lu Jing also had a stunning figure, but she couldn't compare to that level. No wonder his master had 100 times the feedback. Just her figure alone was probably half of that multiplier. But it seemed that his master really didn't care much for him. She just left him here, barely bothering to say more than a few words. Fortunately, the Internal Affairs Hall arrived quickly. A flying boat descended in front of Ye Chen and the 2 girls. Dozens of elders from the Internal Affairs Hall stepped off. Among them was even an elderly man with white hair and beard. Where is Elder Gu? The elderly man looked at Ye Chen and asked. Ye Chen bowed. Greetings, Elder. My master has gone to rest and asked me to wait here for the Internal Affairs Hall to handle the formalities. This was typical of Gu Yunyun's style. The elderly man wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked at Ye Chen with interest. Gu Yunyun was proud and focused solely on the sword path. The sect master had mentioned her a few times and even recommended a genius with an unusual spiritual root. But Gu Yunyun had still refused to take him in. Now, she suddenly brought back a disciple. That sparked curiosity. What kind of prodigy was this? I am Elder Chen from the Internal Affairs Hall, here to register you. Name? Ye Chen. Spiritual root attribute? None, 3rd grade. What? Elder Chen froze, his expression one of disbelief. Normal cultivator's spiritual root had no attributes. From 1st grade to 9th grade, they followed this range. But there were also special spiritual roots, such as fire or water roots, which were more restrictive. Those with such roots could only cultivate related arts and learn spells tied to that attribute. However, because they specialized in one path, their cultivation speed was faster. Moreover, their spells were generally stronger. The chance of breaking through to foundation establishment was much higher. Anyone with an attribute spiritual root was considered a genius. But Ye Chen, brought back personally by Gu Yunyun, only had a 3rd grade root? How could that be? Elder Chen was skeptical and immediately instructed the disciples to bring out the spiritual root testing array. Ye Chen placed his hand on it, watching the 3 beams of light appear. Both Elder Chen and the other disciples fell silent. It really was 3rd grade? To be honest, a 7th grade root was considered the bottom tier in Green Cloud sect. To stand out, you needed at least an 8th grade root. A 9th grade root was considered a small genius. But 3rd grade? In truth, most of the Green Cloud sect disciples had never seen one before. After all, the sect didn't accept those with weak spiritual roots. Elder Chen's expression turned complicated as he looked at Ye Chen. Are you a relative of Elder Gu? Ye Chen knew what he was thinking and didn't hide the truth. An elder with ties to my master helped me, which is why master agreed to take me in. Elder Chen immediately understood. So Ye Chen had entered through connections after all. Such things did happen occasionally in Green Cloud sect. After all, elders were also human, and sometimes, it was hard to refuse a favor. However, only one disciple could be chosen as a peak master's direct disciple. The rest would remain regular disciples of the elders. The primary difference was simply more resources, but no special privileges. For Gu Yunyun to have granted Ye Chen a direct disciple position, it seemed she owed quite a bit to someone. With his interest fading, Elder Chen instructed the disciples to record Ye Chen's information and didn't bother to say another word. Once the registration was complete, Ye Chen received his token. Only then did Elder Chen speak. There are many privileges that come with being a direct disciple of the Peak Master. For example, every 3 years, you are eligible for a cultivation slot in the 5 Elements Cavern. There are also opportunities in the sect's secret realms, where direct disciples have a higher chance of being selected. Upon reaching the peak of Qi refining, you will be given a low-grade foundation establishment pill. If you win first place in the sect competition, it can be upgraded to a high-grade version. There are many sect facilities that ordinary disciples cannot use freely, but as a direct disciple, there are no such restrictions. And all the medicinal pills provided to you will be of the highest grade. You'll find all the specific details in the booklet we'll provide. Ye Chen's eyes lit up as he listened. He couldn't help but ask, can these slots be given to others? Elder Chen paused, stunned by the question. Give them to others? The 5 Elements Cavern could purify and compress one's spiritual power, washing and strengthening the body with invisible forces. Entering it once would lead to significant improvements in both spiritual power and physical condition. The secret realms were filled with numerous opportunities. Who would give such things away? Unless. Elder Chen studied Ye Chen and likely guessed the reason for his question. Ye Chen was only at the 6th layer of Qi refining, with a 3rd grade spiritual root. He must have been concerned about someone taking the opportunities from him. Though Ye Chen was a connection disciple, Elder Chen still responded seriously, "The slots belong to you, so you may give them to anyone you wish. But it must be your choice to give them away. If anyone tries to take them, it will be absolutely impossible. Our Green Cloud sect is a righteous sect. While we encourage competition, it must be fair and square. We do not tolerate underhanded tactics, even from other direct disciples. Anyone caught will face severe consequences, including the possibility of having their cultivation sealed and being expelled from the sect. So, you can rest assured." Hearing this, Ye Chen smiled with relief. This made Elder Chen shake his head in disbelief. A direct disciple of the Peak Master, yet one who feared his resources being taken away. It seemed that the weakest direct disciple of Green Cloud sect had just been born. Could a direct disciple's benefits be given away? Now that's a win. Ye Chen felt a rare sense of joy, a smile spreading across his face. Seeing this, Elder Chen could only shake his head. To be this happy just because no one could steal his resources. The weakest direct disciple in history was truly beyond help. However, Ye Chen's status as a direct disciple would likely not last long. Elder Chen couldn't resist adding, "While the direct disciple title is honorable, it comes with great pressure. If your performance is subpar, it could even be revoked. For example, direct disciples must participate in the sect's grand tournament. If you rank at the bottom for 3 consecutive years, your status will be revoked. Direct disciples enjoy all these sect resources, but they must contribute in return. You'll be assigned the most challenging and dangerous tasks in the sect, ones that no one else dares to take on. At least one task each year. If you fail to meet expectations in 2 consecutive tasks, you'll be disqualified. For tasks that concern the sect's reputation or safety, direct disciples are expected to lead the charge. So, if you feel that your strength isn't enough, it might be better to remain a regular disciple." Elder Chen continued to explain the pros and cons of being a direct disciple. Ye Chen understood well. Indeed, the position of a direct disciple was prestigious, with high rewards. But it also came with higher risks. For geniuses, this wasn't much of an issue. They could quickly convert resources into strength. But for someone like him, who wasn't a genius, it could be dangerous. He could end up dead from a sect task too dangerous to handle. However, while Ye Chen may not be a natural genius, he had the system. By sending all the benefits of being a direct disciple to the system, he could receive exponential feedback in return. This efficiency would surpass even that of a genius. Maintaining the position of a direct disciple? That wouldn't be difficult at all. So Ye Chen wasn't worried in the slightest. "Thank you for your advice, Elder Chen. I won't disappoint Master." Ye Chen smiled and thanked him, appreciating the elder's well-intentioned words. Elder Chen shook his head with a hint of exasperation, then turned and left, his figure floating away. The attendants, however, remained behind, diligently handling Ye Chen's paperwork and internal matters. They prepared a residence for him, explained all the necessary protocols, and even delivered his monthly allowance, which was the standard one for direct disciples. Ye Chen received 1 mid-grade spirit stone and 30 top-grade pills every month. Just this allocation alone was enough to showcase Green Cloud sect's generosity. Once the attendants took their leave, Lu Jing and Lin Kur entered the residence to begin unpacking. Ye Chen stood before his new dwelling, gazing up at the skies where spirit birds flew, feeling a deep sense of tranquility. He had finally made it into Green Cloud sect. Tomorrow, he would explore the sect's halls and see what kind of surprises the senior sisters might bring. Master's 100-fold feedback was undoubtedly impressive. But his master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, required things Ye Chen simply could not provide. Even if he barely managed to scrape together some spirit stones to buy what he needed, the 100-fold return would be of little use to him in his current state. So, while he still intended to please his master, that time was not now. He would wait until he reached foundation establishment himself. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. For now, his greatest need was a senior sister who could provide high feedback within the chi refining stage. Even if he couldn't find one right away, at least Sun Ruoxin had also entered Green Cloud sect. She could provide him with a reliable 15-fold return. So, Ye Chen wasn't in a rush. Before tomorrow, he had other, more pressing matters to attend to. Turning back, Ye Chen caught sight of Lu Jing and Lin Kuo busily tidying up the residence. After enduring so much for so long, it was finally time to indulge. Lu Jing, dressed in a long skirt, was bent over arranging the bedding. Her figure, in that moment, reminded Ye Chen of a perfect crescent moon. Meanwhile, Lin Kuo was using a cleaning spell to dust off the walls, the wind tousling her long hair. Her face, as she worked, held a cool, innocent beauty, like the face of a first love, breathtaking and ethereal. Which one should he choose? Any normal man would undoubtedly hesitate at such a moment. But Ye Chen didn't. Children make choices. Adults take it all. Ye Chen strode into his new residence, closing the door behind him with a wave of his hand. A moment later, the startled voices of Lu Jing and Lin Kuo came from within the room, followed by a shift in tone that soon grew unmistakably intimate. The tension that had built up from Ye Chen's earlier restraint, from his feelings of frustration and longing, had finally found release. For the two women who had been left in an ambiguous state, this was the moment they had unknowingly awaited. Meanwhile, at the bamboo pavilion atop Sword Peak, Gu Yunyun reclined on a bamboo bed, her stunning, curvaceous form cast in the soft glow of starlight streaming through the window. Beside her, a green flying sword rested, humming faintly in the still night air. She gazed upward at the sky, where an invisible force of starlight descended, like threads of energy weaving through the vastness above. The moonlight reflected off her elegant silhouette, accentuating the exquisite curves of her figure, now more pronounced due to her reclining posture. This was a secret technique she had acquired, an ability to draw the power of starlight, using it to nurture both her sword and herself. As she channeled the starry energy, her thoughts wandered, lost in contemplation. Her mind turned to Ye Chen, her newest disciple. Her dissatisfaction with him was undeniable. The debt of life she had owed was paid off with just a single title, direct disciple. That alone, in her eyes, was more than enough. Yet the boy's talent was dismal, truly subpar. There was a rule within the sect: a peak master could only take one direct disciple in their lifetime. Any additional disciples would be considered normal disciples and would not receive the privileges of a direct disciple. This rule made Gu Yunyun's feelings toward Ye Chen conflicted. On one hand, she saw no potential in him, no drive to teach or guide him. On the other, she couldn't entirely ignore him, for his connection to a benefactor meant she had to at least give him a chance. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Gu Yunyun extended her divine sense toward Ye Chen's residence, hoping to discern if he was diligently cultivating. Perhaps, if he showed effort, she might consider offering some guidance. After all, a little support could lead him to break through to foundation establishment. But as soon as her divine sense reached his dwelling and she heard the peculiar sounds coming from within, her senses immediately recoiled. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and her beautiful features hardened with dismay. With a light huff, she muttered to herself, "That child cannot be taught." The very first day in the sect, and instead of focusing on cultivation, planning his future, or nurturing his spirit, he was indulging in such frivolous pursuits. And it wasn't just the sounds of two people, but three. Her direct disciple was truly hopeless. Gu Yunyun, once so indifferent and distant, found herself no longer wishing to lend him a helping hand. She had been alone since the start of her cultivation journey, and while she had heard of such things, this was the first time she had actually encountered it. Her emotions were in disarray, and in a moment of weakness, she reached into her storage ring and pulled out a wine gourd. With a swift motion, she drank deeply, perhaps too hastily. Some of the wine dribbled from her chin, tracing a delicate path down her slender neck, flowing silently into the neckline of her robes, unnoticed. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely as Gu Yunyun, unable to resist, once again extended her divine sense. The moment her consciousness touched the distant residence, a wave of crimson bloomed on her fair face. An hour has passed. 2 hours have passed. How is it still going on? The sky is nearly bright. Is he not going to sleep? Gu Yunyun felt a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. Despite his lack of talent, Ye Chen's physical body seemed unexpectedly strong. Her thoughts wandered as the situation unfolded before her. The longer she observed, the more fascinated she became. Eventually, the faintest light appeared on the horizon, and with it, the sounds from Ye Chen's dwelling ceased. Gu Yunyun, still blushing, awkwardly withdrew her divine sense. There was a mix of discomfort and, to her surprise, a feeling of satisfaction she hadn't anticipated. After briefly resting his eyes, Ye Chen opened them once more, his senses filled with the delicate touch of the world around him. He dressed quickly, his movements fluid. The two women, however, still lay asleep, their long lashes fluttering slightly, but their eyes remained closed, sinking back into a peaceful slumber. Though as attendants, this could be seen as lacking in competence, Ye Chen understood the fatigue they bore and harbored no resentment. Without further delay, he left the cave residence. Turning his gaze towards his master, Gu Yunyun's bamboo pavilion, Ye Chen considered whether to pay his respects and perhaps earn some goodwill in advance. But as he recalled her cold demeanor from yesterday, he decided against it. There would be time to flatter her once he reached the foundation establishment stage. For now, his priority was the grand square of the Green Cloud sect. Having received a basic introduction from the sect's steward the previous day, Ye Chen had gained a clearer understanding of the sect's layout. The Grand Square was the hub of activity for all disciples, a sprawling area that encompassed the living quarters, the commercial district, the teaching halls, and the administrative zones. Though called a square, its expanse was large enough to rival that of a small town. Ye Chen soon arrived at the center of this vast area. At its heart stood the mission hall of the Green Cloud sect, where numerous disciples had already gathered, preparing to take on tasks. Outside the hall, voices rang out, calling for recruits, slay a chi-refining 6th-layer beast, one member still needed. The spoils and contributions will be shared equally. Requirements: chi-refining 6th layer, proficiency in ice-based spells. I am at the 4th layer of chi-refining, skilled in the minor cloud rain technique, which I have mastered. I've also started learning the Great Fireball technique, capable of both attack and healing. Any senior brothers or sisters willing to take me in? If I don't take on tasks soon, I'll be expelled from the sect. The Pill Peak is looking for a trial medicine disciple. Requirements: chi-refining 6th layer or higher, a strong physique. 30 low-grade spirit stones per day, with payment made daily. If you endure for 5 days, the total reward will be raised to 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Hunting the Ancient Dark Eagle mission, 1 teammate skilled in enemy tracking needed. High contribution, hurry up and join. The lively scene before him stirred in Ye Chen a feeling reminiscent of the online games from his past life. There were indeed some teams that seemed to be short-handed, and they appeared ready to approach him for assistance. However, when they saw the 3 clouds embroidered on Ye Chen's robes, they froze in surprise. In Green Cloud sect, a disciple's robe was marked with 1 cloud if they were a regular disciple, 2 clouds if they were an elder's disciple. Only a direct disciple of a peak master wore 3 clouds. But wasn't there only 4 direct disciples, 1 for each peak? How could there be another one all of a sudden? Immediately, curious glances swept toward Ye Chen. A number of disciples even approached him to pay their respects. Anyone who was chosen as a direct disciple of a peak master was undoubtedly a genius. They naturally had no qualms about establishing good relations. In the world of cultivation, it wasn't just about fighting and killing, social connections were equally crucial. If one had powerful connections, in times of difficulty, they could always call on others for help. Ye Chen smiled at the ordinary disciples. He scanned the crowd, but the system barely chimed. The few chimes it did make were for 5-fold or 10-fold rewards. Such low rates were beneath his notice now. Ye Chen's perspective had shifted. He no longer found 5-fold or 10-fold rewards worthy of attention. After strolling around the mission hall, Ye Chen made his way toward the teaching area. The teaching area consisted of several open platforms. Elders were often present, teaching their disciples. Some taught fundamental cultivation techniques, while others focused on introductory spells. There were even classes on the 6 arts of cultivation. And then, there was the advanced section. As a direct disciple, Ye Chen had access to all of these areas without any obstacles. It was clear that the elders put great effort into their teachings. It was somewhat reminiscent of the university experience from his past life. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. After a thorough exploration, Ye Chen began to understand why Green Cloud sect was so alluring to ordinary cultivators. Out in the world, finding a mentor and learning various skills was incredibly difficult. But here in Green Cloud sect, such privileges were available to any disciple. Even if one lacked resources, they could take on missions, earning merit to exchange for resources to enhance their cultivation. It was far superior to the life of a lone cultivator outside. Although the sect provided few free resources to ordinary disciples, the platform that was Green Cloud sect offered benefits far beyond what one could imagine. However, Ye Chen unfortunately didn't find a suitable gifting candidate in the teaching area. He did encounter a potential gift target with a 20-fold reward multiplier. She appeared to be a 7th-layer Qi refining female disciple. Her beauty was indeed unmatched, radiant like the finest flowers. Yet, there was a male cultivator sitting beside her, attending the lecture together. The two of them interacted in an extraordinarily intimate manner. Though the system prompt indicated that she was still a virgin, it was clear that the two of them shared mutual affection. Ye Chen, however, had never been one to undermine someone else's relationship. There were plenty of flowers in the world, why steal another's partner? Thus, he chose to ignore the matter altogether. After leaving the teaching area, Ye Chen made his way toward the commercial district. This area housed the sect's shops, as well as many disciples who set up stalls to sell items they had acquired while completing missions in the outside world. Ye Chen wandered the streets aimlessly. Apart from hoping for a stroke of luck in finding a suitable target, he also wanted to see if there was anything he could buy as a gift. Freshly harvested dark tiger blood, perfect for beginners studying talisman crafting. 1 low-grade spirit stone for a small bucket. Processed first-grade demon beast pelts and furs, 30% cheaper than store prices. Come quickly. Just out of the furnace, middle-grade pill, best for cultivation. As Ye Chen strolled through the crowd, he found nothing that truly caught his eye. To be honest, if any disciples had acquired true treasures, they would surely keep them for themselves. Anything that was being sold at a stall was likely something of little use. Ye Chen continued his aimless wandering, bored and disinterested. However, as he passed by a stall selling cultivation techniques, his steps suddenly halted, a look of keen interest spreading across his face. At the stall, there lay a dual cultivation technique. Dual cultivation, as the name suggested, was a method where two cultivators would practice together, their energies intertwined. Since Ye Chen had crossed into this world, he had become quite fascinated by such techniques, eager to find one to critique. However, the cultivation world today had become rather impatient, focused on quick gains, and as a result, genuine techniques that could simultaneously enhance the cultivation of both parties during practice were few and far between. Most are ones where one party supplemented the other and not the other way around. Thus, Ye Chen had never come across an authentic one until now. Seeing one for the first time, he couldn't help but feel excitement. A legitimate dual cultivation technique allowed both parties to enhance their cultivation through mutual pleasure. While the increase in power wasn't significant, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. If the effects of the technique were doubled after gifting it, wouldn't that be a tremendous boost? Double the pleasure. Ye Chen, with his less than impressive talent, was desperate to accelerate his cultivation. Even a small boost would help. Anything was better than nothing. Thinking this, Ye Chen immediately inquired, how much for this technique? The stall keeper calmly answered, 1 high-grade spirit stone. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow at this. 1 high-grade spirit stone for a dual cultivation technique? Had the stall keeper lost his mind? The most expensive flying boat Ye Chen had bought previously cost only 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Could it be that disciples of Green Cloud sect were all obsessed with spirit stones? Were they all like Sun Yi, driven only by wealth? Why is it so expensive? Ye Chen furrowed his brow and asked. The stall keeper, initially impatient, was about to snap back with a comment about how Ye Chen couldn't afford it and should walk away. But upon seeing the 3 clouds on Ye Chen's robe, his expression froze in shock. A peak master's direct disciple. Though he had never seen Ye Chen before, in Green Cloud sect, who would dare to impersonate a direct disciple? The stall keeper quickly switched to a much more cordial tone, standing up to introduce the technique. Senior, this dual cultivation technique is not ordinary. Most dual cultivation techniques, as you know, require one to focus on a technique during practice. And afterward, one must sit in meditation to refine the gains from the process. But that kind of distraction only hinders the pleasure. Plus, immediately sitting down to meditate after finishing is not conducive to building affection between partners. But this technique is different. The technique operates passively, requiring no distraction, and there's no need for additional effort to refine the benefits. Both parties receive a feedback of spirit chi during the process. In other words, you can improve your cultivation without interrupting your real business. Senior, just for this feature alone, one high-grade spirit stone is truly not expensive. If I weren't short on spirit stones, I wouldn't even consider selling it. After hearing the explanation, Ye Chen became even more interested in this dual cultivation technique. It wasn't because of the act itself, Ye Chen wasn't that kind of person. The main reason was that Ye Chen was well aware of his poor talent and knew that in order to speed up his cultivation progress, he needed to seize every opportunity. Dual cultivation was different from normal training. It wouldn't place an extra burden on his meridians. It could be combined with regular cultivation. Even if the cultivation increase from dual cultivation was only 1/10 of that from normal training, over a long period, it would save quite a bit of time. Furthermore, Ye Chen realized that the system truly only recognized virgins. For example, after he had been with Lu Jing and Lin Kur last night, they no longer appeared on the system's feedback list today. In a certain sense, they had already lost much of their value to him. Keeping them around would only serve the purpose of serving as attendants. But with the dual cultivation technique, it was different. Even if it wasn't recognized by the system, it could still have its benefits around Ye Chen. It wouldn't be a complete waste. It was perfect. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen picked up the jade slip, and after receiving the vendor's consent, he used his spiritual sense to scan the technique's brief introduction. Extreme Joy Technique, life is short, enjoy dual cultivation to the fullest. The joy is boundless. Once the technique is cultivated, it automatically activates when discussing Tao with a female cultivator, converting energy without requiring distraction. Both parties receive feedback. The higher the female cultivator's cultivation level, the better the effect. Dual cultivation can be practiced for 4 hours each day. Beyond that, the conversion efficiency greatly decreases. When dual cultivating with a female cultivator of equal cultivation level, the efficiency is 1/10 of normal cultivation. It really was just 1/10. When calculated, it was equivalent to gaining an additional 3 days of cultivation every month. But this didn't even account for the increase from pills used in regular cultivation. So those 3 days were essentially just 1 day. If Ye Chen cultivated diligently every month, he'd gain only 1 extra day of cultivation progress. This efficiency. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was nearly useless. Moreover, the effective time was only 4 hours per day. Who are they looking down on with such little time? Ye Chen felt that this technique wasn't worth it. The effect is too ordinary, it's more of a consolation than anything useful. 10 middle-grade spirit stones, and I'll take it. Ye Chen immediately bargained. The vendor's lips twitched upon hearing this. Senior brother, you know how difficult it is to increase one's cultivation. Any opportunity to improve, even if it's just a little bit, should be seized. After all, 1 step slow means many steps slow. 10 middle-grade spirit stones won't work. How about this? I'll consider it a friendly gesture and offer it to you for 90 middle-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen curled his lips. Since every little bit counts, why don't you keep it for yourself then? The vendor, looking entirely justified, replied, because I don't have a Tao partner. Look at me, I'm just a regular disciple. Every month, I have so few resources, how could I possibly find a Tao partner? If your Tao partner is out on a mission and finds it too difficult or is afraid, you'll have to go along with them, right? If your Tao partner runs out of resources to cultivate, and you happen to have some, can you really bear to not share a little? If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. And if you have a child, that's even more trouble. If the child has a spiritual root, you'll need to provide resources. Finding a Tao partner only wastes time and resources. Only a fool would do that. I heard from a new disciple yesterday that his cousin is a simp, always thinking about finding a Tao partner. He's sending all his pill resources, even giving away more valuable treasures. Now, that's a real fool. Ye Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This guy was quite sharp. But the cousin he mentioned. Why did Ye Chen feel so familiar with that story? Wasn't that Ye Tian, the guy who couldn't be bothered to properly cultivate in Green Cloud sect and instead focused on spreading rumors about him? Next time he saw him, he'd give him a good thrashing. This dual cultivation technique certainly had its unique benefits, but it was too minimal in terms of actual cultivation improvement. It was the kind of thing low-level cultivators couldn't afford, and high-level cultivators wouldn't care for. The vendor had probably been stuck with it for a long time, and on top of that, Ye Chen's identity as a direct disciple likely made him eager to form connections. In the end, they settled on a price of 50 middle-grade spirit stones, and the deal was made. After the transaction was completed, Ye Chen walked back with a pleasant mood. The technique's efficiency was indeed a bit lacking, but what about after the system feedback? This might just turn into something useful. 100-fold feedback would definitely be the best. But if he dared to give this to his master, he'd probably be cleaning out the sect the next day. What about giving it to the female cultivator he met earlier with the 20-fold feedback? That seemed to have some potential. The woman already had someone she was interested in. If Ye Chen gifted her a dual cultivation technique, wouldn't that be a perfect match? But giving a dual cultivation technique to a female cultivator felt a bit like harassment. And she had a boyfriend, what if she thought he was flirting with her? Would he get beaten up? Moreover, it didn't seem too good for his reputation. Just as Ye Chen was hesitating, a familiar voice came from behind. "Senior sister, you actually managed to refine the top-grade green spirit pill. You're almost ready to break through to the second-grade alchemist, you're amazing." It was Sun Ruoxin's voice. Hearing this, Ye Chen instinctively turned around. Sure enough, Sun Ruoxin was there. She was wearing the Green Cloud sect disciple robes, but her long, slender legs still managed to catch the eye, radiating brilliance. But when the system prompt chimed, Ye Chen was instantly startled. It wasn't because of Sun Ruoxin. It was because of the female cultivator standing beside her. System detects an eligible feedback target. Yao Shi, 30-fold feedback. What? Ye Chen immediately took a closer look. There, standing next to Sun Ruoxin, was a tall female cultivator. Her legs were as long as Sun Ruoxin's, but she was even taller, at least 1.75 meters. Her figure was just as exquisite, slim waist, long legs, and a full, graceful form. But what truly caught Ye Chen's attention was her back. Slightly turning his face, he could clearly see her exaggerated curves. It was as if one could place a glass of wine on her back. Her figure was absolutely perfect. No wonder her feedback rate was 30-fold. This female cultivator, named Yao Shi, walked alongside Sun Ruoxin, her beautiful face adorned with a calm smile. Her chin was slightly raised. Clearly, she was a proud woman. Quite interesting. Your talisman-making skills aren't bad. If you keep practicing, there's no reason you couldn't be taken as a disciple by the elder in charge of talismans. Yao Shi lightly complimented her, sounding sincere, yet her tone was indifferent. Her father had ties with Sun Yi, so out of respect for her father, she occasionally showed some favor to Sun Ruoxin in the sect. Despite being a senior sister and having reached the 9th level of qi refining, Yao Shi had her own concerns. She didn't have time to deal with Sun Ruoxin much. After exchanging a few words, she was ready to leave. Ruoxin? Noticing that Sun Ruoxin seemed distracted, Yao Shi furrowed her brows and reminded her. Sun Ruoxin snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She quickly apologized to her senior sister Yao Shi. "Sorry, I was just surprised to see an acquaintance." Yao Shi casually waved her hand. "Since you've seen someone you know, go chat with them. I've got things to do." With that, she was about to leave. But as she casually glanced around, wondering who Sun Ruoxin's acquaintance was, she spotted the 3 clouds embroidered on Ye Chen's robes. Sun Ruoxin's acquaintance was actually a direct disciple of the Peak Master. Yao Shi, who had been about to leave, immediately froze in her tracks. When Sun Ruoxin saw Ye Chen at Green Cloud Sect, she was undoubtedly surprised. Especially when she saw that Ye Chen was also wearing the sect's disciple robes. Had the Yi family granted another spot in the sect to Ye Chen? Was Ye Chen really being treated with such importance? Sun Ruoxin couldn't understand it, no matter how hard she tried. But the truth was, she had only just arrived at Green Cloud Sect, and she was feeling a little uneasy. To meet someone who was willing to give everything for her without any complaints, no matter whether she liked him or not, would always bring her a sense of joy and security. And now that Ye Chen had joined Green Cloud Sect, didn't that mean he would be able to send her gifts in the future? That would be wonderful. "Junior brother, you've joined Green Cloud Sect as well. That's wonderful. Just yesterday, I was so worried that your family might punish you. But how did you manage to get in?" Sun Ruoxin asked with genuine delight. If she really was worried, she wouldn't have rushed off with the Green Cloud token in hand, looking like you were desperate to get away from Ye Chen. Ye Chen was too occupied to even glance at Sun Ruoxin at the moment. After all, standing behind her was a beautiful woman with a 30-fold feedback rate. Ye Chen casually replied, "It was just a matter of fate. How about introducing your senior sister behind you?" Noticing Ye Chen's gaze, Sun Ruoxin was momentarily taken aback. Then, as she turned around, she saw that her senior sister hadn't left yet. Ye Chen's indifference towards her and his sudden focus on the senior sister made Sun Ruoxin feel a little uncomfortable. But she still introduced her politely. "This is senior sister Yao Shi, the eldest senior sister of Green Cloud Sect. She has reached the 9th level of Qi refining and is also a disciple of the Alchemy Peak Elder. This is Ye Chen, my junior brother. He once studied talisman making with me." Ye Chen immediately smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Yao." Yao Shi's stunning face broke into a smile as well. "Junior brother Yi, did you just join the sect?" Under Ye Chen's subtle prompting, the conversation quickly shifted to alchemy. "Not only can you make talismans, but you can also refine pills. You really are a genius," Yao Shi said, somewhat surprised. Ye Chen shook his head. "I've only just begun. I'm nowhere near your level, senior sister Yao. If I get the chance, I hope you'll be generous with your guidance." Yao Shi, hearing this, spoke warmly. "There's a class on high-grade elixirs every week. I attend regularly. If junior brother needs any help, feel free to come to me after the class. I have something to attend to now. We'll meet again soon." Ye Chen nodded in thanks, watching as Yao Shi turned and walked away, her long legs making every step a spectacle. One couldn't help but be mesmerized by her appearance. Her front was already breathtaking, but her back. Truly, it was on a whole new level. The shape of her rounded hips was a first for Ye Chen. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. Pairing that with a waist as slender as a willow, it was hard to imagine how mesmerizing she must look when she bent down. "I need to go practice, see you later." Reading on this site. This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. Sun Ruoxin's face had cooled as well. Earlier, Ye Chen had completely ignored her. His eyes seemed to have no focus other than on senior sister Yao. The most frustrating part. Even after senior sister Yao left, Ye Chen couldn't seem to stop looking after her. Though Sun Ruoxin had known from the start that Ye Chen wasn't the type to be a lovesick fool, it still stung to be treated this way in front of her. Was she really inferior to senior sister Yao? Fuming with anger, Sun Ruoxin spoke coldly before turning to leave. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. She had taken so much from him, run off with the flying boat to escape, and even relied on him to get into Green Cloud Sect. And now, she had the audacity to get upset with him. How laughable. However, Sun Ruoxin still had some value. The dual cultivation technique wasn't something Ye Chen could give to his master, nor to Yao Shi, whom he had just met. After all, it would seem too perverse to offer such a thing so soon. It would be detrimental to future relations. Moreover, Yao Shi might not even need it. If the system didn't recognize it, then it would be a complete waste. But Sun Ruoxin was different. This woman had promised that once she reached Foundation establishment, she would repay him with her body. Whether or not she was sincere when she said it didn't matter. Ye Chen had taken her words at face value. With that in mind, it was only fitting that he give her the dual cultivation technique. It made perfect sense. The system would definitely recognize it and reward him. So Ye Chen smiled and said, "Since I just entered Green Cloud sect, I'm still unfamiliar with the place. I should be courteous to strangers. And since she's your friend, I couldn't possibly be too rude. I came to the sect square today specifically to find you. I even spent an upper-grade spirit stone to buy you a gift." His explanation was quite reasonable. Moreover, hearing that Ye Chen had prepared a gift worth a high-grade spirit stone, Sun Ruoxin's anger dissipated almost instantly. Ever since Elder Kong, her father's master, had tricked her, the spirit stones her family had saved up for years had been completely drained. They were now poor. The fact that Ye Chen had prepared a gift for her, worth a high-grade spirit stone, made her feel exceptionally happy. "Humph, I'll forgive you this time. But you can't do this again in the future." With that, Sun Ruoxin stretched out her hand, signaling Ye Chen to present the gift. Ye Chen sneered inwardly. He placed the recently acquired dual cultivation technique, the extreme joy technique, into her palm. Sun Ruoxin's eyes brightened when she saw the jade slip. Was this a spell? A spell worth a top-grade spirit stone? It had to be something extraordinary. Her joy increased, and she sent her spirit sense to scan the jade slip's contents. But when she saw the introduction, Sun Ruoxin froze. Her face turned bright red, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she stared at Ye Chen in shock. She never could have imagined that Ye Chen's gift to her would be a dual cultivation technique. Was Ye Chen trying to dual cultivate with her? Noticing Sun Ruoxin's gaze, Ye Chen put on a puzzled expression. "Didn't you say that once you reached Foundation establishment, you'd offer your body to me? I thought it would be fine for me to prepare a dual cultivation technique for you in advance. Or, did you never intend to dual cultivate with me? Was everything you said just a lie?" As soon as Ye Chen spoke, Sun Ruoxin, who had been ready to angrily question him, froze. She had indeed said something similar when trying to get the green cloud token from Ye Chen. But that was just casual talk, nothing serious. How could she possibly look at Ye Chen once she reached Foundation establishment? And there was no way she would repay him with her body. Yet Ye Chen had clearly been fixated on this matter the entire time. He had even gone so far as to buy a dual cultivation technique for her. What did this mean? Ye Chen wasn't genuinely fond of her, he was just lusting after her body. All his previous actions were merely to get her. She had thought Ye Chen was different from other men, but now she felt disgusted. Ugh, how vile. But despite the intense inner turmoil, Sun Ruoxin had noticed something since entering Green Cloud sect. While the sect was great, to stand out, one still needed resources. And now, she was broke. It was exactly the moment when she needed Ye Chen's support. She absolutely couldn't afford to fall out with him. So, suppressing the anger within her, she forced herself to speak calmly. "How could I ever deceive my junior brother? It's just, this kind of thing, I'm a bit uncomfortable talking about. Thank you for the gift. I will certainly study and practice this technique carefully." After speaking, she even shot Ye Chen a coquettish glance, one that seemed to hint at something unspoken. But her mind was already made up. She would pass this useless technique to her father and have him sell it. At this moment, Ye Chen's face broke into a smile. It wasn't because of Sun Ruoxin's somewhat awkward expression management. It was because the system's feedback prompt had just gone off. Gift successfully delivered. The gift, Extreme Joy Technique *. Processing feedback. 15-fold feedback in progress. Reward, Great Joy Zen Method. Great Joy Zen Method, the path of ultimate pleasure, a method of dual cultivation, allows both or multiple cultivators to experience immense joy while simultaneously greatly enhancing their cultivation. Additionally, practitioners can rely on this technique to solidify their foundation, bolster their essence, and grow ever stronger, with no time limit. The reward has been delivered to the host's storage space. Upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Great Joy Zen Method? The name sounded impressive. From the description, it seemed much more powerful than the extreme joy technique. At the very least, it lacked the time restriction. Moreover, it offered the ability to grow stronger with every battle. As for the immense improvement it promised, the true extent of its power would only become clear once he tested it for himself. Overall, the reward left Ye Chen in high spirits. On the second day after joining the Green Cloud sect, he had encountered the ideal 30-fold feedback female cultivator, Yao Shi. And on top of that, he had received a dual cultivation technique that looked promising. It was nothing short of perfect. Indeed, joining the Green Cloud sect had been the right decision. Junior brother, please don't send me things like this again. Recently, I've been planning to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining, so I'll likely be in seclusion for a while. If you need anything, you can visit me at my residence. Sun Ruoxin spoke seriously. She was hinting that Ye Chen should choose more useful gifts in the future. And, of course, she would also take the opportunity to show him around. Ye Chen's lips curled into a smile as he listened. With the 30-fold senior sister, who would bother sending you gifts every day? Was she dreaming? Ye Chen had already made plans to attend the alchemy class, coincidentally run into senior sister Yao Shi, and give her a gift. Sun Ruoxin's importance to him had drastically diminished. But it was still necessary to know where she lived, just in case. If he couldn't find Yao Shi sometimes, Sun Ruoxin could be of use. The two of them soon left the Grand Plaza and arrived at the disciples' living quarters. The disciples' area wasn't bad, with small courtyards scattered about. Each one occupied roughly 100 square meters. The conditions could only be described as neither too good nor too poor. Standing there, Ye Chen could clearly feel the concentration of spiritual qi was far lower than what he experienced at the Sword Peak. Living on the main peak and enjoying the richer spiritual qi was one of the perks of being a direct disciple. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Sun Ruoxin's courtyard. Worried that Ye Chen might follow her in and try to take advantage of the situation, Sun Ruoxin hesitated. After all, she still wanted to keep receiving gifts from him. She couldn't be too harsh in rejecting him, or else it would be easy to end up on the losing side. So, with a slightly embarrassed expression, she spoke, "I was just assigned here yesterday, and it's still a mess inside. I'll have to invite you for tea next time." Ye Chen chuckled upon hearing this. But this suited Ye Chen just fine. He was eager to return and test out the dual cultivation technique. Without saying another word, he turned around and left decisively, not a shred of reluctance in his movements. Stolen content warning, this tale belongs on Novelbin. Report any occurrences elsewhere. This attitude caught Sun Ruoxin off guard. A sense of doubt rose within her. Had she been too distant, making Ye Chen angry? She couldn't help but think about what Ye Chen had done for her. Even just getting a Green Cloud sect spot was invaluable. Not to mention all the gifts Ye Chen had given her. Yet, she had acted like she wasn't satisfied. She hadn't even invited him in for a cup of tea. Anyone in Ye Chen's place would be upset. But, even though she knew she might have gone a little too far, Sun Ruoxin had no intention of changing her attitude. After all, Ye Chen was so beneath her. She had only said those things out of gratitude, yet Ye Chen had taken it seriously. He had even bought her a dual cultivation technique. Ye Chen's gift of the Green Cloud token was far from sincere. He was clearly after her body. If she showed him even the slightest kindness, Ye Chen would surely take advantage of it. Perhaps he might even attempt to engage in more intimate matters with her. Therefore, she couldn't afford to treat him kindly. As for whether Ye Chen would get angry, or distance himself from her, Sun Ruoxin wasn't concerned in the slightest. Ye Chen had given her the green cloud token. He had believed the absurd lie about the flying boat without hesitation. This clearly showed how deeply he was infatuated with her. A man like Ye Chen, so consumed with love, would never truly get angry at her. No matter how coldly she treated him, he would always remain devoted, always willing to support her. There was no need to worry. In any case, when it came to Ye Chen, Sun Ruoxin was utterly fearless. Ye Chen returned to the Sword Peak in a pleasant mood, entering his courtyard. On the entire Sword Peak, aside from his master, there were only a few others. It was a peaceful and quiet place. Upon entering the courtyard, both Lu Jing and Lin Ke had already woken up. At the sight of Ye Chen, their faces flushed. "Greetings, young master." After giving themselves completely to Ye Chen the night before, both Lu Jing and Lin Ke had no lingering doubts. They had fully accepted their current situation. Now, they were content to serve as his maidservants. In truth, serving as Ye Chen's maidservants wasn't a bad arrangement. Ye Chen had promised to provide them with the pills they needed for cultivation. Each month, they would also receive a middle-grade spirit stone as a reward. Such treatment, in the outside world, might make even female cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage fall willingly into Ye Chen's embrace. All they had to do was stay by his side, attending to his needs, and they would have access to all the cultivation resources they could ever want. It was, without a doubt, the dream job for most cultivators. So, both women were genuinely willing to serve as maidservants now. Next, Lu Jing went to prepare the meal, while Lin Ke tidied up the room. Meanwhile, Ye Chen retrieved the Great Joy Zen method from his storage ring, a reward from the system. He pressed the jade slip to his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. To his delight, not only did the jade slip contain the method for cultivating the Great Joy Zen, but it also included the 365 dual cultivation positions of the Joyful Zen sect. After quickly scanning through all the positions, Ye Chen felt as if his horizons had been dramatically expanded. Cultivators possessed a vast array of spells, so it was only natural that the variations of practices were innumerable. Upon finishing, Ye Chen was left with a single thought: all those AV directors in his past life had ultimately been too conservative. Entering the basics of dual cultivation wasn't difficult. By the end of the afternoon, Ye Chen had grasped the fundamentals. It was only natural for someone to feel eager to try out something new once they had learned it. After dinner, Ye Chen gazed at the starry sky for a moment before calling the two women into the room. Upon hearing his voice, the two women's beautiful faces flushed with a soft pink hue. They had already completely surrendered to Ye Chen, their bodies now belonging to him. But the thought of the three of them together still felt somewhat awkward. Despite the embarrassment in their hearts, the two women obediently entered the room. When they saw Ye Chen take out the bed made of stalactite jade, their eyes went wide with astonishment. The stalactite jade spirit bead bed was completely translucent, with spiritual chi swirling around it like a small, portable spiritual gathering array. Practicing on such a bed would undoubtedly yield results far beyond ordinary methods. What was even more surprising was that the surface of the bed seemed to be as soft as jelly, making a mattress entirely unnecessary. Neither of them had expected Ye Chen to possess such a treasure. After Ye Chen briefly explained the bed's properties, the two women were even more shocked. This bed could actually accelerate cultivation. How many spirit stones must it be worth? And with such a large size, it was clear that regular storage bags couldn't hold it. Therefore, Ye Chen's storage bag was much larger than the ones he had given to them. However, this discovery didn't cause any dissatisfaction in the two women. On the contrary, they felt that Ye Chen's foundation was deeper and more profound than they had ever imagined. To follow such a man was undoubtedly their good fortune. But soon, both women no longer had the time or leisure to think about any of that. Though Gu Yunyun possessed a figure that was nothing short of breathtaking, her personality was strikingly cold and direct. The contrast was stark. She spent her days immersed in cultivation, while at night, she would lie on her bamboo bed, gazing up at the starry sky, before gradually falling into sleep. However, over the past few days, sleep had eluded her. The main reason was that Ye Chen's side was far too noisy. The noise from Ye Chen's side wasn't loud enough to reach her bamboo loft, yet for some inexplicable reason, Gu Yunyun found herself unable to resist sending out her spiritual sense to listen in. And as she listened, her curiosity would grow, wondering how long Ye Chen could maintain his activities. Before long, an entire night would pass by. Tonight, she lay on her side, her body's curves creating a mesmerizing contrast, like the peaks of a mountain range, a sight of unrivaled beauty. It's been a whole week. She mused. Is Ye Chen's physique truly this powerful? Doesn't he fear draining his essence and harming his foundation? Even if it doesn't harm his foundation, doesn't he have any intention of focusing on cultivation? Then why did he come to Green Cloud Sect to be my direct disciple? With the token, he could have asked for far more valuable things. Gu Yunyun was filled with curiosity about her disciple. As for why she had been eavesdropping all this time, it had everything to do with her cultivation method. Gu Yunyun had already reached the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. She was preparing to break through to the golden core. But due to her smooth journey thus far, her state of mind was still far from complete. The sounds coming from Ye Chen's side had introduced massive fluctuations in her state of mind. Gu Yunyun had a sense that the day she could remain unaffected by the sounds coming from Ye Chen would be the day she was truly ready to break through to the golden core. Though the sound still caused various distractions in her heart, Gu Yunyun had full confidence in herself. With her willpower, she was certain she would succeed. But before achieving success, she absolutely could not rush into attempting a breakthrough. The path to the golden core required one to face the heart tribulation. If any weaknesses existed in one's heart, the breakthrough would inevitably fail. Thus, this was not eavesdropping, it was a part of her cultivation. Gu Yunyun continued to listen with full focus, yet the faint flush on her face, the beads of fragrant sweat on her forehead, and the occasional sip of spirit wine, each drop flowing like a stream into a valley, revealed that she was not as composed as she appeared. This great joy Zen method is truly formidable, Ye Chen murmured to himself. In the early morning, after merely closing his eyes for a moment, he rose and began his cultivation. Beside him, Lin Kuo and Lu Jing lay covered in silk quilts, sleeping sweetly, each in a different posture. For an entire week, Ye Chen had been experimenting with the Great Joy Zen method. After adjusting for 2 days, the results were nothing short of terrifying, especially with the support of the stalactite jade spirit bead bed. The cultivation efficiency had nearly reached the same level as actual cultivation. Moreover, the Great Joy Zen was a genuine dual cultivation technique. The benefits were not confined to Ye Chen alone. The two women shared in them as well. Originally, one would cultivate while the other observed, alternating between the two. Their enthusiasm was not particularly high, and they felt a little reserved. But once they experienced the benefits of cultivation, their motivation skyrocketed. Now, one would cultivate while the other actively assisted, eager to swap places quickly. Both sought to reap the benefits of their spiritual progress. In their desire to win Ye Chen's favor, both women threw themselves into learning all kinds of positions. They even began to compete with one another internally, striving for more time. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. In short, with the help of the Great Joy Zen method, Ye Chen's cultivation speed had practically doubled. Though Ye Chen's aptitude was average, even with the finest elixirs and the aid of the stalactite jade spirit bead bed, he would have needed at least 6 months to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. But now, in just 3 months at most, he could potentially break through. With some effort, he might even reach the 7th level within this time frame. When Ye Chen finished his cultivation, both women had already quietly risen. One was preparing breakfast, while the other waited, ready to assist Ye Chen with his morning routine. As Ye Chen opened his eyes, Lin Kuo, with a face full of youthful innocence, began to carefully attend to him. Enjoying the delicate service of her slender hands, Ye Chen felt particularly content. However, as Lin Kuo's hands drifted lower, Ye Chen stopped her. Lin Kuo was highly motivated and always sought opportunities to improve herself, often trying to learn in secret when Lu Jing was not around. But today, Ye Chen had matters to attend to. Ignoring the melancholic and plaintive look in Lin Kuo's eyes, He ate his breakfast and advised both women to focus on their own cultivation before heading to the sect's Grand Plaza. The effectiveness of the Great Joy Zen method in boosting cultivation was closely tied to the cultivator's own level. Both women were at the 4th level of qi refining, still a little behind. However, with the constant supply of resources and the use of the jade bed, their cultivation had progressed rapidly. Both were now close to breaking through to the 5th level. Controlling fire relies on spiritual rhythm. You need to refine your fire control technique to the perfected stage before you can truly master the art of flame manipulation. Only then can you hope to refine high-grade pills. Spiritual fire. It's rare, but if you can obtain it, your alchemy skills will grow by leaps and bounds. It will also benefit your cultivation. Alright, today's lesson is over. I have thoroughly explained the technique of fire control. If you still have any doubts, you can visit the Black Sky Pill shop. I've left my alchemical insights there. I believe after reading them, you will gain a deeper understanding. On the Grand Plaza that day, Ye Chen, having finished his advanced cultivation class, felt rather bored. What annoyed him most was that the elder had used the class to promote his own business. It was a bit outrageous. However, Ye Chen didn't dwell on it for long. His alchemy skills were already at the perfected 1st rank. He didn't need to attend the elder's lessons. Ye Chen's reason for coming was, of course, the 30-fold boost from his senior sister, Yao Shi. Since his master was still out of reach, Yao Shi had become Ye Chen's favorite female cultivator, without exception. During the class, Yao Shi had always sat in the front row. The classroom was simple, with just mats spread across the ground. Many disciples sat cross-legged, but Yao Shi's figure was so exaggerated that it wasn't suited for cross-legged sitting, so she chose to kneel instead. The sight of her form, compressed into that posture, was truly breathtaking. The class ended, but Yao Shi seemed to still be lost in thought and had yet to rise. Ye Chen, however, stood up directly and made his way toward her. Disciples scattered in all directions, and upon seeing Ye Chen, their expressions became somewhat strange. It had been a week, and the news of a new direct disciple in the sect had already spread. The fact that the sect's acknowledged #1 fighter, Peak Master Gu Yunyun, had taken in a disciple naturally piqued the curiosity of the others. They wanted to know what kind of genius this disciple was. But soon, new gossip emerged. Ye Chen was said to be a connections disciple, having relied on personal ties to secure his position. It was whispered that his spiritual root was so poor it couldn't even compare to regular disciples. The rumor was that he would likely lose his status as a direct disciple in less than 3 years. And there were even rumors that this connections disciple was a simp. A useless man without ambition, who poured all his resources into serving female cultivators. These rumors undoubtedly left the disciples of the Green Cloud sect in utter amazement. Everyone was so focused on their cultivation that they didn't even care to find a Tao companion. Yet, here was someone who bizarrely chose to be a simp. What was even more absurd was that such a simp had somehow become a direct disciple. It was utterly outrageous. Thus, when the disciples saw Ye Chen, their expressions were all peculiar. But not a single one dared to mock or ridicule him. After all, no matter how poor Ye Chen's spiritual root was, no matter how low his talent or how much of a simp he appeared to be, he was still a direct disciple, and moreover, a connection of the Peak Master. Who would dare risk offending him? Still, everyone secretly awaited the day when Ye Chen would lose his direct disciple status and slink back down the mountain in disgrace. At this moment, the disciples watched Ye Chen approach senior sister Yao Shi. Their surprise deepened, and those who had previously doubted the rumors no longer had any doubts. It seemed the rumors about this direct disciple were indeed true. Ye Chen paid no mind to the peculiar glances cast his way. The title of simp was certainly negative, but to him, it served as the perfect disguise. In the cultivation world, power spoke louder than anything. One day, when he ascended to the rank of immortal emperor, who would dare bring up such trivialities as his being a simp? With a smile on his face, Ye Chen walked through the crowd and made his way to senior sister Yao Shi's side. At that moment, Yao Shi was kneeling, her eyes closed in meditation. The rounded curves of her figure, squeezed by the weight of her posture, spilled out to either side, presenting a mesmerizing sight. One could only imagine the waves that would ripple if touched. Ye Chen admired the view quietly, taking his time. When Yao Shi, sensing a gaze upon her, opened her eyes, she immediately caught the burning intensity in Ye Chen's stare. Yet, instead of showing displeasure, she secretly felt pleased. Feigning ignorance, she smiled lightly and said, "Junior brother Yi, you've come to listen to the lecture too? I was so absorbed in the teachings of the elder that I didn't notice you earlier. My apologies." Hearing this, Ye Chen shook his head with a smile. "Senior sister is too kind." Yao Shi slowly stood up, her graceful form returning to its original shape, demonstrating a surprising resilience. "Does junior brother have any questions? If so, I can offer my assistance in clearing your doubts." Ye Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Was this senior sister too approachable? Her attitude toward him was far warmer than he had expected. Could it be because of his direct disciple status? However, Ye Chen didn't dwell on it, as it worked perfectly in his favor. He seized the opportunity with ease. "There are some things I'm unsure of, and I'm still unfamiliar with the sect. If senior sister has the time, would you be willing to show me around and help me get acquainted with the sect?" Cultivators were, for the most part, incredibly busy. Disciples of the Green Cloud sect were even busier than the wandering cultivators from the outside world. They had to cultivate, study, practice spells, and complete sect tasks. Time was precious, and rarely was it ever wasted. This was especially true for someone like Yao Shi, a leader among the disciples. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yao Shi agreed without hesitation. Together, the two of them walked towards the outer grounds. As they walked, Yao Shi introduced the various aspects of the sect. Whenever Ye Chen asked questions, she explained alchemy techniques with clarity, breaking them down in a way that was both accessible and deep. Ye Chen occasionally offered words of praise. The two of them were thoroughly engaged in pleasant conversation. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other disciples. Jealousy and bitterness brewed in their hearts. Yao Shi, the outer sect's eldest senior sister, was known for her unmatched beauty and figure. She had countless admirers, many of whom dared not pursue her. Yet, here was Ye Chen, a direct disciple who had only gained his position through connections, chatting so happily with the senior sister. This naturally sparked resentment among many of the male disciples. What a simp! He didn't even focus on cultivation and only thought about fawning over female cultivators. And for him, a mere, connection-based, direct disciple, to be so close to the eldest senior sister. Just wait until he loses his direct disciple status. Let's see how arrogant he'll be then. Let's see if the senior sister will still spare him a glance. "This is the Green Cloud market within our sect," Yao Shi said with a smile as she stood before the market. "If you need to purchase various spirit herbs, magic tools, talismans, or anything else, you can find it here. Essentially, everything a disciple could need can be found in this market." Ye Chen nodded thoughtfully, contemplating whether he should take the opportunity to browse through the market. Perhaps he could find something that suited him, so that he could give it to Yao Shi. "The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." At that moment, a female attendant emerged from the Green Cloud market, and upon spotting Yao Shi, her eyes lit up. "Senior sister, you're here. The item you mentioned last time, the one you wanted for remotely capturing and attacking enemies, we've just received it. It's available now. This technique is called Dragon Grasp. It allows you to form a spirit chi hand the size of a human palm within a 50-meter radius. It can quickly grasp objects or strike enemies, all with minimal noise, making it difficult for others to detect or defend against. The manager specifically set it aside for you, intending to ask if you still want it, or if he should display it for others. Would you like it, senior sister?" The attendant, a disciple of the outer sect herself, worked part-time at the market. By doing so, she could earn contributions and spirit stones. Hence, she referred to Yao Shi respectfully as senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yao Shi's eyes brightened, a hint of eagerness crossing her face. She turned to Ye Chen and explained, "During the chi refining stage, using spiritual power to manipulate objects in the air, at best, you can only reach around 5 meters, and the accuracy is lacking, as is the speed of response. I've always wanted a technique like this to retrieve items remotely. It would be immensely helpful for alchemy, and when gathering spirit herbs outside, it could prove invaluable. Not to mention, it could also be used for combat, making it an incredibly versatile tool. Please, wait here for me. I'll be out once I've made the purchase. Ye Chen, upon hearing this, was equally intrigued. She wanted a technique? Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? While Ye Chen wasn't lacking in techniques himself, who would ever say no to more? He'd long been curious about the 30 times feedback from Yao Shi and what kind of surprise it might bring him. With a smile, Ye Chen replied, "No worries. I've never been to Green Cloud Market before, so it's a good opportunity to join you, senior sister." Yao Shi nodded with a smile of her own, her graceful steps carrying her as she ascended the stairs and entered the shop. 10 middle-grade spirit stones. That's too expensive. Yao Shi's interest in the technique was evident, but upon hearing the price, her eyes widened in shock. The attendant quickly responded, "This dragon grasp is no ordinary technique. It allows you to control within a 50-meter range, and it's one that can be cultivated even during the chi refining stage. There might not be a second copy of it in the entire Green Cloud sect. Moreover, not only is the control precise, but the power is also formidable. The most important feature is that the spirit chi fluctuations when forming the dragon grasp are minimal, making it nearly impossible for opponents to detect in the midst of battle. Think about it, senior sister. In combat, if you suddenly form the dragon grasp behind your enemy to launch a surprise attack, who could defend against that? With this technique, senior sister, you might even have a chance to defeat senior brotherly in the sect's year-end competition and win the Foundation Establishment Pill. As for the sect's 5 elements cave and secret realm slots, this technique would increase your chances of obtaining those as well." The attendant's words were undeniably tempting. However, when Yao Shi glanced at her storage pouch, embarrassment appeared on her face. "I've been experimenting with new pill recipes recently and spent a large amount of spirit stones on herbs. Right now, I'm running low on stones," she admitted. "Would it be possible to reserve this technique for me for a few months? Once I've saved up enough spirit stones, I'll come back and buy it." The attendant shook her head. "Senior sister, you know the rules. The deacon might have held it back for you, but that's the limit. If you don't purchase it now, someone else might snatch it up. Remember, the path of cultivation moves fast. Miss a step, and you might fall behind. If you let this opportunity slip, you could miss even greater ones later. You'll regret it if that happens. Maybe you should ask a friend if you can borrow some spirit stones," she suggested with a sly glance at Ye Chen. "Like this senior brother here, a direct disciple." Yao Shi's delicate face showed signs of inner turmoil. With a faint, self-deprecating smile, she shook her head. "Forget it. What is meant for me will come, and what isn't will pass." She turned to Ye Chen with a smile, her eyes softening. "Forgive me, junior brother. I come from a humble background as a wandering cultivator. I was fortunate to have good talent, which allowed me to enter the sect. Even though I can craft pills, resources have always been tight. More so, since I focus entirely on cultivation and pill making, I don't have many friends. Let's go, junior brother." With a final lingering glance at the jade slip in the attendant's hand, she turned and began to walk away. As Yao Shi reluctantly cast a final glance at the jade slip in the attendant's hand, she turned and walked away. Ye Chen watched this scene, raising an eyebrow. At first, he thought the situation was somewhat normal. But upon reflection, it felt eerily familiar, almost like the behavior of a girl in his past life, dragging her sugar daddy along on a shopping spree. It was supposed to be a simple shopping trip. Then, she suddenly found something she liked. But, alas, the money was short. And of course, the sugar daddy, eager to win her favor, would buy it for her. And in return, he would be rewarded with the adoring, grateful gaze of his goddess. The scene unfolding before him now was strikingly similar. The senior sister's scheme was a bit too deep. At that moment, Ye Chen understood everything in an instant. The senior sister, seemingly warm-hearted, was actually very calculating. It was possible that the attendant was in cahoots with her, intentionally waiting there to stage the scene. The reason for all of this was most likely related to the rumors about Ye Chen being a simp. Perhaps the senior sister was trying to see if she could profit from him. However, she had handled it quite delicately. Her intentions were not overtly obvious. Her skill level was far beyond that of the opportunistic girls from his past life. Once Ye Chen figured it all out, he couldn't help but smile even more. For him, it wasn't that he feared the opponent being an opportunistic girl trying to take something from him. On the contrary, he would rather face such a person. What truly terrified him was encountering a high-level, unattainable female cultivator, one with no desires. A woman he could see but never touch. Besides, the dragon grasp spell sounded quite useful and versatile. He couldn't help but wonder how much more potent it would be after the 30-fold amplification. With that thought in mind, Ye Chen immediately flicked his wrist and retrieved 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. "I'll take the dragon grasp." The attendant stared at the spirit stones in surprise. Yao Shi, too, immediately turned around and, with a smile, said, "Junior brother, you wish to acquire this spell as well? That's wonderful. I'd much rather have you buy it than let it fall into the hands of my competitors." Ye Chen clicked his tongue and nodded in approval. Such acting skills were no worse than Sun Ruoxin's. As expected of the senior sister of Green Cloud sect, she was quite something. He shook his head, taking the jade slip from the attendant's hand with a smile. "Senior sister, what are you saying? Taking what others cherish is not the way of righteous cultivators like us." What this junior sister said is true. Cultivators climb step by step, and every misstep could cost us dearly. Losing this technique may even cause you to miss your chance for foundation establishment. So please, accept it, senior sister. Upon hearing these words, the beautiful face of Yao Shi, full of youthful vitality, was filled with surprise. "No, no," she shook her head. "We've only just met, junior brother. How can I accept such an expensive gift from you? This is absolutely not possible." Ye Chen smiled and stepped forward, taking Yao Shi's delicate hand in his own and gently placing the jade slip into her palm. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt like we were old friends. You've been so patient with me, helping me understand the sect and showing me around. In my heart, I already consider you the closest person to me. This gift is just a token of our first meeting. If you refuse, it would mean you don't see me as a friend. In that case, I'll stop troubling you in the future, and we'll act like strangers." While speaking, Ye Chen didn't let go of her delicate hand. Her hand was soft and tender, as fragile as if it were made of jelly. No wonder she walked with such a bounce. Yao Shi's face turned slightly red at his words, and she lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "The first time I met junior brother, I also felt something special, like we were close. Among the male disciples in the sect, you're the only one I feel this way about. So, well, then I'll shamelessly accept it. In a few months, I'll return the spirit stones to you." Ye Chen shook his head, a playful smile on his lips. "Senior sister, if you say that, it means you still don't see me as a friend." Yao Shi was at a loss for words this time. She could only smile awkwardly and say, "If that's the case, thank you, junior brother." At that moment, however, a familiar sound rang out in Ye Chen's mind. Gift successfully given. The gift is Dragon Grasp. Feedback in progress. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. 30 times feedback. Reward, Heaven-Destroying Hand. Detected that the gift given by the host to the recipient, Yao Shi, is of great importance to her and exceeds her expectations. Her emotional state has fluctuated significantly, triggering a critical hit reward. Reward, 1-day private tuition from the ancestor of the Chen family's phantom. Heaven-Destroying Hand, is an ancient family technique of the Chen family. The host can now learn related knowledge of the technique from the phantom. Listening to the system's rewards, Ye Chen couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. The name Dragon Grasp already sounded imposing. But once Heaven-Destroying Hand appeared, it became even more terrifying. But an ancient technique of the Chen family? Though Ye Chen had never heard of it before, any technique with the term ancient attached to it must belong to a power far greater than Green Cloud sect, likely countless times stronger. Such a family legacy technique would undoubtedly be no disappointment in terms of power. So this was the result of the 30 times female cultivator feedback. Even ancient techniques were popping out. He was absolutely in love. Not to mention, the critical hit reward had been triggered. Such a treasure could not be missed. He would have to make the most of it. On the opposite side, Yao Shi felt Ye Chen's fiery gaze, as if he were looking at an extraordinary treasure, and her delicate face turned crimson. Though she had sensed Ye Chen's interest in her from their first meeting, she had never imagined his feelings would burn so intensely. It left her heart somewhat stunned. After a long pause, Yao Shi finally spoke in a shy voice, "Junior brother, I've already accepted the gift. How about, you let go of my hand now?" Since giving her the jade slip, Ye Chen hadn't let go of her hand. Ye Chen snapped back to reality upon hearing her words and feigned embarrassment, reluctantly releasing her small hand. The embarrassment was an act, but the reluctance was real. Yao Shi's hand truly felt like it came from the heavens. Such hands were ashamed to be wasted on anything other than alchemy. "Junior brother, let's go." Ye Chen nodded and followed Yao Shi as they made their way out. After casually wandering around for a while, Yao Shi turned to Ye Chen with an apologetic smile. "It's time for my alchemy session, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you any longer. Let's do this another time." Ye Chen nodded in understanding. When a woman wants to distance herself from a man she doesn't quite care for, especially one she finds unappealing, she usually buys what she wants, eats, and then finds some excuse to leave. Ye Chen also wanted to return and study the technique the system had just rewarded him with, so their thoughts aligned perfectly. They parted ways soon after. On the way back, Yao Shi looked at the jade slip in her storage pouch, her thoughts swirling. Ever since hearing the rumors that Ye Chen, the new direct disciple, was a simp, Yao Shi had begun to entertain other thoughts. So today, she decided to put those rumors to the test, curious to see if they were true. She didn't expect the reality to be such a shock. Ye Chen's generosity towards female cultivators far exceeded her expectations. A technique worth 10 middle-grade spirit stones, and he gave it to her without even batting an eye. How wealthy could he possibly be? At that moment, Yao Shi couldn't help but feel intense emotions. She was genuinely moved. In the Green Cloud sect, the disciples with the greatest strength were often supported by powerful families. The more talented a disciple was, the more resources their family would provide. But Yao Shi was different. She had no family support behind her. She had to rely entirely on herself. Her journey had been incredibly difficult. Due to a lack of resources, she was always slightly behind others, and when great opportunities presented themselves, she often missed them by a hair. The prospect of reaching foundation establishment seemed like an unattainable dream. Yet the appearance of Ye Chen, this elite simp, had given Yao Shi a glimmer of hope. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by the sight of Sun Ruoxin. The moment Sun Ruoxin spotted Yao Shi, a bright smile spread across her face, and she quickly walked over to greet her cheerfully. Yao Shi, however, felt a bit awkward. After all, in some ways, she was competing for the attention of the same simp. Her elders had told her to look out for Sun Ruoxin, to take care of her. But now, in a twist of fate, she was in the position of possibly taking the simp from right under Sun Ruoxin's nose. Although cultivators typically didn't care much about face or pride, and many close brothers had turned on each other without hesitation over opportunities, Yao Shi still felt a little guilty. So, she merely nodded coldly and left, not sparing much time for pleasantries. As Yao Shi walked away, Sun Ruoxin's face quickly clouded with displeasure. "What's the big deal with being an outer sect senior sister?" she muttered under her breath. "She's just at the 9th level of chi refining, what's there to be so proud of?" "Humph, Ye Chen adores me. He's a direct disciple, far stronger than her. Though, I can't believe he didn't tell me about this last time we met. He had a chance to become a direct disciple, but he still gave me just a regular Green Cloud token. He kept all the good things for himself. What kind of love is that? If he doesn't give me enough gifts next time we meet, I'm not going to forgive him. Sun Ruoxin smiled to herself as she thought of Ye Chen. She felt secure in her position and believed her future was bright. However, when Sun Ruoxin arrived at the mission hall, hoping to find a task suited to her, she overheard some gossip from nearby disciples about the new direct disciple. It seemed that the new direct disciple had fallen head over heels for senior sister Yao Shi at first sight and had taken her to the Green Cloud Market, where he bought her a technique worth 10 middle-grade spirit stones as a greeting gift. To give such an expensive gift right off the bat. The rumors had completely confirmed Ye Chen's simp status. Hearing this, Sun Ruoxin's face immediately darkened. My simp went to fawn over someone else. This couldn't be possible. No wonder Yao Shi had looked at her that way today. It wasn't indifference, it was guilt. The more Sun Ruoxin thought about it, the angrier she became. She had always respected Yao Shi as a senior sister, but here Yao Shi was, stealing her simp. It was completely unforgivable. Especially since there had been several attendants present at Green Cloud Market, all of them describing the situation in vivid detail. The 10 middle-grade spirit stone technique. Yao Shi couldn't afford it. But Ye Chen, the new direct disciple, had waved his hand and bought it for her as a gift. At first, Yao Shi didn't want to accept it. But Ye Chen insisted, pushing her to take it. This had caused many disciples to gossip, amazed at such a display of devotion. A 10 spirit stone technique, so rare and precious, yet Ye Chen had to beg Yao Shi to accept it. To Sun Ruoxin, it was utterly humiliating. That was supposed to be her gift. Why was Ye Chen giving it to someone else? And not just anyone, but Yao Shi, her rival. The more she thought about it, the more her face twisted in anger. She needed resources. Her cultivation was stalling, and she had so little. But here was Ye Chen, giving away priceless things to someone else. Why did Ye Chen do this? Did he hold a grudge because she hadn't invited him in last time? Was he getting back at her? How could he be so petty? Sun Ruoxin justified her actions. As a female cultivator, it was only natural to be cautious. She was protecting herself. But Ye Chen should have understood that. If he truly loved her, he would have supported her. Yet, instead of understanding, he was lashing out. Was this how he returned her feelings? Had he truly given up on her so easily? She had been willing to sacrifice so much for him, even accepting the dual cultivation technique for his sake. Yet, he treated her this way. Sun Ruoxin's anger burned bright as she stormed toward the sword peak, determined to confront Ye Chen. However, when she reached the base of the peak and saw the barrier blocking her way, reality hit her hard. Without a token, she found herself unable to proceed. Clenching her teeth, her brows twitched like falling meteors, and her lips turned pale with frustration. This isn't over. She swore to herself that the next time she saw Ye Chen, she would get to the bottom of this. She would confront him directly, asking why he had treated her this way. If Ye Chen couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, she would never forgive him. Still fuming, Sun Ruoxin returned to her residence, only to have one of her fellow female disciples come to her door not long after. Junior sister Sun, we're about to take on a mission, and we're short one talisman master who can handle beast materials. Would you like to join us? It's a 2-week job. We'll earn about 40 lower-grade spirit stones each for this trip. Sun Ruoxin sneered inwardly at the offer. 40 lower-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen could easily gift her something far more valuable than that. But, in truth, Sun Ruoxin was running low on spirit stones. Her father had not been able to provide support recently. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to get Elder Kong to ease up on certain matters, and even borrowed from old friends to smooth things over. Though Sun Ruoxin had secured a position within the Green Cloud sect through Ye Chen, Elder Kong hadn't outwardly shown any dissatisfaction. Her father, however, could no longer maintain his position at Green Cloud Market. Now, her only means of repayment for the debt incurred was through her work as a talisman master. Without sufficient resources, she couldn't move forward in the sect. So, despite her disdain for the paltry reward, Sun Ruoxin reluctantly agreed to join the mission. She would meet with them tomorrow at the Internal Affairs Hall to receive the task. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. In Sun Ruoxin's mind, the 2-week absence would work in her favor. She was convinced that Ye Chen's extravagant gift to Yao Shi was simply a way to provoke her. He'll be looking for me soon enough, and when he can't find me, he'll be frantic. She would use this time to let him stew in his own uncertainty, forcing him to reflect on his actions. By the time she returned, she would know exactly how to manipulate him, making him apologize and beg for her forgiveness. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she imagined it all. On Ye Chen's side, he was comfortably enjoying the attentive care of Lu Jing and Lin Kuo. With complete ease, he immersed himself in comprehending the heaven-destroying hand. This technique was undoubtedly a powerful one. Even with the critical hit triggering the manifestation of the ancestor's spirit, Ye Chen still found it quite challenging to grasp the technique. This puzzled him. When he was studying the Great Joy Zen method, he didn't have a spirit to guide him, yet his progress had been remarkably fast. At the time, Ye Chen had even gotten the mistaken impression that his comprehension was especially good. Now, however, he realized that his comprehension seemed to work only for dual cultivation techniques. It was somewhat absurd. But, despite his average comprehension, with the guidance of his ancestor's spirit, his progress wasn't slow. 3 days later, Ye Chen stood halfway up Sword Peak. In front of him lay a pile of scattered rocks. His body radiated no spiritual energy at all. But suddenly, about 100 meters away in the air, a golden-purple hand, half a meter long, materialized. The appearance of the golden-purple hand was swift, as if it had been formed in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, it slammed down, shaking the rocks apart as if a missile had struck. The scattered stones flew in all directions. For just starting out with the technique, the power was impressive. Ye Chen was extremely pleased with the result. What delighted him even more was the subtlety of heaven-destroying hand. Now, Ye Chen could summon it anywhere within 100 meters, and in complete silence. He could even launch an unexpected strike from behind an opponent during a fierce battle, making it nearly impossible for them to defend. Not to mention that heaven-destroying hand wasn't just used for offense, it was versatile. For instance, he could easily grab a large stone without lifting a hand. Its practicality was impressive, and it could be used for all sorts of things, such as capturing enemies. The only downside, however, was its high energy consumption. At his current level, he could only unleash 6 destruction of heaven's hands before exhausting all his spiritual power. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Once his cultivation progressed, the technique's duration would undoubtedly improve. After reflecting on the gains and losses, Ye Chen wearily returned to his courtyard. Being a direct disciple had its perks. Every day, fresh beast meat was delivered to him, along with the highest quality spiritual rice and vegetables. This gave Lu Jing plenty of room to demonstrate her talents. Young master has returned. Please, come and eat. Today, the Internal Affairs Hall sent us some late-stage spirit deer meat. It's incredibly fresh. Paired with spirit orchid and spirit vine, the taste is exceptional. Please sit, young master. As soon as she saw Ye Chen, Lu Jing eagerly took the opportunity to flaunt her cooking skills. Lin Kuo, standing to the side, wasn't about to fall behind either. She hurriedly changed Ye Chen into comfortable robes and set the table with utensils. Ye Chen inhaled the fragrant aroma and smiled contentedly. With 2 beautiful maids at his service and exquisite food to enjoy every day, life was nothing short of luxurious. He took a bite of the spirit beast meat, savoring the taste, and looked at Lu Jing with approval. The flavor is really quite good. Lu Jing, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Tonight, you take the lead. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's face immediately lit up with joy. Ye Chen's physical prowess was extraordinary, and being able to cultivate alongside him was already a source of immense happiness. Not to mention the cultivation improvements it brought. In fact, her rate of progress was even higher than when she was on her own. To be chosen to lead meant an opportunity for greater advancement. How could Lu Jing not be pleased? Meanwhile, Lin Kuo, standing aside with her innocent expression, couldn't hide her displeasure. But she quickly devised a plan. When Lu Jing was in the middle of cultivating, if she were a little more proactive, she could shorten Lu Jing's turn and take her place sooner. Compared to Lu Jing, Lin Kuo was much more forward and assertive. She had mastered the art of subtly joining in to shorten the time before her turn. With that thought in mind, her expression quickly brightened again. Lu Jing noticed Lin Kuo's change in demeanor and immediately frowned. "You can't keep rushing me, saying things like, 'Hurry up, it's my turn.' Otherwise, I'll have to ask the young master to step in," she warned playfully. Lin Kuo immediately panicked. No. I just want to make progress faster, I wasn't rushing you at all." Meanwhile, Ye Chen sat back, enjoying the spiritual meal while watching his two maids bicker in a playful, jealous rivalry. His mind drifted for a moment to the 30 times reward he'd received from senior sister Yao Shi, whom he'd already charmed. And when he reached the foundation establishment stage, there would be the 100 times reward awaiting him from his master. Life felt so satisfying. And as for Sun Ruoxin, she had long been pushed to the back of his mind, and he hadn't thought about her in ages. "Greetings, Senior Brother Yi. I've come to the Sword Peak to inform you that the 5 Elements Cave will officially open next month. I'm here to confirm whether you plan to use your entry privilege this year. As a direct disciple, you are eligible to enter once every 3 years. Life at the Sword Peak was particularly pleasant for Ye Chen. His master remained distant, having barely appeared since the day Ye Chen was brought in. Clearly, his master had no interest in him as a disciple. No guidance, no supervision. But no interference also meant a sense of freedom. Food, drink, and the resources needed for cultivation were all sent directly from the Internal Affairs Hall. Whenever he had nothing to do, Ye Chen simply cultivated at Sword Peak. He practiced by day and by night, being extremely diligent. When there were matters to attend to, it was usually just to visit the Sect's Grand Plaza. There, he would meet with senior sister, listen to lectures, stroll through the streets, and sometimes, find something senior sister needed. He would then gift it to her, receiving a 30 times feedback in return. Just last week, with a glance that was barely noticeable but easy for Ye Chen to catch, he discovered that senior sister liked a particular type of hairpin, which was a high-grade magic tool. This hairpin could withstand a surge of spiritual flame once, making it particularly effective against wood-based spells. It was priced at 10 mid-tier spirit stones. Senior sister glanced at it wistfully, and then, as if nothing had happened, continued on her way. But Ye Chen, as the top simp of Green Cloud Sect, would never miss such a detail. In a grand gesture, he purchased the hairpin and gifted it to her. Though no critical hit triggered this time, the 30 times feedback still rewarded him with 30 exquisite hairpins. When Ye Chen found time to sell them, he could at least pocket 3 high-grade spirit stones. 10 mid-grade spirit stones had transformed into 3 high-grade ones. This was the advantage of the high feedback multiplier. In comparison, Sun Ruoxin's 15 times feedback was half as effective. It showed just how crucial senior sister Yao Shi was. Ye Chen had already made up his mind. Before reaching foundation establishment, he would devote himself entirely to worshipping Yao Shi. No distractions. Unless, of course, a female cultivator in the qi refining stage with a higher multiplier than Yao Shi appeared. But Ye Chen had done his research lately. Among the female disciples of Green Cloud Sect, Yao Shi's talent and cultivation were unparalleled. All the other direct disciples were male. So, if not worshipping Yao Shi, who else could he possibly turn to? Today, a steward from the Internal Affairs Hall arrived suddenly. He respectfully delivered a new piece of information to Ye Chen. The 5 Elements Cave would open next month. Over the past few weeks, Ye Chen had gained a deeper understanding of the sect. Thus, he was quite familiar with the purpose of the 5 Elements Cave. To break through to foundation establishment, a cultivator needed to accumulate an immense amount of spiritual qi. The more profound the spiritual qi, the higher the chances of a successful breakthrough, and the stronger the foundation. In the ancient era, there had been the 5 Elements pills, which could help open a cultivator's dantian, making them one of the most vital pills for cultivators in the qi refining stage, second only to the foundation establishment pills. But after the end of the ancient era, the world had changed dramatically. The materials for crafting the 5 elements pills had all but vanished. Only a few ancient pills remained. Yet without the necessary materials, they couldn't be refined. They were like a tree without roots, dwindling away with each use. Years passed, and the 5 elements pills became a thing of the past, completely vanishing. To cope with this, the 5 elements cave had been devised by later generations. Using array formations, it simulated the effects of the ancient 5 elements pills. It absorbed the natural essence of the world, transforming it into the 5 elements spirit chi to assist cultivators in opening their dantian. This book was originally published on Novelbin. Check it out there for the real experience. However, the materials needed for the formation were extremely expensive. Only sects like Green Cloud sect, with their abundant resources, could afford to maintain such a formation. Moreover, the efficiency of the transformation was low. The amount of 5 elements spiritual chi produced each year might only be enough for a single chi refining cultivator. At Green Cloud sect's 5 elements cave, the yearly output of 5 elements spirit chi was barely enough for 5 cultivators to use. And since the sect couldn't provide it solely to the direct disciples, as that would harm the morale of the common disciples, there were restrictions in place for them. The direct disciples could enter the cave only once every 3 years. The remaining spots would be made available to the general disciples to compete for. Hence, they had to first confirm with the eligible direct disciples and then finalize the remaining spots. At this moment, Ye Chen hesitated when facing the steward's inquiry. He had heard that the 5 elements spiritual chi in the 5 elements cave was a competition to claim. Once inside, cultivators simply found a spot, sat down, and began absorbing the energy. The more one absorbed, the greater the reward. The cultivator with the fastest absorption and greatest capacity would reap the most benefit. And the higher one's cultivation, the more they could absorb, which meant more advantages to be had. Ye Chen thought to himself, should he wait 2 more years to take this opportunity? That way, after gifting the chance to Yao Shi, he could absorb more and perhaps even get better feedback. Considering how hard he was training every day, in 2 years he would certainly reach the peak of the chi refining stage. But just as he was contemplating this, a red figure appeared, soaring on a sword. It landed before him, and Ye Chen immediately recognized the outline of her figure even before seeing her face. Such a perfect silhouette was rare to find anywhere in the entire cultivation world. Without needing to see her face, Ye Chen already knew it was his beloved master, Gu Yunyun. The steward didn't dare look directly at her and immediately lowered his head. "Greetings, Master Gu." Gu Yunyun ignored the steward and turned directly toward Ye Chen. Her face was expressionless as she spoke coldly, "You will go to the 5 elements cave to cultivate this year." Ye Chen. He had thought that his master cared little about him, that she wouldn't pay attention to his progress. But now, she had suddenly appeared. Ye Chen felt warmth in his heart, swearing to himself that after reaching foundation establishment, he would certainly repay his master's kindness tenfold, serving her with the utmost devotion. However, Ye Chen was also curious. Why did his master want him to go this year? Wouldn't it be better to wait until his cultivation was higher? As if sensing Ye Chen's confusion, Gu Yunyun spoke calmly, "This year, the spiritual veins of Green Cloud sect experienced an anomalous surge. The 5 elements spiritual chi transformed in the 5 elements cave is 60% higher than in previous years. By seizing this opportunity to cultivate, you might be able to break through to the late stage of chi refining." Hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Without hesitation, he nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Master." Then, he glanced coldly at the steward, his tone indifferent. "I'll take it." This man had been dishonest. Such an important matter and he hadn't mentioned it to him. The steward could only lower his head, unable to offer any rebuttal. Elder Chen had felt that giving Ye Chen the 5 elements cave quota was a waste, especially with this year's extraordinary results. It would be better to give the opportunity to a more talented disciple, for the good of Green Cloud sect. That was why he had deliberately kept quiet about it. What could he do? Now, with Master Gu having exposed the truth and Ye Chen, the direct disciple, resentful, he could only mutter, "All right. I'll bring you the entry token in a couple of days." With that, he quickly left, wanting to escape the awkwardness. Gu Yunyun didn't wait for Ye Chen to speak, immediately rising again. Cultivate well in the 5 Elements Cave. Don't miss this chance. Gu Yunyun had come today not only to remind Ye Chen but also to gauge whether he was all show but no substance. After all, it had been days, and Ye Chen hadn't rested a single night. This had completely thrown off her own internal clock. Yet, when she saw Ye Chen, he didn't appear weak at all. On the contrary, his aura had grown stronger since the time he first entered. This made Gu Yunyun feel a bit hopeful. Perhaps her disciple wasn't as useless as she had thought. After he came out of the 5 Elements Cave this time, he might have made some significant progress. At least, she hoped he wouldn't be humiliated by too many ordinary disciples during the next sect tournament. Otherwise, even she, as his master, would feel embarrassed. Ye Chen, watching his master's fiery figure disappear into the distance, quickly bowed deeply. I won't disappoint you, master. Once his master was out of sight, Ye Chen lowered his head, deep in thought. What kind of reward would he get if he gave his 5 Elements Cave quota to Yao Shi? This year, the 5 Elements Cave was overflowing with 5 Elements spiritual qi. The value of the quota was certainly higher than in previous years. The reward he'd receive should be substantial, right? Would the system grant him a private 5 Elements Cave? A place for him to enjoy all to himself? What? There's only one quota for the 5 Elements Cave this year. Yao Shi, who had gone to the Internal Affairs Hall to register, was stunned upon hearing the steward's words. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The steward, equally helpless, sighed. Yes, this year, the sect gained one more direct disciple. The total number of direct disciples has increased to 4. And all 4 of them have chosen to enter the 5 Elements Cave this year. He paused, then added, so, the remaining quota for disciples below the direct disciple rank is just 1. Yao Shi's expression stiffened at these words. She had reached the 9th level of qi refining last year, but the competition for the 5 Elements Cave quota had been too fierce, and she hadn't managed to secure a spot. This year, however, several of the 9th level qi refining senior brothers either failed their breakthroughs or had aged out and left the sect to manage mundane affairs. Among the ordinary disciples, only Shi and Li Xiaoyao had reached the 9th level of qi refining. Yao Shi had thought that this year, the 5 Elements Cave quota would surely be hers. And with this year's 5 Elements Cave filled to the brim with 5 Elements spiritual qi, it felt like the heavens were assisting her. Yet, to her dismay, there was only one remaining spot. Li Xiaoyao had broken through to the 9th level of qi refining 3 years ago, achieving the great perfection of qi refining. His mastery of the green cloud sword art had reached an extraordinary level, and he was already at the pinnacle of the great completion realm. His strength was nearly on par with the direct disciples. Competing with Li Xiaoyao for this last quota seemed almost impossible. This left Yao Shi genuinely worried. Resources in the sect were limited, and they had to be fought for. If she couldn't enter the 5 Elements Cave this time, her strength would stagnate. Without that breakthrough, she wouldn't be able to secure first place among the ordinary disciples in this year's sect competition, nor would she receive the Foundation Establishment Pill. The saying, one step slow, every step slow, wasn't an exaggeration. After registering her name, Yao Shi returned to her small courtyard with a troubled expression in her eyes. Even the idea of refining pills, which she had originally planned to do, no longer seemed appealing. She simply went inside to rest. In the quiet of Yao Shi's courtyard, a female cultivator was in the middle of her training. Upon seeing Yao Shi, she smiled and said, "Senior sister, you're back. Your courtyard is filled with so much spiritual qi, it's so much better than mine. Thank you for letting me use it." If Ye Chen had been there, he would have immediately recognized this female cultivator. She was the same one who had sold him dragon grasp at Green Cloud Market. Yao Shi waved her hand, signaling that there was no need for thanks. The female cultivator, noticing the sorrow in Yao Shi's expression, asked with concern, "Senior sister, you don't seem well. Is something wrong?" Yao Shi let out a deep sigh, her expression filled with a pitiful melancholy. This year, there's only one quota for the 5 Elements Cave. I'm most likely no match for Senior Brotherly, and it seems I'll be missing out on the 5 Elements Cave again this year. Looks like I'll have to wait another year to break through to Foundation establishment. The female cultivator, confused, responded, how can there be only one quota? Even if all the direct disciples go, there should still be more. Oh, it's that new direct disciple, right? He's also going to the 5 Elements Cave this year. That's such a waste. He's only at the 6th level of chi refining, right? He must be much slower at absorbing spirit chi. How could he compete with the other direct disciples? Even if he goes, he won't be able to absorb much. It'd be better if the spot went to you, senior sister. Senior sister, why don't you ask him to give up his spot? If he does, then there'll be 2 quotas for ordinary disciples. Besides Li Xiaoyao, no one else should be a match for you. This way, you'll have a guaranteed chance. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. The female cultivator had figured out the problem and immediately suggested a solution to Yao Shi. However, upon hearing this, Yao Shi only smiled bitterly and shook her head. Ye Chen may like me, but he's not foolish. This year, the 5 Elements Cave's spiritual chi is overflowing, and the effects will be even greater than before. Any cultivator aiming for Foundation establishment won't miss out on such an opportunity. The female cultivator, however, was a bit more stubborn. Who says he's not foolish? I've heard that he even gave away his spot to someone else to enter Green Cloud sect. That's Sun Ruoxin, she's no match for you. If Ye Chen could give away his spot for Sun Ruoxin to enter Green Cloud sect, then he certainly won't be stingy with you. So, senior sister, you should try asking him. There's no harm in trying. Yao Shi shook her head and smiled gently. You're such a naive girl. Ye Chen is a direct disciple now. Do you know what that means? It means Ye Chen already knew he could enter Green Cloud sect and that he has a much brighter future ahead. That's why he gave away the Green Cloud token to Sun Ruoxin. If Ye Chen didn't have the chance to become a direct disciple, do you think he would have given away the Green Cloud token? Hearing this, the female cultivator seemed to realize something. She thought about it for a moment. It made sense. This so-called simp direct disciple, whom the other disciples joked about as being willing to give up even his life for the female cultivators, didn't seem so absurd after all. Suddenly, an idea crossed the female cultivator's mind. Her eyes brightened as she leaned in close to Yao Shi and whispered in her ear, Senior sister, why not just give yourself to Ye Chen? I saw it last time. The way Ye Chen looked at you, especially when he saw your back. He was so meticulous in his gaze. If you give yourself to him, he definitely won't be able to refuse you. Yao Shi flicked the female cultivator's forehead lightly with her delicate fingers, giving her a coquettish glare. Stop talking nonsense. Go train, or if you're not going to, hurry up and leave. Yao Shi certainly had no intention of doing such a thing. Yes, Ye Chen was a direct disciple now. But his talent was poor, and his cultivation was weak. It wouldn't take 2 years before his status as a direct disciple could be in jeopardy. As for herself, she was already at the 9th level of chi refining, just 1 step away from Foundation establishment. At this moment, their apparent gap might not seem too significant. But once she broke through to Foundation establishment, their statuses would be worlds apart. In this situation, how could she possibly give herself to Ye Chen just for a spot in the 5 Elements Cave? It wasn't worth it. Thus, Yao Shi didn't even entertain the idea the female cultivator had suggested. However, the female cultivator did make a point. Perhaps Yao Shi could drop some hints to Ye Chen, subtly mention how important this year's 5 Elements Cave quota was to her. If she managed to persuade him, it would indeed be a pleasant surprise. But Yao Shi didn't have high expectations. She was still prepared to compete with Li Xiaoyao for the spot. After all, whether it was Ye Chen's dragon grasp or the exquisite hairpin magic tool, everything had been prepared for her to face Li Xiaoyao in the upcoming sect competition. Winning the first place in the ordinary disciple category would earn her a low-grade Foundation establishment pill. With the Foundation establishment pill, her chances of a successful breakthrough would be much higher. And even if the breakthrough failed, the Foundation establishment pill would protect her meridians, giving her another shot at the next breakthrough. Yao Shi had long since made her preparations. She wasn't truly despairing. Even if it came to facing Li Xiaoyao head-on, she might not necessarily lose. However, Li Xiaoyao's sword qi was sharp, and ordinary defensive magic tools were hardly enough to block it. Perhaps she would need to find a way to get Ye Chen to give her another high-grade defensive magic tool. With that, her chances of winning would increase considerably. Tomorrow, she would be attending the Elder's lecture. Ye Chen would be there, but not for the lecture. Instead, he would be sitting in the back, silently watching her. His gaze made even her fasting feel awkward. Yao Shi didn't particularly enjoy being stared at like that, and in fact, she found it a bit annoying. But for the sake of Foundation establishment, this small sacrifice was worth it. Yao Shi decided that tomorrow, she would wear something that highlighted her figure more, letting Ye Chen enjoy the view. That way, when Ye Chen gave her a defensive magic tool, he surely wouldn't be stingy. He might even seriously consider giving up the 5 Elements cave spot for her. After all, the path to immortality was a hard one. To scale the peak of cultivation, Yao Shi was willing to go all out. Gently pushing aside the jade legs that rested upon him, Ye Chen stretched lazily as he rose from his seat. He then took the entrance token to the 5 Elements cave from his storage ring and examined it thoughtfully, his mood lifted in quiet delight. At last, the day had come, the day when Yao Shi would vie for the coveted spot. He had paid a great price for this moment. When they met the week before, Yao Shi had worn a skirt that was a little tighter than her usual everyday attire. After kneeling, it clung so tightly to her form, as if the fabric encased a delicate jelly. It was a sight that made it impossible not to wonder about its texture. As for Ye Chen, he found the sight quite refreshing. After the lecture ended, the two took their customary walk, chatting aimlessly. Yao Shi's attitude toward him was markedly warmer than usual. She even closed the distance between them, drawing nearer than she ever had before, to the point where Ye Chen could smell the unique fragrance that lingered around her. Throughout their walk, Yao Shi's mood seemed somber. She spoke of the hardships of cultivation, lamenting that one misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. She mentioned the strength of Li Xiaoyao and confessed her own lack of confidence. She also spoke of the 5 Elements cave's importance for those at the 9th level of qi refining, subtly hinting that perhaps it would be better to wait until her cultivation was higher before entering, as the benefits would be greater. As they passed by the Green Cloud Market, Yao Shi casually mentioned her desire to see some defensive magic tools to prepare for Li Xiaoyao. She found one that piqued her interest, but her spirit stones were clearly insufficient. With the same reluctance as before, she cast a longing glance at it and subtly hinted to Ye Chen, urging him to purchase it for her. However, this time Ye Chen did not fall for it. It was as if he hadn't noticed Yao Shi's subtle hints at all. He simply followed her out without a word about the 5 Elements cave. In the end, as Yao Shi's disappointment flashed briefly in her eyes, they parted ways. Ye Chen certainly couldn't give the spot to Yao Shi now. The 5 Elements cave had the power to expand a cultivator's dantian, making it invaluable for those at the qi refining stage. Ye Chen had to ensure that, once the gift was given, the recipient would be completely overwhelmed with surprise, that the reaction would be nothing short of explosive. He had already discovered something crucial. The greater the surprise, the higher the reward. Thus, Ye Chen decided to wait until Yao Shi lost to Li Xiaoyao before offering her the spot. At that point, when Yao Shi found that the opportunity had been lost and then suddenly returned to her, her mood would swing like a roller coaster. The shock would surely maximize the reward. For this reason, Ye Chen pretended not to understand Yao Shi's hints, refusing to buy her the exquisite defensive magic tool. After all, what if Yao Shi, with that tool in hand, managed to pull off a surprise victory against Li Xiaoyao and secured the spot? That would leave Ye Chen in utter confusion. If Yao Shi had the spot, who would he give his own to? He certainly wouldn't use it himself, that would be a waste. So, Ye Chen would rather go a week without gifting anything, missing out on reward opportunities and a few precious top-tier spirit stones, than risk Yao Shi winning. Her loss was the most beneficial outcome for him. The more thoroughly she lost, the happier Ye Chen would be. The competition for the 5 Elements cave spots among the ordinary disciples naturally depended on strength. The contest would begin at 9 o'clock. Such competitions in sects where simple random draws were made, pairing up disciples into matches. After one round, the winners would advance. There were 8 disciples in total. The first round would determine the 4 victors. The second round would whittle that down to 2. Then, the final showdown. If all went smoothly, the outcome might be decided before noon. When Ye Chen arrived at the Grand Plaza, there was already quite a crowd of disciples gathering to watch. Upon seeing Ye Chen, many of them grinned and whispered among themselves. Everyone knew that their direct disciple, the so-called simp, was surely here to cheer on senior sister. Unauthorized reproduction, this story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. However, most were certain that senior sister stood little chance against senior brotherly. The real question was whether this direct disciple would shower her with gifts to lift her spirits when she inevitably lost. But no one expected what would happen next. Ye Chen wasn't here to cheer on Yao Shi. On the contrary, Ye Chen was here to cheer for Yao Shi's opponent. The competition was about to start. The participating disciples had all gathered. Senior brotherly has arrived. He has a 9th grade spiritual root and exceptional swordsmanship talent. This year, he'll enter the 5 Elements cave, and then, in the sect competition, he'll likely secure a foundation establishment pill. With that, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is nearly a certainty. Honestly, I think senior brotherly should be the direct disciple of Sword Peak. Senior sister Yao is here too. She's absolutely beautiful. Look. Our direct disciple has indeed gone over to her. To think a dignified direct disciple is so obsessed with a female cultivator. It really shames us men. The crowd was abuzz with chatter. Among the disciples who had signed up, only Li Xiaoyao and Yao Shi were at the 9th level of qi refining. The others were all at the 8th level, and to most, they seemed merely filler. So, the attention of the disciples was naturally focused on the 2 of them. Ye Chen approached Yao Shi and, with a smile, said, "I wish senior sister Yao great success in defeating your strong opponents on the stage later." Yao Shi also returned a smile, though it seemed slightly strained. "Thank you, junior brother Yi. The competition is about to start, so I need to calm my mind and prepare. I won't keep chatting with you." Her coldness made Ye Chen secretly curl his lips in disdain. This person sure could change faces quickly. When he had been sending her gifts before, she had been all smiles, answering his questions warmly and eagerly. Yet, just because he hadn't given her anything last week, she was now suddenly too busy to talk. TCH, the turnaround was quick, wasn't it? Well, Ye Chen thought, I'm curious to see what kind of face she'll make when I present the spot to her later. Both Ye Chen and Yao Shi were being closely watched by the surrounding disciples. At this moment, seeing Yao Shi's cold attitude, the disciples couldn't help but snicker. After all that time being a simp, giving so many gifts, yet getting nothing in return. A simp was destined to have nothing. At a distance, Li Xiaoyao, his sword resting on his back, appeared to be meditating with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was silently observing Yao Shi. When he saw Ye Chen approach, his brow furrowed slightly. But when he saw Yao Shi's indifferent response, the corner of Li Xiaoyao's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Before long, the plaza grew quiet. The elder and steward from the Internal Affairs Hall had arrived. The elder was none other than Elder Chen, the one who had first met Ye Chen when he entered the sect. With a flick of his hand, Elder Chen threw down a formation plate. In an instant, a large arena, 30 meters in both length and width, rose up from the ground. From his sleeve, 8 tokens flew out, each glowing with spiritual light, obscuring whatever was written on them. Now, for the first round, the first group of opponents will select a token each. The names on the tokens will decide the first match. Now, you 2 choose for the second group. You 2 choose for the third group. To ensure fairness, the elder instructed the 8 participants to draw lots to determine their first round opponents. When the first person drew a token and the spiritual light faded, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The name revealed was none other than Li Xiaoyao's. This immediately made the other disciples uneasy, fearing that they might draw Li Xiaoyao in the first round. The second contestant, tense with anxiety, picked the second token. As the name appeared, the murmurs grew louder, and a wave of surprise swept over the crowd. The name on the token was unmistakably Yao Shi. Everyone had considered Yao Shi and Li Xiaoyao the two most likely candidates for the Five Elements cave spot. Though Li Xiaoyao was stronger, anything could happen in battle. Perhaps Li Xiaoyao would exhaust his energy in the earlier rounds or suffer an unexpected injury that would hinder his strength. It wasn't out of the question for Yao Shi to claim victory. Yet, no one had anticipated that the two of them would face off so early right in the first round. The other disciples were overjoyed. With the two most powerful qi refining stage cultivators clashing head-on in the very first round, didn't that give them a chance? As for Yao Shi, her face had stiffened, the shock evident. She clearly hadn't expected to face Li Xiaoyao so soon. The situation was dire. Meanwhile, Ye Chen couldn't help but grin at her misfortune. The first round was perfect. It minimized any unexpected outcomes and saved him time. It was almost too perfect. However, Ye Chen quickly suppressed his smile, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. To the other disciples, though, it appeared that Ye Chen was simply feeling sorry for his senior sister. This sight made the disciples sigh in unison. Ye Chen really was deeply infatuated with senior sister. The disciples were all too happy to see Yao Shi and Li Xiaoyao placed in the same group. Who wouldn't want to witness something thrilling from the very start? Moreover, when two strong contenders clash, one must inevitably fall. For the other participants, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Only Elder Chen, watching from the sidelines, sighed when he saw the two of them facing off. Both Li Xiaoyao and Yao Shi had impressive talents and were likely to break through the foundation establishment that if both of them could enter the Five Elements cave, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome for the sect. But then, there was the matter of Gu Yunyun suddenly taking on a true disciple this year. From Elder Chen's perspective, it was a waste of sect resources for Ye Chen to take the spot for the Five Elements cave. What's worse, he had heard that the young man was a simp. He spent all his time running around the female disciples and never focused on his own cultivation. It was truly a disgrace. Elder Chen had made up his mind. When the sect's grand competition came around and he saw the patriarch, he would propose that the sect put an end to this practice of taking on direct disciples due to personal favors, regardless of sect interests. As for Ye Chen, he must be expelled from the sect. Even if it meant offending Gu Yunyu, Elder Chen was determined to act. If other sects found out that Green Cloud sect's direct disciples were this kind of trash, it would be a major embarrassment. Ye Chen, single-handedly, had dragged down the overall quality of Green Cloud sect's direct disciples. The more Elder Chen thought about it, the more Ye Chen became an eyesore to him. If he weren't afraid of offending Gu Yunyun, he would have probably already kicked Ye Chen out of the sect by now. At that moment, the groups were finalized. The first group, naturally, was Li Xiaoyao and Yao Shi. The two entered the formation battlefield. Li Xiaoyao wore a confident smile, his sword flying into his hand. Apologies, junior sister. Yao Shi's expression was grave as she summoned her magic tool. As Elder Chen declared the match to begin, the two immediately engaged in combat. In the blink of an eye, spells danced through the air, sword energy surged, and their battle became a fierce stalemate. Li Xiaoyao's green cloud sword art is truly relentless. Even through the formation, I can still feel that overwhelming momentum. Junior sister Yao Shi seems to have improved a lot compared to last year. The way she casts her spells is so precise, and her light footwork almost avoids every attack. I used to think Li Xiaoyao was certain to win, but now it seems like there's a bit of suspense. Li Xiaoyao hasn't even revealed his trump card yet. Especially that one sword from last year's competition. I heard from the elders that it had the aura of a single strike that could break thousands of spells. Yao Shi couldn't possibly be his match. The disciples whispered among themselves, surprised by Yao Shi's performance. But most still weren't optimistic about her chances. A disciple looked over at Ye Chen and noticed his serious expression, with a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Clearly, Ye Chen was worried about senior sister Yao. And indeed, Ye Chen was concerned, but not about Yao Shi losing. On the contrary, he was worried that Yao Shi might win. Li Xiaoyao was calm and composed, and he still had hidden trump cards. But the thing was, Yao Shi had her own trump cards. The dragon grasp and the exquisite magic tool hairpin he had given her she hadn't used either yet. The outcome was still uncertain. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Ye Chen cursed under his breath. Had he really done all this just to help Yao Shi win? That would be a huge loss for him. In that case, he would have no choice but to give the spot to that 20-fold senior sister. Though she seemed to have someone already, so giving her a grand gift wouldn't be the best move. But when he thought about it, it didn't seem so bad after all. It would only affect his reputation a little. Either way, Ye Chen was certain of one thing, he wasn't trying to steal anyone's girl. As for giving the spot to Sun Ruoxin, that was out of the question. The 15-fold Sun Ruoxin, in Ye Chen's eyes, was merely a backup to the backup. A precious thing like the 5 elements cave spot would never be wasted on a low multiplier disciple like Sun Ruoxin. However, as if summoned by the thoughts of Ye Chen, a woman's furious voice suddenly rang out behind him. Ye Chen, why haven't you come to find me? I only kept you out of my room to test you. But not only did you fail the test, you went and made another female disciple angry. You've truly disappointed me. You don't love me. If you really loved me, how could you bear to make me cry? Do you know how I've been living these past 2 weeks? Do you even care about me? The explosive and heated exchange immediately drew the attention of the disciples who had been watching the battle intently. Betrayal? A third party? And it was all tied to their very own simp direct disciple. The disciples' curiosity piqued. While battles between strong opponents were thrilling, the drama between men and women was always more intriguing. Ye Chen turned around, and there, standing before him, was the livid Sun Ruoxin. This wasn't an act. She was genuinely furious. She had gone on a mission for 2 whole weeks. Originally, she had hoped to leave Ye Chen to stew in his own worries, hoping he would search for her desperately, regretful of his actions. But when she returned today and glanced at the visitor's talisman on the door, she realized Ye Chen hadn't come to see her even once during the entire 2 weeks. It was as if she didn't even matter to him. After asking the neighbors, she confirmed that no one had visited her during her absence. Meanwhile, that newly minted direct disciple, who usually never showed up, appeared only to stroll around with senior sister Yao. It was clear to her now Ye Chen had completely forgotten about her. Every day, Ye Chen surrounded himself with Yao Shi. This news stung Sun Ruoxin deeply, a mix of shame and anger boiling within her. When she learned that Ye Chen was in the sect square, watching Yao Shi the woman she despised fight, she rushed over without a second thought. After venting her anger, Sun Ruoxin had calmed somewhat. But she also knew that dealing with men required a balance of firmness and softness. She would need to be tough when necessary, but also gentle. So, with tearful eyes, she looked at Ye Chen, her voice softening. Junior brother, I know how you feel about me. I understand that you've been with other female disciples just to make me jealous. But my cultivation method has restrictions. I truly can't bind with you as a Dao partner before reaching foundation establishment. But I swear, once I reach foundation establishment, I'll never disappoint you, junior brother. Look at this ring, I got it, can cast 3 lightning spells. I spent all the spiritual stones I earned from my mission on this. Do you like it, junior brother? Let me put it on for you, alright? As she spoke, Sun Ruoxin pulled out a ring and extended her hand, attempting to place it on Ye Chen's finger. The scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. There was no doubt that Sun Ruoxin was beautiful, especially her long, shapely legs, smooth and delicate as if sculpted from white jade. Few could rival her even in the entirety of Green Cloud sect. And everyone had heard the rumors. It was Ye Chen who had helped Sun Ruoxin enter the sect. Now, with Sun Ruoxin saying these words, could it be that Ye Chen didn't actually care for senior sister Yao Shi? Had senior sister Yao Shi only been a means for Ye Chen to provoke Sun Ruoxin? Had she been nothing more than a pawn in their little drama? But was that really possible? The disciples were skeptical. After all, the gifts Ye Chen had given senior sister Yao Shi were far from cheap. Who would spend such fortune just to spite someone else? So, the crowd began to suspect. Perhaps Ye Chen had fallen for Sun Ruoxin instead. And sure enough, just as the rumors hinted, Ye Chen avoided the hand that reached for him, his gaze cold and indifferent. He didn't even glance at the ring. "Fellow Taoist son, please maintain your dignity," he said, his voice unyielding. "I fear senior sister Yao might misunderstand." The entire area fell deathly silent. Sun Ruoxin, who had been so confident in manipulating Ye Chen, was now completely stunned, frozen in place. The words spoken by Ye Chen left Sun Ruoxin, who had been focusing on manipulating him and extracting more gold coins, stunned in place. She truly did not expect this. Ye Chen, who had always addressed her as senior sister when he presented her with gifts every day, had now, after just a few days, switched to calling her fellow Taoist son, as though the old had been replaced by the new. What was even more unsettling was his remark about fearing that the eldest senior sister might misunderstand him. Had Yao Shi already become so important in Ye Chen's heart? Sun Ruoxin gazed at Ye Chen, whose expression had turned cold and indifferent. She found herself unable to accept it. Ye Chen had once loved her so deeply. He had even gifted her a flying boat, never once complaining about it afterward. He had cast aside past grudges and even presented her with the green cloud token. How could it all change so suddenly? How could he no longer love her? The only explanation, the only possibility, was that she had truly hurt his heart. She must have disappointed him deeply. Her repeated selfishness, her reckless tantrums, her utter disregard for him, each of these had gradually eroded the love Ye Chen once had for her. And that final time, when she refused to let him enter her door, had been the last straw that drove him away. In the end, Sun Ruoxin had always believed that, no matter how she treated Ye Chen, he would love her for a lifetime, unwavering and unchanging. But now, when she discovered that Ye Chen, too, could leave her, she felt a panic she had never known before. Now, more than ever, she needed Ye Chen. She, who was now just an ordinary disciple, poor and destitute, had no resources to speak of. While Ye Chen, a direct disciple, was extravagant with his wealth, capable of bringing her vast resources. Moreover, because of the green cloud token, her father had been under constant attack from the Yi family. They could hardly stay in Green Cloud City any longer. She needed Ye Chen to help mediate. How could she possibly afford to lose him now? At this moment, Sun Ruoxin could think of nothing else. She hurriedly and pitifully spoke, "Junior brother, please don't be like this. Senior sister knows she was wrong. Please accept this gift, won't you? I promise I won't act like this again." Sun Ruoxin hoped to earn Ye Chen's forgiveness by playing the victim. However, Ye Chen, with evident impatience, waved his hand, causing the ring to fall to the ground. In the face of Sun Ruoxin's stunned gaze, he coldly spoke, "I actually knew long before that the Green Cloud sect had already sent you a warning about the arrival of the demon beasts at the Silver Moon Market. So you knew the beasts were coming, but you still had no hesitation in deceiving me and taking my flying boat without a word of warning, fleeing for your life without a second thought. Then, you took the Green Cloud token from me and immediately ran to the Green Cloud sect, clearly afraid that the Yi family would find out and demand the token back. I gave you the Green Cloud token, and the family punished me for it. Had my master not arrived in time, I would have been imprisoned by the family for life. Did you care? I once loved you, but that was in the past. You should go now. I don't want the eldest senior sister to misunderstand." Ye Chen's words left Sun Ruoxin cold with shock. It turned out, Ye Chen knew everything. Even though he knew the truth, knew she had deceived him, Ye Chen still tried to be kind to her. His first action upon arriving at the sect had been to prepare a surprise, offering her a dual cultivation technique. His love for her seemed to be able to forgive everything. But now, this deeply loving person, she had lost him. Ye Chen turned and once again focused his gaze on the stage. Sun Ruoxin remained rooted to the spot, her lips trembling, but no words came out. She could only silently lower her head and pick up the ring Ye Chen had knocked to the ground. Without uttering a sound, she gazed at his retreating figure. The disciples who had been watching this spectacle were equally shocked. Before, they had merely thought Ye Chen was a fool, a simp at best. They believed he was someone who would easily fall in love with anyone. Many female disciples had looked down on him for this. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. However, after hearing how Sun Ruoxin had treated Ye Chen, all the disdain in their hearts vanished in an instant. To be treated in such a way by the woman he loved, knowing the truth, yet still silently giving everything for her, this kind of man was simply too moving. Many of the female disciples looked at Ye Chen with sparkling eyes, thinking how wonderful it would be if they too could meet a man who loved them so deeply. On the other hand, the male disciples grew increasingly contemptuous of Ye Chen. They truly hadn't expected him to be even more spineless than they had imagined. This man didn't even value his own life, yet he kept giving, kept making sacrifices, moving himself with his own actions. It was simply ridiculous. Simp, truly, such a person deserved nothing but disdain. Ye Chen paid no heed to the opinions of the surrounding disciples. The words he had just spoken were, after all, primarily designed to strengthen his image. He wanted everyone to know that he was willing to sacrifice even his life for a woman. In comparison, the gifts and opportunities he provided seemed all the more justified and reasonable, ensuring that no one would dig too deeply into his actions. But as for Sun Ruoxin, she was no longer of any importance to Ye Chen. There were still several female disciples in the sect with a 15-fold cultivation multiplier. And there were even some with a 20-fold multiplier. Even if Yao Shi were to leave the sect one day, he would still have other female disciples from whom he could obtain rewards. Given this, there was no need to continue indulging Sun Ruoxin. She had accepted so many gifts from him, taken advantage of him at every turn, yet now, she had the audacity to come and confront him with such arrogance. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was the one giving him gifts. The final straw had been that magic tool ring. How laughable. She thought she could control him with some trinket and make him feel moved. Did she think she was operating some simp system? Thus, Sun Ruoxin was swiftly dismissed from Ye Chen's mind. Ye Chen quietly turned his attention back to the stage. On the stage, Li Xiaoyao and Yao Shi continued their fierce battle. But unlike the evenly matched struggle at the start, Yao Shi was now clearly at a disadvantage. Yao Shi's dragon grasp and her magic tool hairpin had already been forced out, yet they failed to deliver any meaningful effect. Li Xiaoyao, however, remained in full control of the situation. Yao Shi's signs of defeat were growing more evident by the second. Finally, in the face of an unavoidable sword chi, Yao Shi's body was sent flying backward. The spectators, who had refocused their attention, could not help but gasp in surprise. The outcome was now clear. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's lips. It was settled now. Li Xiaoyao wins and advances to the next round. Elder Chen cast a regretful glance at Yao Shi. He had, of course, noticed the commotion caused by Ye Chen earlier. To be honest, Elder Chen found himself looking down on Ye Chen even more because of it. A grown man, strong and proud, yet he was willing to throw away his hope for life just for a woman. He didn't even value his own life. Who could respect such a simp? Elder Chen couldn't help but think that if Ye Chen's spot in the Five Elements cave could go to Yao Shi, it would be far more worthwhile. It was such a waste for it to be in the hands of a simp like Ye Chen. Elder Chen made up his mind again. This year's sect tournament would surely be a disaster for Ye Chen. He would use this opportunity to ask the ancestor to rectify the sect's discipline and have Ye Chen expelled from the sect. On the stage, Li Xiaoyao gracefully sheathed his sword and approached the slightly pale Yao Shi, offering her a respectful salute as he spoke. "I apologize, junior sister, but the path of cultivation is like a long river, and our journey like rowing against the current. If we do not advance, we will inevitably fall behind. I hope junior sister will understand." Li Xiaoyao's words made Elder Chen nod in approval, his face breaking into a smile. This was the true demeanor of a cultivator. How could one give up their opportunity just because of a woman's beauty? After battling Li Xiaoyao, Yao Shi had fully realized the difference between their strengths. Li Xiaoyao had even held back. She knew she was no match for him. Though disappointed, there was no resentment in her voice as she replied, "I must thank senior brother for showing mercy." Li Xiaoyao raised his chin slightly and smiled, "Junior sister, you were simply distracted by matters unrelated to the path of cultivation. External things are not so important. You needn't waste time on those unimportant matters and people. I hope, moving forward, you will focus solely on the path of cultivation. Once we both reach foundation establishment, you will see that those external things are nothing. In the world of cultivation, in the end, strength is everything. Temporary positions and status are but fleeting. Li Xiaoyao's voice was loud enough to reach every corner of the arena. The disciples, upon hearing this, exchanged odd glances. They couldn't help but look toward Ye Chen. It seemed like senior brother Li might have some feelings for the eldest senior sister. The unimportant people he mentioned were clearly referring to Ye Chen. Ye Chen wasn't stupid, he understood it all too well. So, he wanted to compete for my woman, and now he's mocking me, is he? Just wait for the sec tournament this year, I'll show you how I handle you. Li Xiaoyao didn't bother to hide his feelings. He was clearly dissatisfied with Ye Chen. His swordsmanship talent was top tier, and he had once been a hope for his family, expected to become the direct disciple of the Sword Peak's master. Yet, when the time came, Gu Yunyun had not even spared him a glance. Instead, she turned around and chose this simp fool as her direct disciple. How could Li Xiaoyao accept this in his heart? Not to mention, among the female disciples of this generation, Yao Shi stood out the most. Li Xiaoyao had even thought about discussing the possibility of taking Yao Shi as his Dao partner once he reached foundation establishment. But now, Ye Chen had stolen his position as the direct disciple and, to make matters worse, had the audacity to flirt with the woman Li Xiaoyao was interested in, laughing and chatting with her in the sect every few days. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, Li Xiaoyao was determined to ridicule Ye Chen and take the chance to educate Yao Shi. She was someone he had his eye on as a Dao partner. How could she waste her time with another man over petty, external matters? If her reputation were to suffer, what qualifications would she have to be his Dao partner? Yao Shi, who had already turned to leave the stage, furrowed her brows when she heard Li Xiaoyao's words. You, Li Xiaoyao, have the Li family, a foundation establishment family, supporting you. You lack nothing: resources, cultivation materials, everything you could possibly want. But now you're telling me not to care about external things. It was easy for him to speak so confidently. If Li Xiaoyao had severed all ties with the Li family, Yao Shi might have believed his words. Moreover, although the battle was ongoing, Yao Shi had seen everything happening below the stage. Before, Yao Shi had also thought that Ye Chen was a man who would fall in love with anyone and everyone, a person who was not a good match. But what had just occurred had shown her how deeply Ye Chen loved those he cared for. It wasn't that Ye Chen was fickle, it was simply that he had been disappointed too many times and had, in the end, fallen out of love. Yao Shi even felt a pang of guilt for her previous cold attitude toward Ye Chen for not giving her a defensive magic tool. Ye Chen had given her so much without complaint, and yet here she was, treating him with the same harshness as someone like Sun Ruoxin, someone who only took and never gave. Even if she didn't love Ye Chen, Yao Shi had no intention of hurting him further. So, at that moment, she halted her steps and turned around. Junior brother Yi is my friend, not some unimportant person as senior brother Li claimed. With those words, she calmly descended the stage. Yao Shi's words undoubtedly took the disciples by surprise. The eldest senior sister was actually speaking up for Ye Chen, this so-called simp. Her previous attitude had been so cold. Everyone had assumed that it was just Ye Chen's one-sided affection. But now, to hear her defend him like this. On the stage, Li Xiaoyao, who had held himself so high above the others, looked utterly pale at Yao Shi's response. Yao Shi had actually spoken up for Ye Chen. What had Ye Chen done? He had only given her some gifts, nothing more. What good were those gifts? They were nothing but trivial, insignificant things. Would he really give her something truly valuable, something that could alter her path? For instance, would he give her the spot in the 5 Elements cave? Yao Shi walked down from the stage and approached Ye Chen. Junior brother Yi, I lost. If you have no other matters, would you walk with me for a while? Her mood was indeed rather low. This year, she wouldn't receive the 5 Elements cave spot, and next year wouldn't be any easier either. The tail has been illicitly lifted, should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. Several disciples at the 8th level of Qi refining were on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level this year. Many of them had influential family backing. Thus, the competition she would face would still be fierce. Even if she earned the spot next year, she would still be a year behind. Securing first place in the next sect tournament and obtaining the foundation establishment pill was uncertain. One misstep could slow down an entire year. Many talented cultivators had seen their potential wasted in the face of repeated failures. So, she decided to take a walk with Ye Chen. Perhaps it would help ease her troubled heart. And it would also serve as an apology for the coldness she had shown him earlier. If Ye Chen were a scumbag, Yao Shi would have no qualms about deceiving him. She wouldn't feel burdened by any guilt. But now that she had realized Ye Chen was a deeply devoted man, Yao Shi felt the need to explain things to him. The truth was, they weren't suited for each other. That way, she wouldn't keep delaying his future. As for the gifts Ye Chen had given her, though they were moving, they didn't change the fact that her own talent in combat was mediocre. No matter how much she enhanced herself, she was still no match for Li Xiaoyao. Without securing first place in the sect competition, she wouldn't get the foundation establishment pill. No amount of spells or magical tools would help her then. Before Yao Shi, Ye Chen appeared slightly surprised. Yao Shi had actually defended him. While Ye Chen had only flattered her for the system's feedback and didn't care about her attitude, hearing her speak up for him still lifted his spirits. At least Yao Shi had more conscience than Sun Ruoxin. Ye Chen chuckled and said, "Senior sister, why be so downhearted over temporary success or failure? It's just that you didn't get the 5 elements cave spot. I'll give you mine." As he finished speaking, Ye Chen casually took out the 5 elements cave token sent by the Internal Affairs Hall. Yao Shi had been smiling wryly at Ye Chen's words of comfort, but when she saw the token in his hand, her smile faltered. Ye Chen, he was actually giving her the 5 elements cave spot. How could this be possible? Yao Shi was stunned. And at that moment, the disciples around them were equally dumbfounded. Li Xiaoyao, standing high on the stage, was wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Elder Chen from the Internal Affairs Hall couldn't stop his eyes from widening in shock. The 5 elements cave was incredibly valuable. It could help cultivators open their dantian, enhancing their magical power and increasing their chances of breaking through to foundation establishment. Its importance was unquestionable. The Green Cloud sect had been established for over 1,000 years. Whether direct disciples or ordinary disciples, anyone who obtained such a spot was treated like royalty. It was unthinkable to give such a spot away. Yet now, it was happening right before their eyes. The disciples looked at Ye Chen with mixed emotions. Some had still doubted Ye Chen before. They had wondered if his proclaimed deep affection for Yao Shi was genuine. But now, seeing him give away the 5 elements cave spot, their doubts evaporated entirely. Even Li Xiaoyao, who had been silently mocking Ye Chen, was stunned. Just moments ago, he had ridiculed Ye Chen's supposed devotion, thinking it was all an act. True treasures, Li Xiaoyao had believed, would be kept for himself. But Ye Chen's actions now had slapped Li Xiaoyao squarely in the face. Li Xiaoyao's expression turned a mix of pale and green as he could only internally reflect, "Simp, truly impressive." On the stage, Elder Chen was equally stunned. He had never expected Ye Chen to do something like this. Ye Chen was actually giving away his own 5 elements cave spot. Absurd. It was truly absurd. However, this did bring Elder Chen some relief. After all, compared to Ye Chen, it was clearly better for Yao Shi to receive the spot. Perhaps she could help the sect by becoming another foundation establishment cultivator. Elder Chen's opinion of Ye Chen had improved somewhat as a result. Still, when the sect tournament came around, Elder Chen would insist on stripping Ye Chen of his direct disciple status and expelling him from the sect. After all, their Green Cloud sect's direct disciple, who didn't even care about his own cultivation, had no hesitation in giving his chance to a female disciple. Such a direct disciple, if word of it spread, would be a huge embarrassment. In the center of the scene, Yao Shi stood frozen, staring at the 5 elements cave token in her hand. This was the very thing she had dreamed of obtaining. But, she had just made up her mind that she would no longer lead Ye Chen on, that she would be clear with him and stop causing him pain with her mixed signals. Yet now, Ye Chen had given her such a huge surprise. Of course, She wanted to accept it immediately. After all, this year's 5 Elements Cave had an abundance of spirit chi, and its effects would be even better than in previous years. Her chances of breaking through to Foundation establishment would be much greater. But as she thought of Ye Chen's deep affection, the fact that he was even willing to give her the 5 Elements Cave spot, what would happen if, one day, she became someone else's Tao partner? How would Ye Chen feel then? Struggling internally, She couldn't tear her eyes away from the token. After several moments of hesitation, she finally bit her lip and spoke. In the end, She gently bit her lip, looking at Ye Chen seriously as she spoke, "Junior brother, we're not suited for each other. I've thought it through carefully, and I believe there will be no future for us. Therefore, you should take this token back. You are only at the 6th level of chi refining, and you need this opportunity more than I do. This year, the 5 Elements Cave has more abundant spirit chi than ever before. If you seize this chance, there is a real possibility you could break through to the 9th level of chi refining or even reach Foundation establishment in the future. However, even if that doesn't happen, if you encounter any difficulties in alchemy in the future, feel free to come and ask me anytime." With that, She gently pushed Ye Chen's hand back. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Countless disciples watched in disbelief, wishing they could take the 5 Elements Cave token from Shi and accept it on her behalf. That was the coveted 5 Elements Cave, something every chi refining cultivator longed for. It could expand the Dantian. And Shi just rejected it. It was such a waste. But despite the disciples' disbelief, they understood what Shi meant. She didn't want to keep Ye Chen hanging, nor did she want to deceive him. That was why she had made it clear and refused his gift. She could have easily pretended, accepted the token, and gained the opportunity without much effort. Compared to Sun Ruoxin, who had been driven by greed and selfishness, Shi's actions were worlds apart. The disciples looked at Shi with newfound respect. If they were in her position, they knew they would never have been able to say no to such a precious opportunity. As for Ye Chen, after being rejected, he looked at Shi with a slight surprise. This Shi truly had a conscience. She couldn't bear to deceive a simp. Or had she simply leveled up in her understanding? Regardless of the reason, one thing was clear: this gift had to be given. After hearing Shi's words, a typical simp would have likely turned pale, become upset, disappointed, and asked why. But Ye Chen, he showed none of that. He only smiled and looked at Shi. "Senior sister, why refuse the token over something so trivial? I know very well that you don't like me, and that we will never be together in the future, but so what?" Shi was stunned. The disciples watching were equally taken aback. "Ye Chen wasn't finished speaking yet. I love you, and that has nothing to do with you. As long as I see senior sister happy, that's enough for me. This 5 Elements Cave token, I originally wanted to enter myself, but in truth, it was prepared for you. If senior sister defeats your opponent and obtains the spot, then I can enter with you. I absorb spirit chi less efficiently, so you can absorb more. That's better than having someone else enter and compete with you for it. And if, by chance, you don't get the spot, then you can use mine. So, senior sister, there's no need to feel awkward or burdened." At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone, including Shi, had Ye Chen's words echoing in their minds. It dawned on them. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Novelbin. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Ye Chen had only taken the token for Shi's sake. He was completely considering her well-being. How could someone be so deeply affectionate? Many of the female disciples were moved to tears. If only they could find such a man who cared so selflessly for them. Shi stood frozen, her bright, star-like eyes filled with a whirl of complex emotions. She had, in her mind, resented Ye Chen at times. She had thought, Ye Chen's cultivation was low, and his talent was lacking. Why should he take the spot? If Ye Chen hadn't taken the token, there were 2 spots available. She would have been almost certain to get one. But then, she hadn't expected to face Li Xiaoyao in the first round. Even with 2 spots, she would have no chance. Ye Chen's decision to take the spot early had actually turned out to be incredibly wise. Ye Chen's love for her, it was too heavy. At this moment, Yao Shi didn't know what to say or do. Should she accept it? Ye Chen's deep affection had left her utterly at a loss. Ye Chen smiled gently, taking Yao Shi's hand and placing the 5 elements token into her delicate palm. Junior brother. Yao Shi gazed at the token in her hand, her heart in turmoil. Ye Chen, however, turned without hesitation, his voice carrying as he spoke, I don't need the token. If you don't want it, senior sister, just throw it away. With that, Ye Chen's figure already began to fade into the distance. The disciples around them looked at Yao Shi, eagerly waiting for her to throw the token away. Some even began to summon magic tools, ready to snatch the 5 elements token the moment it was discarded. But Yao Shi was no fool. How could she throw it away? Instead, she swiftly tucked it into her robes and quickly started chasing after Ye Chen. Inside, Yao Shi felt a deep sense of regret. If only Ye Chen had better talent, if only he could reach foundation establishment. But with his 3rd-grade spiritual roots, it was almost impossible for him to reach foundation establishment. Still, Yao Shi had made up her mind. If she didn't break through to foundation establishment by the time she was 30, she would agree to become Ye Chen's Dao partner. This decision wasn't because of the 5 elements token. It was because of Ye Chen's profound affection. Living a lifetime with a man like him would surely bring happiness. However, if she succeeded in reaching foundation establishment, then the 2 of them would no longer be suited to be together. Putting everything else aside, the difference in lifespan between someone in Qi refining and foundation establishment would make it impossible to grow old together. When one passed away, the other would still live for another 50 years. How tragic would that be? At that time, she would help Ye Chen find a suitable Dao partner. She would protect Ye Chen and his descendants for life. This was how she would repay his deep love for her. Determined, Yao Shi hurriedly caught up to Ye Chen, no longer hesitating. She spoke sincerely, thank you, junior brother. Yao Shi will never forget this. Ye Chen's face broke into a radiant smile. Yao Shi also smiled brightly, her face blooming like spring flowers. In her mind, she was sure that Ye Chen was happy because she had accepted the 5 elements token. But in truth, Yao Shi wasn't entirely wrong in her guess. Meanwhile, on the Grand Square. The main event had already ended. But the crowd continued to discuss in hushed tones. As for Li Xiaoyao, still standing on the stage, no one was paying attention to him anymore. Li Xiaoyao glared as he watched Yao Shi run after Ye Chen. His teeth clenched in frustration. Damn simp, you better pray we don't cross paths in the sect tournament at the end of the year. But at that moment, Elder Chen spoke up, Li Xiaoyao, what are you standing there for? The second group is about to begin. Li Xiaoyao's lips twitched as he hurried off the stage. The contest for the spots had resumed after being interrupted by Ye Chen. Outside the crowd, Sun Ruoxin stood, watching Ye Chen and Yao Shi disappear into the distance, tears streaming down her face. She truly regretted it. Gift successfully given. The gift is the 5 elements cave token. Processing feedback. 30 times feedback. Detected that the gift given by the host is extremely important to the recipient and exceeded their expectations, causing a significant emotional reaction. Critical reward triggered. Reward, improved version of the 5 elements pill recipe. The improved version of the 5 elements pill recipe, using current world herbs, can produce a pill with the same effects as the original, without any side effects. The system's feedback made Ye Chen smile uncontrollably. Originally, Ye Chen had been wondering if the system would provide him with a personal 5 elements cave or perhaps dozens of premium 5 elements pills. But to his surprise, it directly gave him a new recipe. The value of this was beyond measure. After all, the 5 elements cave gathered and transformed spirit qi for an entire year, and its effects were said to be roughly equivalent to 2 low-grade 5 elements pills. It was effective, but not by much. Ye Chen had read in ancient texts that during the ancient times, cultivators had to use hundreds of 5 elements pills to fully expand their dantian. In comparison, the sect's 5 elements cave could only provide 50 years worth of spirit chi for one person to use. Now, Ye Chen had directly obtained the recipe. He could spend a few days making dozens of batches of pills, equivalent to 50 years of the sect's 5 elements cave accumulation. With ease, he could fully open his dantian. Most importantly, 5 elements pills were an essential item for any cultivator. If Ye Chen ever decided to establish his own sect, he could train a batch of alchemists to produce 5 elements pills daily, which would support the entire sect. The profits would be astronomical. In short, Ye Chen's gaze toward Yao Shi became even more intense. With 30 times the feedback and a critical hit, the reward was absolutely ridiculous. Yao Shi truly was a massive treasure. Yao Shi felt Ye Chen's intense gaze and, in that moment, the awkwardness and discomfort she had felt earlier completely disappeared. Instead, she chuckled softly and said, "Junior brother, if by the time I turn 30 I haven't broken through to Foundation establishment, then I will agree to become your Dao partner. I'm already 25, just 5 years left. If I do break through to Foundation establishment, the difference in our lifespans will be too great, and we will no longer be suitable as Dao partners. By then, I will naturally protect you and your descendants for life." Yao Shi's words carried a clear tone of finality. The reason Green Cloud sect had rules requiring disciples to leave or become elders if they hadn't broken through to Foundation establishment by 30 wasn't because it was impossible after 30, but rather that the probability of success drastically decreased. Before 30, the chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment was 1 in 1,000. After 30, the chance dropped to 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the resources required to break through after 30 were exponentially greater, and many cultivators found their combat abilities significantly weakened, even if they succeeded. For a sect like Green Cloud sect, where resources were valuable, a disciple who hadn't reached Foundation establishment by 30 was seen as a wasted resource. This was why there was a saying in the cultivation world, "No Foundation establishment by 30 means basically no chance." The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Upon hearing Yao Shi's words, Ye Chen's face broke into a smile. Out of everyone in the sect, aside from his master, Yao Shi had the highest potential. Now she had given him such a huge surprise. His master seemed to have no desires or needs, so whether or not he could serve her after breaking through to Foundation establishment was still uncertain. But Yao Shi was definitely going to reach Foundation establishment. Otherwise, once he reached Foundation establishment and Yao Shi remained in chi refining, the gifts he could offer her gifts meant for Foundation establishment would be useless to her. The system would never recognize them. That would severely delay his cultivation progress. Therefore, even if it meant going all out, he had to help Yao Shi break through to Foundation establishment. Moreover, his ultimate goal was the vast and boundless stars and seas, a path of endless growth. A 30-fold reward wasn't enough to make her his Dao partner. It would only slow his progress. Yao Shi had some lofty ideas if she thought things could be that simple. Without hesitation, Ye Chen spoke, "I will do everything I can to help senior sister break through to Foundation establishment." Hearing this, Yao Shi immediately smiled. If it were any other man, after hearing her words, they would probably want to take back the 5 elements token to completely prevent her from reaching Foundation establishment and potentially becoming his Dao partner. But Ye Chen. He was unhesitatingly pushing her toward Foundation establishment. Yao Shi knew that Ye Chen's actions weren't because he didn't love her or didn't want to become her Dao partner. He loved her too much. The reason he said that was because he wanted her to go further, to be free to soar, not confined in a cage. True love is about letting someone fly freely, not holding them back. "I love you, and it has nothing to do with you." These words were the truest reflection of his feelings. However, Yao Shi didn't really expect Ye Chen to be able to help her break through to Foundation establishment. After all, using the 5 elements cave to expand the dantian only increased the chances of Foundation establishment, but it was just a small boost. To her, it would increase her chances by at most 50%. For a higher chance, she would need a Foundation establishment pill and other rare spiritual materials. Reaching Foundation establishment was incredibly difficult and required a vast amount of preparation. Even though Ye Chen was a direct disciple, many of these resources were still out of his reach. But Yao Shi didn't voice her concerns. Instead, she smiled brightly, the sunlight shining in her eyes. Then thank you, junior brother. If I break through, I'll help junior brother find a suitable Dao partner. Surely, she won't be worse than me. Junior brother should have many children. If I don't end up with you, I won't marry anyone else, but I'll still need someone to carry on your legacy. I will adopt your child that looks the most like you, just as a memory. Yao Shi wasn't joking, she was being sincere. After all, what woman, having experienced Ye Chen's deep affection, could ever feel moved by another man? Living through the long life of foundation establishment, nurturing a little Ye Chen would certainly never be lonely. Ye Chen internally rolled his eyes. First, she asked for a gift, and now she wanted my child. How about I send you a few million of them? But then, Ye Chen couldn't help but think, if he actually gave Yao Shi a son, would the system consider it a gift? And if it did, what kind of reward would he get? 30 sons. The thought made Ye Chen shudder. Maybe it's best if I handle the child-making myself and spare the system the trouble. After talking with Yao Shi for a while longer, Ye Chen bade her farewell and left. Yao Shi stood there, watching his figure disappear from her sight before she finally smiled and turned to leave. Now, she held in her hand the 5 elements token that she had long desired. But for some reason, she no longer felt as desperate about reaching foundation establishment as she once had. However, after walking just a few steps, Yao Shi frowned slightly. Someone had blocked her path. It was Sun Ruoxin. Sun Ruoxin's eyes were red and swollen, and with her delicate face, she looked utterly pitiable. Yao Shi couldn't help but feel a twinge of disgust when she thought about how Sun Ruoxin had treated Ye Chen. Though most cultivators were selfish, how she never considered herself a saint. But someone like Sun Ruoxin was a rare sight. Yao Shi didn't want to say anything to her, so she tried to walk around Sun Ruoxin and leave. But as they passed each other, Sun Ruoxin reached out and grabbed Yao Shi's sleeve. "Senior sister, can you give Ye Chen back to me, please?" Yao Shi stopped and forcefully pulled her sleeve back, her voice growing colder. "I've never taken Ye Chen from you. You're the one who lost him." With that, Yao Shi didn't wait for Sun Ruoxin's response and left, her expression cold. Sun Ruoxin stood frozen in place. The tears she had just managed to hold back welled up again, blurring her vision. That's right. Ye Chen had once loved her so deeply, giving her everything. Who could take Ye Chen from her? It was all her fault. It was because of her constant disappointments that she had lost him. The difficulty of refining the 5 elements pill wasn't high, after all, it was just a Qi refining level pill. Ye Chen, with his perfected first-grade alchemist skills, found it easy to refine. After bidding farewell to Yao Shi, Ye Chen immediately went to buy the necessary ingredients. These days, Ye Chen no longer had to disguise himself like he did in the Silver Moon Market. However, when buying the ingredients in the Green Cloud Market, he still included a dozen or so unnecessary herbs in his purchase. Though it meant spending more spirit stones, the improved 5 elements pill recipe was incredibly precious, and it was worth every coin. Ye Chen's name was now well known throughout the sect. His title of simp direct disciple was recognized by everyone, and now, with his phrase, "I love you, and it has nothing to do with you," it had become even more of a topic of discussion. Ye Chen's reputation had already started to spread all the way to Green Cloud City. When he went to buy ingredients, no one found it unusual. After all, Ye Chen had been running to alchemy classes every 3 days just to pursue senior sister Yao Shi. It was no surprise that he could refine pills. While waiting for the deacon to prepare his materials, Ye Chen suddenly heard an excited voice from behind, "Seventh brother, we finally meet." Ye Chen turned around and raised an eyebrow. The one calling out to him was none other than Ye Tian. Ye Tian, the most talented member of the Yi family in this generation. But just seeing this guy made Ye Chen feel irritated. On the very first day he joined the sect, Ye Tian had started spreading nonsense. Ye Chen had gone out to buy a dual cultivation technique, and somehow, even the shopkeeper knew that a simp had entered the sect. Half of Ye Chen's simp reputation had been spread by this guy. It was bad enough that Ye Chen didn't run away when he saw him, but now he was even coming over to try and get close. Ye Chen didn't notice Ye Chen's cold demeanor and ran up excitedly, "Seventh brother, I've missed you so much. The family isn't upset with you anymore. They've said to visit more often. But seventh brother, Green Cloud sect is great and all, but the resources here are too expensive. Look at you, a direct disciple already. How about lending me some spirit stones to tide me over? I'll definitely return them to you soon." Ye Chen thought to himself, "This guy talks like the gamblers from my past life." Ye Chen, maintaining his composure, began to whistle nonchalantly, acting as if he hadn't heard a thing. This made Ye Chen grit his teeth in frustration. Deep down, Ye Chen had always looked down on Ye Chen. With his poor aptitude, low cultivation level, and his reputation as a simp, Ye Chen couldn't understand how such a person could get so lucky. Despite being sent to the Silver Moon Market, Ye Chen had managed to obtain a Peak Master's token. Ye Chen was actually strapped for cash. His family had supported him with plenty of spirit stones, but a recent trip to the market area had initially seemed promising when he found an item worth 10 low-grade spirit stones for the price of 1. Buoyed by this stroke of luck, he started to believe he might just make it to Foundation establishment through bargain hunting. Fired up, he frequented the market even more, only to make a series of poor judgments that led to significant losses. Now, not only was he out of medicinal pills, but he also owed the senior brother who had introduced him to the market area over 20 low-grade spirit stones. Hence, Ye Chen, suppressing his displeasure, whispered, "Seventh brother, I know a secret. This secret involves you and your dad. You lend me just 1 medium grade, no, 1 high grade spirit stone, and I'll tell you. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings." Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Honestly, he had long since detached himself from the Ye family in his heart and couldn't care less about its affairs. But a secret involving him and his biological father? That piqued his curiosity. "Speak, and if this secret proves useful, I'll give you 50 low-grade spirit stones," Ye Chen responded indifferently. Ye Chen was stunned. He'd asked for 1 high-grade spirit stone, and here was Ye Chen offering 50 low-grade ones. Who taught him to negotiate like this? Ye Chen thought bitterly about how generously Ye Chen had tried to give away the 5 Elements Cave token, even when it was refused. Wasn't he being a bit stingy with his own family? Before Ye Chen could attempt to haggle further, Ye Chen, without even a glance, signaled him to continue. Ye Chen, having no choice, spoke softly, "Your dad isn't grandfather's biological son. My dad said when he was 6 years old, your dad was suddenly brought home one night by the then family head, our great-grandfather. He claimed that your dad was grandfather's illegitimate child, but our grandmother, who was known to be quite jealous, didn't utter a single word about it. That means your dad definitely isn't grandfather's biological child. You're not a true member of the Ye family." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. "So, my father's death, is related to your Ye family?" Ye Chen jumped back in shock, quickly waving his hands. "No, no. Absolutely not. It really was an accident. Your father was ambushed by rogue cultivators. These rogues even destroyed the body. It wasn't until Grandpa reached Foundation establishment that he personally went to investigate and found the location of the ambush." Ye Chen leaned against the counter, gently tapping his fingers on the crystal surface, his expression thoughtful. "So, my father wasn't his biological child. That meant I'm not really part of the Ye family. Now, it made sense why the family head didn't want to give me anything valuable. They just wanted me to contribute to the family. After all, there's a clear distinction between insiders and outsiders." At this point, Ye Chen started to wonder, what if my father isn't really dead? From what he'd read in novels in his past life, when an outsider is raised in a family, there's often a big background behind it. Could it be that my father was taken in by some powerful family? But Ye Chen dismissed the thought quickly. If his father had truly been taken away by a powerful family, why wouldn't they have taken him along? There couldn't be that many coincidences. It seemed more reliable to wait until his cultivation improved, use green cloud sex connections, and personally track down those rogue cultivators to avenge his father's death. Ye Chen casually took out 50 low-grade spirit stones and tossed them to Ye Chen. Ye Chen quickly caught them, grinning widely. When it comes down to it, it's still about relying on your own brothers, huh? Seventh brother, you see, you don't really need that 5 elements cave spot. Can you give it to me 3 years from now? Ye Chen smiled back. If you were really my brother, I'd give it to you, because as you said, I don't really need it. But the problem is, I'm not actually a Yi family member. Ye Tian's smile froze on his face. Damn. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh to himself. Since joining Green Cloud sect, the family head had been sending him letters every few days, saying that the past was in the past and that he should come back to visit more. He even sent him resources generously. Ye Chen understood. After all, he was the Peak Master's direct disciple. Being associated with the Peak Master was definitely a win for the Yi family. But then Ye Tian went and ruined it all for 50 low-grade spirit stones. Ye Chen planned to wait until he reached Foundation establishment, then go back and inquire about his father's origins. He'd also make sure to tell the family head how he found out about it. He was sure Ye Tian would be the recipient of the family's special care after that. After sending Ye Tian away, who looked like he had just realized he made a mistake, Ye Chen found that the spiritual herbs he needed were ready. He immediately made his way back to the Sword Peak, preparing to refine the 5 elements pills. 2 of these pills could rival the accumulation of an entire year's worth of the 5 elements cave spirit chi. Ye Chen decided to consume one of them to see how much he could expand his dantian. Opening the dantian further would allow a cultivator's spiritual power to become more robust, and it would enable longer-lasting combat abilities. Moreover, the foundation of a foundation establishment cultivator was also built through the dantian transformation. Naturally, the bigger the dantian, the better. With his 3rd-grade spiritual roots, Ye Chen's difficulty in breaking through the foundation establishment was comparable to that of most cultivators who attempted the breakthrough after 30. The effect of the 5 elements pill on Ye Chen could be imagined. So, upon returning to Sword Peak, Ye Chen rejected Lin Kur, who was eager to progress, and focused solely on the task at hand refining the 5 elements pills. Meanwhile, beneath the Sword Peak, Sun Ruoxin stood outside the formation, her eyes glistening with tears as she waited. She had so many things she wanted to say to Ye Chen. When Ye Chen fled the Silver Moon Market, he took his alchemy furnace with him. The goal was simple, plenty of space and complete freedom to do as he pleased. When the first batch of 5 elements pills was completed, the furnace lid was lifted. The fragrance of the pills immediately filled the room. At Ye Chen's current level, even when refining a new pill he had never made before, it was nearly impossible to fail. 7 pills flew out of the furnace. Ye Chen took a glance at them in his hand. The 5 elements pills were round and smooth, with 5 colors mixed together, creating a natural and harmonious feel. However, this batch of pills had slightly dull colors, not vibrant enough. Moreover, the 5 colors were not as evenly distributed as they should be. For medium grade, 3 low grade, no high grade, Ye Chen muttered, shaking his head as he carefully stored the pills away. He was already preparing to continue refining. 2 medium-grade pills were enough to compare to a full year's worth of spirit chi from the sect's 5 elements cave. But for Ye Chen, medium-grade pills were beneath him. If he was going to use them, they had to be top-tier. Top-tier pills not only increased the maximum expansion of his dantian but also improved the tolerance of his meridians, which, in turn, would slightly enhance his cultivation speed. While the increase in meridian tolerance wasn't immediately noticeable, even a small improvement was invaluable to Ye Chen. So, he was determined to continue refining. He wouldn't stop until he created top-tier 5 elements pills. By evening, Ye Chen had finally refined a high-grade 5 elements pill. He could feel that it wouldn't be long before he perfected the top-grade version, possibly in just a few more days. Ye Chen was in a good mood, and his enthusiasm for cultivation was high that evening as well. In fact, the 5 elements pills he didn't need could be given to Lu Jing and Lin Kur, helping to increase their chances of breaking through the foundation establishment in the future. The stronger their abilities became, the better the effects of their shared cultivation would be. However, to be honest, Ye Chen wasn't very trusting of the two women. And as for the value of the 5 elements pill, those who understood knew just how precious it was. If the word got out, even his master might not be able to protect him. So, Ye Chen decided against it for now. He would wait to see in the future if any trustworthy contracts or treasures surfaced. In that case, he might be able to give some of the things he couldn't use, but didn't want to simply discard, to the maids. Later, he planned to go to Green Cloud Market to inquire about any potential options. While Ye Chen was diligently cultivating, atop Sword Peak, Gu Yunyun's delicate face was clouded with frost. For a peak master, having a direct disciple also came with its own costs. The performance of a direct disciple directly impacted the treatment the peak master received. Having had an easy, smooth life, and crushing her peers for so long, Gu Yunyun didn't usually care much about such things. But if her direct disciple was utterly humiliated in the upcoming sect tournament, it would be a huge embarrassment. That's why Gu Yunyun had specifically urged Ye Chen to secure the 5 elements cave spot. Even a small increase in strength would make a difference. At least that way, during the sect competition, she wouldn't be as embarrassed. But what did she find out? Ye Chen had immediately given the spot away to someone else. Gu Yunyun, who typically didn't concern herself with the trivial matters of the sect, only learned of this now. Not only was her direct disciple weak, with poor talent, but he was also a simp. He even gave away the 5 elements cave spot. This revelation made Gu Yunyun, usually calm and composed, quite angry. She, Gu Yunyun, with a life of prestige, was the most likely in her generation to break through to the golden core stage. And yet, she had taken on this embarrassing disciple. A poor talent who willingly gave away resources and played the simp. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Ye Chen's deep feelings were clear, but the embarrassment was all hers. What made it worse was the fact that the peak master of the Magic Peak had always had a poor relationship with her. She had beaten him several times in the past. He had never been able to defeat her, and now, with an opportunity in hand, he would undoubtedly have his disciples humiliate Ye Chen in the arena. And Gu Yunyun would have no choice but to sit and watch, helpless. As Gu Yunyun thought about the humiliation she would soon face, her fists clenched tightly. At this moment, she truly felt the urge to clean house. Gu Yunyun's garden had a pool, with spring water flowing continuously from a natural spring, crystal clear and pure. She sat directly in the pool, and only then did she feel her composure returning. Lying in the water, the rippling waves danced, and the light bent in such a way that it almost seemed like she could see the reflection of snow-capped mountains. Starlight radiated from the heavens, making the pool sparkle with a brilliant glow. Gu Yunyun naturally and instinctively let her spirit sense expand, reaching toward Ye Chen's small courtyard, beginning her daily cultivation routine. But soon, she began to feel something was wrong. During previous sessions, although her heart state would fluctuate, it never felt as intense as this. But this time, for some unknown reason, her emotions were in turmoil, and her mind began to wander. What was going on? Had Ye Chen's behavior as a simp really gotten under her skin, causing her heart state to destabilize? Sensing that something was off, Gu Yunyun decided to stop her cultivation for the day. However, as she started retracting her spirit sense, she couldn't help but extend it once more. Her jade-like hand, once resting beside the pool, had unknowingly slipped into the water. The tranquil surface rippled, and in the midst of the water's sound, there were faint, almost imperceptible, soft hums. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was unaware that his actions as a simp had caused his beautiful master's heart to be thrown into turmoil, even affecting her cultivation. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have been ecstatic. The following days were filled with daily cultivation and continuous furnace work for refining pills. Finally, on the 6th day, Ye Chen successfully refined his first top-tier 5 elements pill. This brought a great sense of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he consumed and refined it. The top-tier 5 elements pill melted instantly upon contact with his mouth. In a very short time, it transformed into the purest 5 elements spirit chi, flowing through his 5 organs according to their attributes before finally entering his dantian. His dantian gently trembled, expanding at a barely perceptible rate. The sensation was incredibly strange. But at the same time, Ye Chen's face shifted again. The spirit chi in his dantian stirred, and Ye Chen suddenly felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, Ye Chen opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. The effects of the top-tier 5 elements pill were astonishing. 1 pill was enough to expand Ye Chen's dantian by almost 1/10. With continued use, increasing his dantian by 1 or 2 times would be an absolute certainty. This was an effect that the 5 elements cave could never achieve. Aside from that, Ye Chen had officially broken through to the 7th level of chi refining today. Given the current rate of his breakthroughs, reaching the 8th level before the sect tournament at the end of the year was practically guaranteed. Ye Chen was determined to participate in this year's sect competition. While the Foundation Establishment pill, unlike the 5 elements pill, hadn't completely disappeared, its main ingredient was monopolized by the top-tier forces, making its annual supply fixed and thus still highly precious. In Green Cloud sect, only direct disciples who reached the 9th level of chi refining were awarded a Foundation Establishment pill. Beyond that, the only way to obtain one was through the sect competition. The first-place prize in the sect tournament would be a low-grade Foundation Establishment pill. Although Ye Chen wouldn't be able to break through to Foundation Establishment this year, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 years. With his 3rd-grade spiritual roots, the difficulty of the breakthrough would be monumental. The Foundation Establishment pill, besides increasing the chance of success, played the crucial role of protecting a cultivator's meridians and foundation. Without a Foundation Establishment pill, a cultivator who failed their breakthrough might not die, but their vitality would be severely damaged, and they would never have another chance to break through. However, if a cultivator used a Foundation Establishment pill, even if they failed their breakthrough, they could rest and try again. One Foundation Establishment pill essentially represented 1 chance at a successful breakthrough. For any chi refining cultivator, it was considered a miracle drug. And for Ye Chen, its importance was beyond measure. Ye Chen's demand for Foundation Establishment pills was simple: the more, the better. It would be best if he could gather several hundred or even 1,000. With that many chances, one of them would surely succeed. But the system couldn't endlessly duplicate rewards, so any gifts he gave away wouldn't return with a feedback. Therefore, Ye Chen needed to obtain several Foundation Establishment pills on his own. Ye Chen wasn't just aiming for victory in this year's sect tournament, next year's as well. As long as he hadn't broken through yet, no disciple in Green Cloud sect could take the first place. Another week passed. After refining 3 top-tier 5 elements pills, Ye Chen was in a good mood as he descended the mountain. Tomorrow, the 5 elements cave would open. However, the spirit chi in the 5 elements cave was depleted within a day or 2 by the disciples. Even if the cave was packed to capacity, it would be over in 3 or 4 days at most. So, Yaoshi entering the 5 elements cave didn't interfere with Ye Chen's weekly gift-giving routine. As Ye Chen descended the mountain, he furrowed his brows slightly. At the foot of the mountain, a woman with a slender waist, long legs, and a nearly perfect figure stood there. With such long legs, it could only be Sun Ruoxin. Ye Chen had known she'd been waiting for him at the foot of the mountain, but he hadn't expected her to still be there now. Sun Ruoxin appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried quite a bit over the past few days. But Ye Chen's mood remained unaffected. There was no sympathy or concern, not even a hint of pity. In fact, he found it a bit laughable. Before, he had no choice but to flatter Sun Ruoxin. She had taken so much from him, yet remained arrogant, rejecting the gifts he gave her and picking them apart. How could a woman like that really be regretful? It was nothing more than envy over the precious gifts Yaoshi had received. Ye Chen sneered, walking past Sun Ruoxin without even sparing her a glance, not even bothering to acknowledge her. Sun Ruoxin had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for an entire week. When she saw Ye Chen finally descending, her heart raced with excitement, thinking he was finally moved by her. But the cold indifference that radiated from him made her realize she had been deluding herself. Sun Ruoxin hurriedly grabbed Ye Chen's sleeve. Junior brother, I really know I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, give me a chance to apologize. Ye Chen, visibly impatient, waved his hand. He had a lot to do next, attending alchemy classes, chatting with Yao Shi, strolling around, giving gifts. He was busy. How could he waste time with someone like you, who doesn't even have enough depth to be worth the effort? However, Sun Ruoxin held on tightly, and Ye Chen, for a moment, couldn't shake her off. Fellow Daoist son, please have some self-respect. Ye Chen's impatient expression, his cold voice, and the sharp, fellow Daoist son, stung Sun Ruoxin deeply. It made her feel like crying. In the past, whenever Ye Chen saw her, he always smiled so warmly. She didn't want to respond to him. Ye Chen would say 10 things, and she'd respond to only 1 or 2, yet he would never get angry. But now, Ye Chen had completely stopped caring about her. Junior brother, I really was wrong. Please forgive me. That dual cultivation technique, while I've been waiting for you these past few days, I've been practicing it. I've already made some progress. Sun Ruoxin lifted her head, her voice choked with emotion. Ye Chen's expression remained indifferent. What you want isn't my forgiveness. You just want me to give you gifts and provide you with cultivation resources, don't you? You probably want the 5 Elements cave spot too, right? Oh, and I'm supposed to talk to the Yi family for you and make sure they stop targeting your father, right? Sun Ruoxin couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. No, junior brother, I didn't think that way. I really. But Ye Chen had already lost interest in listening further. There were too many things he needed to focus on. For instance, he needed a better alchemy furnace. The one he brought from the Silver Moon Market was terrible. A better furnace would increase the chances of refining top-tier pills. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. At the same time, he needed to keep an eye out for any potential contracts or useful treasures. With so many things to do, he didn't have the time to entertain someone like Sun Ruoxin. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to Sun Ruoxin's self-pitying act. He yanked his sleeve away and drifted off without a second glance. Only Sun Ruoxin was left, sitting there, crying uncontrollably. Yes, this was how she saw herself in Ye Chen's eyes. She had broken his heart. How could he ever believe her again? But she truly regretted it. She had been jealous of Yao Shi, not because of the gifts Yao Shi received, but because of the love Yao Shi had, the unconditional love. I love you, and it has nothing to do with you. Those words should have been for her. But she had ruined it all. As those thoughts raced through her mind, her crying grew even more desperate, tearing at her heart. Junior brother, tomorrow is the day for entering the 5 Elements cave. If I enter, my chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment will be much higher. Should you take back the 5 Elements token? That way, senior sister won't be able to break through and will have no choice but to become your Dao partner. After the class, Yao Shi, with her eyes curving into crescent shapes, smiled brightly and teased. Ye Chen admired Yao Shi's graceful figure, her curves like the full moon. At her words, he smiled. Become my Dao partner? You sure have a nice imagination. You better focus on breaking through to Foundation establishment. I only hope that senior sister's chances of breaking through to Foundation establishment will be as high as possible. Ye Chen wasn't lying. If only the 5 Elements pills weren't something he couldn't share, he would have loved to give Yao Shi the top-tier pills he had just refined. At least then, he could have gotten a batch of 60 top-tier 5 Elements pills, saving himself the trouble of refining them. Though he couldn't give her the 5 Elements pills, the Foundation establishment pill from the sect competition this year would definitely be hers. If there were anything else that would help her breakthrough, Ye Chen wouldn't hesitate to give it to her. Yao Shi, noticing the appreciative glance Ye Chen gave her, smiled lightly. She sensed his admiration, and with a graceful spin, she moved elegantly, making sure he had an even better view. Today, Yao Shi wore a skirt that resembled a professional one from Ye Chen's past life, only reaching her knees. The hem of the skirt swayed with her steps, like the ripples of water in motion. Then, she suddenly spun around. The skirt flared up, resembling a lotus blooming. And above the lotus, was the rounded, full moon. This scene was utterly breathtaking. Noticing the awe on Ye Chen's face, Yao Shi smiled even brighter. That's the way women are. When they don't like someone, no matter how good you treat them, they won't care and will find faults. But if they have feelings for someone, even if you seem imperfect, they won't mind at all. In the past, Yao Shi had been uncomfortable with Ye Chen's gaze. But now, she even turned to show him more. "Junior brother, we can just walk around and chat," Yao Shi said when she saw that Ye Chen was about to take her to Green Cloud Market. She immediately declined. In the past, she had despised Ye Chen and thought, why not take advantage while I can? But now, she no longer had that mindset. Ye Chen smiled and shook his head, saying that now that he had reached the late stage of qi refining, he needed to buy herbs and change the medicinal pills he was using for cultivation. Normally, cultivators wouldn't inquire about each other's cultivation level when they met. Upon hearing that Ye Chen had broken through, Yao Shi's eyes lit up. She was genuinely happy for him. After all, for any cultivator, their cultivation level was their foundation. Moreover, at the late stage of qi refining, using qi-nourishing pills wasn't very effective anymore. It was best to switch to the spiritual essence pill. So, Yao Shi immediately followed Ye Chen into Green Cloud Market. After purchasing the necessary herbs for spiritual essence pill, Ye Chen also casually picked out a top-tier magic tool-grade alchemy furnace and gifted it to Yao Shi. The furnace offered better spiritual feedback, improved control, and minimized the loss of medicinal power during the refining process. It also came with an earth-fire array, allowing it to be lit using spirit stones for even better results. Yao Shi truly didn't want to accept any more gifts from Ye Chen. But she couldn't resist his enthusiasm. She reluctantly, yet happily, accepted it. The reluctance came from Ye Chen's persistence. But she was also happy because, in the cultivation world, many male cultivators were initially very attentive when pursuing female cultivators, going above and beyond. But once they felt the female cultivator was interested or had already been won over, their attitude would often change and lose that fervor. After all, the unattainable always stirs desire. Once something is obtained, the effort naturally lessens. But Ye Chen's treatment of her had never changed. Despite everything, he still treated her as he had when they first met. There truly were few men like this in the cultivation world. Seeing Ye Chen's face light up with joy as she accepted the alchemy furnace, Yao Shi couldn't help but be affected and let a small smile curve her lips. With Yao Shi as a stable source of 30 times the feedback, Ye Chen's days at Green Cloud Sect were peaceful and fulfilling. Every morning, he would first move Lu Jing and Lin Kuo off him, then begin his cultivation. In the afternoon, he would refine pills. The top-tier magic tool-grade alchemy furnace he had gifted Yao Shi didn't result in a critical hit. But he did end up with 30 top-tier alchemy furnaces, which turned out to be quite profitable for Ye Chen. Selling them off would make him a fortune. However, he needed a stable channel to sell them. Otherwise, he'd have to spend time selling them himself, which would be too troublesome. With the top-tier furnace, Ye Chen's pill refining efficiency had improved drastically. His success rate was off the charts. Now, with each batch of 5 elements pills, 80% of them were top-tier. 1 furnace a week was more than enough. This also gave him more time to focus on refining spells and taking pills for his cultivation. In the evenings, he would continue his cultivation, improving alongside it. During this period, Ye Chen noticed a stream flowing down from the peak of Sword Peak. The water was exceptionally clear, and the spirit qi was abundant. So, Ye Chen spent an entire afternoon using his magic to redirect the stream into his courtyard and created a bath pool. This was to give him more options for nighttime cultivation. He could either soak directly in the water or place his jade bed on the surface of the water for an almost perfect experience. The water in the cultivation world was different, to say the least. With rich spirit qi, it was probably better than all the expensive skincare products on earth used by women. Sometimes, Ye Chen even thought the water smelled faintly sweet. However, he was only about 200 meters away from the mountaintop, where only his master resided. As an immortal like his master, she surely wouldn't need to use the bathroom. So, he didn't worry about whether the water had been used by anyone else. After entering the Five Elements cave, Yao Shi stayed for 4 days before coming out. She didn't hide anything, openly saying that the spirit qi in this year's Five Elements cave was so abundant it was nearly turning into liquid. In the past, disciples would be lucky if their dantian expanded by 1/10 of its capacity. Most of the time, they couldn't even reach that. But this year, Yao Shi's dantian had expanded by almost 2/10. She said this with obvious joy. Ye Chen, upon hearing this, felt a mix of emotions. In the past few days, his own dantian had expanded by almost half. According to the effects described on the pill's recipe, with continued use, it could expand up to 3 times its original size. It was clear that compared to the Five Elements cave, the Five Elements pills were much more powerful. But Yao Shi didn't know this and was already very satisfied with her current progress. After leaving the Five Elements cave, she immediately began preparing for this year's sect competition. Although with Yao Shi's current level, defeating Li Xiaoyao and the other direct disciples to get the foundation establishment pill was unlikely, she was determined to try. Ye Chen, of course, fully supported her. Even when Yao Shi repeatedly refused and even locked herself away in her small courtyard, avoiding the alchemy lessons from the elder, Ye Chen would still show up on the appointed days. Any spell, magic tool, or treasure that could help Yao Shi, Ye Chen gave without hesitation. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Once, when Ye Chen needed something from the sect that wasn't available and had to go to Green Cloud City to fetch it, he couldn't wait. He went personally and returned late at night, immediately delivering the item to Yao Shi. This made Yao Shi feel touched, but also a bit confused. Why did it seem like Ye Chen was more enthusiastic about her breaking through to foundation establishment than she was? In Yao Shi's eyes, this must have been because Ye Chen loved her. He was doing everything he could to help her, ensuring she went further. And with Ye Chen's help, Yao Shi's strength soared. She felt that if she faced Li Xiaoyao again, she might not lose so easily this time. All of this made Yao Shi deeply moved. Previously, Yao Shi had been concerned about the issue of lifespan after reaching foundation establishment. But Ye Chen's selfless efforts had caused a subtle shift in her mindset. Being with a man who loved her as much as Ye Chen did would undoubtedly bring great happiness. While it was true that after experiencing the companionship of a Dao partner, enduring loneliness would be even more difficult, Ye Chen was simply too wonderful. When compared to that, the thought of enduring a few decades of loneliness didn't seem so frightening. Moreover, she could have children with Ye Chen, allowing them to keep her company in her later years. With this thought in mind, a brilliant smile appeared on Yao Shi's face. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, who had been showering her with gifts, was in an exceptionally good mood. Yao Shi was happy, and so was he. He would use whatever was useful from the rewards he received, while the useless items would be stored away and sold off slowly. As for giving Yao Shi so many gifts and making her so strong, what would happen if she got the foundation establishment pill? What a joke. He would be participating in the competition as well. If Yao Shi truly made it to the finals and ended up facing him, he would definitely not hold back. Yao Shi might have good things, but the things he had were even better. Therefore, there was no way Yao Shi would get the foundation establishment pill. Once it was in his hands, he would give it to her, and she would be overjoyed, triggering a critical reward. This outcome would be perfect. During this time, Sun Ruoxin had not given up. Every week, she would attend the alchemy class. At first, she had hoped to win Ye Chen's forgiveness. But Ye Chen's attitude was too cold. He ignored her completely. This left Sun Ruoxin with no choice but to silently watch him from afar. Ye Chen only left Sword Peak once a week, so if Sun Ruoxin wanted to see him, she could only come on that one day. And each time, she would watch helplessly as Ye Chen and Yao Shi laughed and conversed intimately, their bond unbreakable. She would watch Ye Chen giving Yao Shi various gifts. For Sun Ruoxin, this was nothing short of torture. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart. At the same time, the sorrow only deepened her regret. She realized something. In the past, Ye Chen had only appeared before her once a week as well. The rest of the time, he was nowhere to be found. She hadn't thought much about it back then, but now, Sun Ruoxin suddenly understood. Ye Chen hadn't avoided her. He just didn't want to waste the time of the one he loved. As a cultivator, time was precious. There was cultivation, study, and research to focus on. That's why Ye Chen had been so restrained, only appearing once a week. But it was precisely because he only appeared once a week that he would put so much effort into preparing gifts and surprises for the one he loved. The more she thought about it, the more Sun Ruoxin realized just how much Ye Chen had loved her. Everything Yao she enjoyed now was something Sun Ruoxin had once had. But she had destroyed it all herself. Over the past few days, Sun Ruoxin had been reflecting on how good Ye Chen had been to her. Whenever she saw something she liked, she would remember how Ye Chen used to give her everything she liked. When she ran out of pills, she would recall how Ye Chen had prepared high-quality pills for her. Yet, despite how much Ye Chen loved her, she had pushed him to another woman. It hurt so much. Sun Ruoxin felt like she would spend the rest of her life living in regret. Nearly 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Winter had arrived, bringing with it days upon days of heavy snow, blanketing Sword Peak in a thick layer of white. Young master, did you really break through? Sometimes I even wonder if you're really a third-grade spiritual root. Your cultivation speed is just as fast as the genius's. Ye Chen was about to leave. His 2 maids, Lu Jing and Lin Ke, had become increasingly competent, carefully adjusting Ye Chen's clothing and appearance. Ye Chen looked at the 2 of them, a smile on his face. His breakthrough was entirely due to his own efforts, the system had only provided minimal assistance. I managed to break through, but you 2 also played a huge part. Hearing this, the 2 maids didn't blush. Instead, they exchanged flirtatious glances, their eyes glinting with longing as they gazed at Ye Chen. If that's the case, should we help the young master with his cultivation tonight? Tonight, I'll go first. Yesterday, Lin Ke got lazy and took my turn, even though it should have been mine. The 2 women were no longer as shy as they had been when they first arrived at Green Cloud Sect. They had fully let go of their inhibitions. Their enthusiasm was high. After all, the benefits they received had been numerous. Since becoming Ye Chen's maids, they had access to nearly every kind of medicinal pill they could imagine. Plus, they could enjoy the cultivation benefits of the stalactite jade spirit bead bed. Evening training sessions were provided as well. This treatment was, honestly, better than most disciples at Green Cloud Sect. Their cultivation levels had also skyrocketed, both of them breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining. Ye Chen smiled lightly at the 2 women, who were now squabbling over who would go first. He didn't intervene, instead strolling out the door. The reason he didn't cultivate this morning and went straight down the mountain was that today marked the 3rd day of the sect competition. The sect competition was the biggest event of the year for Green Cloud Sect. Any disciple who had reached the middle stage of qi refining was required to participate. And if they performed well, they might be taken in as a disciple by one of the elders. Even if they weren't selected, anyone who made it into the top 100 would still receive rewards. Naturally, this made the disciples of Green Cloud Sect extremely enthusiastic. As for Ye Chen, he was determined to win the Foundation Establishment pill offered as a prize for this year's competition. He certainly wouldn't miss it. Why was he so confident? Because Ye Chen had the strength. After breaking through again, Ye Chen had reached the 8th level of qi refining. As for the 5 elements pills, he had already consumed them to their limit. His dantian had expanded 3 times its original size. His spiritual power was now far beyond that of a typical 9th level qi refining cultivator. With greater spiritual power, his endurance in battle was significantly stronger. At the same time, his meridians had been enhanced. The output of his spiritual power was far greater now, making his spells more powerful. Not to mention his magic tools and spells. Looking across the entire Green Cloud Sect's qi refining cultivators, no one could match him. And it wasn't just the Green Cloud Sect. Even in some of the larger sects or even sacred places, finding someone in the qi refining stage who could challenge Ye Chen was not an easy task. Ye Chen was feeling confident, truly confident. Arriving at the sect's plaza, he was greeted by a throng of disciples. Even those who had been eliminated in the past few days had come to watch. The reason Ye Chen arrived on the third day of the competition was due to sect rules. Direct disciples and those at the 9th level of Qi refining didn't have to go through the preliminary rounds, they could directly participate in the final selection of the top 100. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the regular disciples. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Junior brother, you're here. Ye Chen looked over at the announcement board posted by the Internal Affairs Hall, eager to see who his opponent would be. It would be perfect if it was Li Xiaoyao. Even though almost half a year had passed, Ye Chen still hadn't forgotten the ridicule Li Xiaoyao had directed at him. However, before Ye Chen could find his name, a light laugh sounded from behind him. He turned around to see none other than Yao Shi, his senior sister. Her aura was visibly stronger than it had been during the 5 Elements Cave competition. Clearly, all the gifts Ye Chen had given her over this period had greatly benefited her. Senior sister, do you have confidence? Ye Chen asked, a playful smile on his face. Yao Shi immediately nodded. If I face Li Xiaoyao again, I believe I have the strength to fight him now. However, the direct disciples might be a different story. But sometimes, winning first place depends on luck. It's not always the strongest who wins. Still, it's worth competing for. How about you, junior brother? Yao Shi turned to ask him. Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Since I'm here, of course I'll compete for the Foundation Establishment pill. Yao Shi chuckled and covered her mouth, thinking Ye Chen was joking. In that case, if I face you, junior brother, I won't go easy, so don't expect me to go easy on you either. Ye Chen nodded. If he faced Yao Shi, he definitely wouldn't hold back. For Ye Chen, even if he didn't take first place, it wouldn't be the end of the world. After all, he wouldn't reach the 9th level of Qi refining until next year. Waiting another year wasn't an issue. But when it came to first place, anyone could have it except for Yao Shi. Because if Yao Shi somehow got lucky, secured first place, and won the Foundation Establishment pill, breaking through to Foundation Establishment, what would he do then? No. Yao Shi had to lose. Yao Shi, unaware of Ye Chen's thoughts, heard her name called by the Internal Affairs Hall, signaling it was time for her match. She smiled and bid Ye Chen farewell. Ye Chen, meanwhile, continued scanning the list for his name. It didn't take long before he found it. However, when he saw the name of his opponent, a smile spread across his face. His first opponent was Ye Tian. It seemed this guy was actually somewhat impressive. He had made it into the top 100. There was something to him after all. It was fine though. Ye Tian hadn't been able to adapt to the sect and was always spreading rumors about him. Ye Chen had been planning to give Ye Tian a good lesson for a while. Just as Ye Chen was lost in thought, Ye Tian's voice came from behind him. Seventh brother, I saw it, we're opponents. Ye Tian looked incredibly excited. Indeed, what a coincidence. Ye Chen replied with a smile, giving off a warm, friendly vibe. Seventh brother, let me tell you, I've broken through to the 8th level of Qi refining now. I've been sweeping my way through to the top 100. By rights, I should be aiming for an even higher position, maybe even the top 10. But since we're brothers, I can't ignore family ties. As a direct disciple, if you lose in the first round, it will be too embarrassing. So, if you give me a high-quality spirit stone and let me have the 5 Elements Cave spot for the next 2 years, I'll deliberately take it easy in the match. A good performance in the sect competition might get us noticed by the elders and earn a chance to be taken in as a disciple. I'm doing so much for you, seventh brother, I'm really being generous here. Ye Tian leaned in close to Ye Chen and whispered, making Ye Chen's mouth twitch. His so-called cousin couldn't stop talking about spirit stones whenever they met. Ye Chen had long suspected Ye Tian had fallen for a scam. And now, it seemed like that suspicion was right. Though they weren't real cousins, Ye Chen couldn't just watch Ye Tian continue to go down the wrong path. So, Ye Chen smiled and patted Ye Tian on the shoulder, since you called me seventh brother, I'll let you have a chance. I'll go easy on you in the match. With that, Ye Chen leisurely walked towards the arena, preparing to watch Yao Shi's fight. Ye Chen stood frozen for a moment. A third-grade spiritual root, and a direct disciple, sure. But he gave all the good things to women. What could he possibly use to fight me? However, since Ye Chen didn't appreciate the offer, Ye Chen thought, it was time to stop showing any mercy. Beating a direct disciple in front of everyone would definitely boost his reputation. He might even catch the eye of an elder and be accepted as a disciple. Once he became an elder's disciple, he could easily get out of paying his debts. And then, let's see if any of those creditors still dared to ask him for spirit stones. Ye Chen had no idea that Ye Chen's little mind was filled with so many strange thoughts. As Ye Chen walked through the arena, he noticed a lot of people staring at him. Among them was Li Xiaoyao. And there were also some people Ye Chen didn't recognize. For example, a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining, who seemed to be looking at Ye Chen with some displeasure. There were also a few cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining, each with 3 cloud-like patterns on their chest, their expressions full of amusement as they watched him. Ye Chen could clearly feel their malice. However, he didn't care in the slightest. He didn't even bother trying to figure out who they were. After all, if you're not envied, you're just mediocre. Whoever they were, if they crossed paths with him in the arena, all they'd get was a beating. Simple as that. Yao Shi wins. Li Xiaoyao wins. Kong Xianbei wins. Lin Feng wins. Cultivator battles were usually quite numerous. Especially now, with the competition still being in the 100 to 50 round. The level difference among the disciples was large. Naturally, the matches were decided quickly. Before long, it was Ye Chen's turn. As soon as Ye Chen stepped onto the stage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. There weren't many elders present today. Important figures like the sect master and peak masters didn't attend. They valued their time and would only come on the final day to watch the final matches. However, Ye Chen had made quite a name for himself. He was known as the most useless direct disciple, and also as the passionate simp. This made everyone curious just how strong was Ye Chen really. If he couldn't even make it into the top 100 to 50 round, that would truly be humiliating. On the stage, Elder Chen shook his head. Before the competition started, he had already spoken to the sect master about expelling Ye Chen. The sect master had said they would judge based on Ye Chen's performance. But given Ye Chen's track record, it was highly unlikely he would even make it to the final day of the competition. So, expelling him had become almost certain. Unless Ye Chen somehow made it into the top 10. But how could that be possible? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao and the others, who held a grudge against Ye Chen, were watching with cold eyes. They were all waiting for Ye Chen, the most useless direct disciple, to be eliminated by some nameless outer disciple in the first match. That would definitely make Ye Chen the laughingstock of the entire sect. And so, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the competition officially began. Ye Chen didn't hold back. He immediately raised his hand, and within an instant, dozens of ice blades appeared behind him, shooting toward Ye Chen with a resounding roar. The initial strike was fast, and the ice blades were thin, sharp, and incredibly fast. The most impressive thing was that there were 10 ice blades fired at once, and their activation speed was astonishingly quick. It was clear that Ye Chen had a solid grasp of the ice blade technique. Some of the disciples even thought to themselves with malicious intent, Ye Chen can't possibly block this move, can he? But right before everyone's eyes, Ye Chen casually raised a finger. A half-circular golden barrier appeared at his fingertip and effortlessly blocked all of the ice blades. The crowd immediately erupted in astonishment. Ye Chen, hearing the uproar, froze for a moment. It's just my ice blade technique being blocked, isn't it? Why is everyone so surprised? How useless must my cousin be to get such low expectations from the crowd? But before Ye Chen could process this, he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him. When he turned around, he was horrified to see a giant palm appear beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. What kind of spell is this? When did it appear? How did it make no sound at all? Ye Chen didn't have time to dodge. He hastily activated a defensive spell, hoping to withstand the attack. But the moment the defense shield touched the giant palm, it exploded instantly. The giant palm slapped Ye Chen without any delay, sending him flying like a fly, crashing heavily against the barrier at the edge of the arena. His body was in agony, and he couldn't get up. The arena fell into an eerie silence. All those waiting to see Ye Chen's humiliation now looked on in stunned disbelief. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Ye Chen won already? What kind of spell was that? I've never seen anything like it before. Most surprisingly, when Ye Chen cast the spell, the flow of spirit qi in the air revealed something even more shocking. Ye Chen was also at the 8th level of qi refining. When did Ye Chen break through? Wasn't Ye Chen supposed to be a 3rd-grade spiritual root? How many pills must he have consumed to break through twice in a year? The crowd was left confused and astounded. Some even started to suspect could this be a fixed match? After Ye Chen came down from the arena, the news of the simp direct disciple defeating his opponent and advancing to the next round spread quickly. However, it was accompanied by rumors of a fixed match. Some disciples confidently confirmed that Ye Chen and Ye Chen were cousins, both disciples of the Yi family from Green Cloud City. Others mentioned that they had seen the two whispering to each other before the match started. There were even friends of Ye Chen who claimed that Ye Chen had told them personally that he had intentionally lost to Ye Chen for the sake of the family and asked them not to spread the word. When even the people involved had admitted it, it became hard for anyone to deny. Many understood why Ye Chen would engage in a fixed match. After all, Ye Chen was a direct disciple, and if he lost in the first round, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Ye Chen, on the other hand, was just a regular disciple. For the long-term benefit of the family, he had sacrificed himself and lost to Ye Chen, which seemed perfectly reasonable. A number of disciples who had already been eliminated gathered to watch. They were curious to see just how badly Ye Chen would be beaten by his opponent in the next round, the 50-25 elimination. Ye Chen was, of course, aware of the rumors circulating. But since these were just baseless claims with no real benefit, Ye Chen didn't care much about them. However, while he didn't care about his reputation, Ye Chen would never go out of his way to pretend to be weak. When there was something to gain, he would definitely reveal his strength. But the fact that Ye Chen had used the situation to spread rumors and elevate himself still irked Ye Chen. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone easy on you just now. You'd better watch out, kid. As Ye Chen casually chatted with Yao Shi, time quickly passed, and the afternoon arrived. The afternoon marked the 50-25 elimination round. When Ye Chen saw the name of his opponent, he immediately raised an eyebrow. Kong Xianbei. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. However, Ye Chen didn't dwell on it. After all, to him, it didn't matter who the opponent was. Soon enough, it was time for Ye Chen to take the stage. His match was noticeably more lively than the others. At least 1,000 people had gathered to watch. Ye Chen had truly become one of the top figures in Green Cloud sect. When he finally saw his opponent's appearance, Ye Chen furrowed his brow. The opponent was a man with a thick neck and large ears. And the most important thing? The opponent had sent him a voice transmission. Direct disciple Yi, are you finally ready to settle the score for stealing the woman I had my eye on? Stole your woman? Ye Chen appeared confused. It wasn't that Ye Chen wanted to claim he hadn't done it. It was just that he had no idea who this so-called woman was. Could he be talking about one of Yao Shi's suitors? Seeing Ye Chen's puzzled expression made Kong Xianbei even angrier. You stole my woman and you still look confused. This clearly meant that Ye Chen didn't even see him as a threat. He didn't even recognize him. This is too much. I have been stuck at the peak of the 8th level of qi refining for so long. He had his sights set on Sun Ruoxin's body, planning to use her as a furnace to break through. Originally, with the Green Cloud sect disciple spot and the pressure from his father's position as an elder, it would have been easy to manipulate Sun Ruoxin and her father. But then, that idiot Ye Chen, the simp, had to give the Green Cloud token to Sun Ruoxin, ruining everything. Now his cultivation was still stuck, and he couldn't find a way to break through. In the cultivation world, stealing a woman wasn't usually a mortal enemy. But blocking someone's path to advancement. That was unforgivable. What infuriated Kong Xianbei the most was that Ye Chen didn't even realize what he had done. Simp, you deserve to die. Ye Chen, today I'll beat you half to death. And as for Sun Ruoxin, does she think just because she's become a Green Cloud sect disciple, I can't do anything to her? What's meant to be mine will always be mine. You, a useless piece of trash who'll never break through to Foundation establishment, just wait and see how I'll deal with you in the future. Kong Xianbei was a smart person, so all of these words were through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen understood exactly who his opponent was. This is Elder Kong's son. To be honest, Ye Chen didn't have much interest in Sun Ruoxin anymore. Her multiples were inadequate, and her long legs were the only thing that stood out. Whether or not he pursued her really didn't matter much. But since Kong Xianbei wanted her so badly. Now, Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement. Even though Ye Chen was the direct disciple of the Sword Peak Master, Kong Xianbei was not intimidated by him. He had no fear of offending Ye Chen. After all, with Ye Chen's talent, it was already a miracle that he managed to hold on to his position as a direct disciple. As for breaking through to Foundation establishment, that was nothing more than a pipe dream. A third-grade spiritual root attempting to break through to Foundation establishment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as moving mountains. Ordinary Foundation establishment pills might allow you to attempt the breakthrough a few more times, but each time they would consume your original essence. After 2 or 3 attempts, you would have no chance left. Only a top-tier Foundation establishment pill could allow you to break through without depleting your original essence, enabling the cultivator to keep trying. But there wasn't even a single top-tier Foundation establishment pill in all of Green Cloud sect. So, Ye Chen was destined to never reach Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Kong Xianbei, with his 9th-grade spiritual root, had a very high chance of succeeding in his own Foundation establishment breakthrough. The future belonged to him. Once he reached Foundation establishment, he would have no problem dealing with Ye Chen. For today, however, he just wanted to teach Ye Chen a lesson and vent his frustration. He wanted Ye Chen to understand the consequences of competing with him over a woman. Kong Xianbei's malicious gaze fixed on Ye Chen as he considered how best to punish him. Killing Ye Chen was, of course, out of the question. There were elders watching over the arena. There was no way he could cause someone's death. But hurting Ye Chen, and tormenting him slowly now, that was something Kong Xianbei could do. As Kong Xianbei thought about his plans, a cruel smile appeared on his face. However, at that very moment, a voice exploded in his mind, "Idiot, move." It was his grandfather's voice through a transmission. Kong Xianbei immediately sensed something was wrong above his head. He quickly raised a defensive shield and leapt to the side. But it was too late. A nearly human-sized hand made of spirit chi suddenly appeared above him, crashing down with immense force. With a loud crash and a furious shout of "Stop!" the hand slammed down without hesitation. The bricks below the arena exploded instantly, and the disciples within a radius of several hundred meters could feel the tremendous vibrations. As the spirit chi hand slowly dissipated, everyone watched in stunned silence. There was a clear, deep palm print on the arena, at least half a meter deep. And Kong Xianbei lay within the palm print. His eyes bulged out, blood pouring from his mouth, his limbs unnaturally twisted. It was obvious his limbs were broken. The tragic sight stunned all the spectators. Kong Xianbei was somewhat well known within the sect. The grandson of an elder with notable strength. Although he hadn't broken through to the 9th level of chi refining in 2 years, his strength was only slightly weaker. He had consistently placed in the top 10 in every competition. Among the disciples of Green Cloud sect, he was undoubtedly considered strong. Yet this formidable figure, in front of a seemingly inconsequential simp direct disciple, couldn't even block a single move. And Kong Xianbei was in such a miserable state, it was clear there was no money involved. After all, he was the direct grandson of an elder. How much money would it take for him to tolerate this? So, this simp direct disciple, who had been ridiculed behind his back every day, wasn't just a weakling. The ordinary disciples were undoubtedly shocked by the reality before them. Li Xiaoyao, who had been waiting to see Ye Chen's embarrassment, and several other direct disciples were also stunned. The spell Ye Chen cast was terrifyingly powerful. But most notably, it was almost silent. There was no need for any hand seals. The energy fluctuations during the hand formation were so minimal, it was extremely difficult to detect. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Novelbin, not stolen versions. And the speed was too fast. There was no time to defend against it. If they hadn't been prepared, being struck by that hand might have had similarly disastrous consequences for them. This moment, which had initially seemed like it would be a joke, made them seriously reconsider how they would deal with Ye Chen if they encountered him. On the arena, the attendant was still stunned, unable to announce Ye Chen's victory. At that moment, a figure with snow-white hair rushed onto the stage. As he lifted Kong Xiangbei and fed him a pill, he glared fiercely at Ye Chen. "I told you to stop. Why didn't you listen?" Even though the man didn't do anything immediately, the terrifying pressure from his Foundation Establishment realm came crashing down on Ye Chen. Foundation Establishment. Ye Chen activated his spiritual power to resist the pressure. Since when does the sect competition stop just because someone says so? I can't just stand here and take a beating. As soon as the man shouted, Ye Chen knew exactly who he was. Kong Xiangbei's grandfather, Kong Xiangli, an elder of the Talisman Peak, a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. He was also Sun Ye's master. Despite knowing the man was a strong Foundation Establishment cultivator, a mid-stage one at that, Ye Chen didn't feel intimidated. Ye Chen was never the type to avoid confrontation. Since he had made an enemy, he didn't mind making that enmity even greater. Kong Xiangli's expression grew colder. "Why are you being so ruthless against a fellow disciple?" Ye Chen shook his head. "Well, he sent me a voice transmission saying that once he broke through to Foundation Establishment, he would have plenty of ways to play with me and kill me. But I didn't get angry, nor did I want to kill him in retaliation. I just didn't expect him to be this weak. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my spiritual power. Sorry about that." Ye Chen's nearly provoking words made Kong Xiangli's eyes flash with murderous intent. The pressure from his Foundation Establishment cultivation grew even stronger, as if it could crush Ye Chen in an instant. But instead of resisting head-on, Ye Chen raised his head and shouted, "Master, an elder is bullying me." As soon as Kong Xiangli heard Ye Chen call out for his master, the murderous glare in his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by clarity. The overwhelming pressure from his Foundation Establishment cultivation also receded like a tide. After giving Ye Chen one last glance, Kong Xiangli flew off with his grandson in tow. Ye Chen grinned, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The world of cultivation wasn't just about fighting and killing, it was also about interpersonal connections. Having been in the sect for nearly a year, Ye Chen had come to understand his master better. A person who was ruthless and didn't waste words. He had chased down the peak master of Magic Peak several times. With such a master backing him, what was a mere Kong Xiangli to Ye Chen? As Ye Chen watched Kong Xiangli's retreating figure, he shouted again. The elder interfered in the arena, bullying the weak with his power. "I will report this to my master and ask him to take action for me." Ye Chen could clearly see Kong Xiangli stiffen for a moment after hearing him. However, he quickly regained his composure and flew off. Ye Chen turned to the attendant and snapped his fingers. The attendant, still stunned, quickly came to his senses and hurriedly announced, "Ye Chen wins." Only then did Ye Chen show a satisfied smile, descend from the arena, and head back to Sword Peak. The competition for the day was over. Ye Chen was off to report the incident to his master. Of course, he would complain. Ye Chen had never been the type to suffer in silence. If he could win, he would. If he couldn't, he would report it. He was never going to lose out. Even back in school, Ye Chen had followed this logic. If there were bullies in class, he'd confront them head-on when he could. If not, he'd run straight to the teacher. This strategy had made Ye Chen the one the school's bullies most dreaded. After Ye Chen left, the arena fell silent for a moment before it erupted into astonished chatter. Ye Chen's match had completely changed everyone's perception of him. In the past, all the disciples had thought Ye Chen was just a useless person who had only gotten his position through connections. But as soon as he made his move, his combat strength was terrifying. Kong Xianbei had been knocked down to near death with a single slap. What was even more shocking was that when faced with Kong Xiangli, a mid-stage foundation establishment elder, Ye Chen didn't flinch in the slightest. He even dared to speak back to him. Such an audacious attitude was completely different from the harmless simp who had run to Green Cloud City to buy gifts for Yao Shi, waiting an entire day for her. It was like they were two different people. All the disciples quickly realized that while Ye Chen was indeed a simp direct disciple, he wasn't the useless person they had thought. Could it be that Ye Chen's position as a direct disciple wasn't just due to connections? Was there something unique about him after all? Once the news that the simp direct disciple wasn't useless spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the disciples of Green Cloud sect. Ye Chen had truly become the top figure in Green Cloud sect today. Tomorrow's competition was bound to be even more exciting. Have you heard? It seems like there was quite a commotion at Talisman Peak yesterday. The entire peak was shaking for a long time. Yeah, I'm a disciple from Talisman Peak. It suddenly started shaking yesterday. This morning, I saw the peak master of Talisman Peak with a particularly grim expression. Could it be that something went wrong with the peak's formation? Maybe, Elder Chen from the Internal Affairs Hall also looked a bit upset today. I bet fixing the formation is going to cost a lot of spirit stones. Stop chatting, direct disciple Yi is about to go up to the stage. The disciples were buzzing with gossip. However, as the third match of the day began, the atmosphere immediately became tense and quiet. Everyone looked towards the arena almost in unison. The arena was located in front of the main hall of the Green Cloud sect. A group of elders sat high on the stage. The peak masters, and even the sect leader who had reached the foundation establishment stage, were all present. This was the final day of the sect competition. The top 25 disciples would be decided today. The winner would receive a foundation establishment pill personally awarded by the sect leader. Wait, Ye Chen made it to the top 25. He's been in the sect for less than a year, and to achieve this is already impressive. Elder Chen, are you being too demanding? The sect leader, whose eyes were almost too squinted to open and who appeared as frail as an old mortal man, squinted at the arena and asked Elder Chen in a low voice. Elder Chen's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Ye Chen, with his third-grade spiritual root, to break through 2 levels in just 1 year. He hadn't anticipated that Ye Chen's combat strength would rise so dramatically. With a never-before-seen giant hand spell, Ye Chen had easily swept through all his opponents. Had he known this would happen, would he have even needed to report Ye Chen to the sect leader? Elder Chen had no personal grudge against Ye Chen. It was purely out of concern for the sect's interests and reputation. But now, his views on Ye Chen were beginning to change. As Ye Chen ascended the arena, Elder Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. This Ye Chen had gone to report to Gu Yunyun, claiming that Kong Xiangli had bullied him. That was one thing, but he had also reported him, saying that he was present at the time and did nothing to stop it, standing by as Ye Chen was bullied. He even accused him of failing to fulfill his responsibilities as an elder. But at the time, Elder Chen had been observing, confirming that Kong Xiangli didn't dare make a move, and that was why he hadn't intervened. Last night, after Kong Xiangli was beaten, the peak master of Talisman Peak had come to apologize, sending dozens of high-grade talismans to Ye Chen for self-defense. Elder Chen had also been summoned by Gu Yunyun. Gritting his teeth, he apologized by giving Ye Chen a high-grade flying sword. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. To the right of the sect leader, Gu Yunyun, dressed in a red robe, was casually reclining in her chair, her posture relaxed and laid back. There was no sharpness or edge that one might expect from a swordsman. But judging by the curve of her lips, it was clear that Gu Yunyun was in a good mood. Ever since Ye Chen had given up the 5 elements cave slot, Gu Yunyun had been ignoring her direct disciple, convinced that Ye Chen would undoubtedly embarrass himself in the sect competition. But what she didn't expect was that Ye Chen didn't embarrass himself at all, quite the opposite, in fact. He had brought her a pleasant surprise. Making it into the top 25 was far beyond her expectations. At this point, no matter how she looked at Ye Chen, he was pleasing to the eye. Yesterday, when Ye Chen came to report, he didn't stop for a second and went directly to every door to complain. If only Ye Chen's performance could be a little better, though. After all, Gu Yunyun had never been one to fall short of others. When she was a disciple, she never placed lower than second in a sect competition. If Ye Chen could perform similarly, it wouldn't tarnish her reputation. But Gu Yunyun soon shook her head, knowing she was asking too much. Ye Chen's performance was already impressive. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be a problem, as long as it wasn't to a Magic Peak direct disciple. She and the Peak Master of Magic Peak were bitter enemies. Losing face in this way was something she simply couldn't accept. This book was originally published on Novelbin. Check it out there for the real experience. And at that moment, the match was about to begin. As Ye Chen's opponent stepped forward, he couldn't help but notice that it was none other than Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao wore a calm smile on his face. While Ye Chen's giant hand was certainly terrifying, Li Xiaoyao had already devised a way to counter it. His swordsmanship had reached an exceptionally high level. Any giant hand could easily be sliced through with a single strike. Although this kind of sword technique was extremely taxing, Li Xiaoyao believed he could only use it 3 times at most. But that was enough. Ye Chen's giant hand would require even more energy to maintain, and with Ye Chen's current cultivation of just the 8th level of qi refining, without stepping into the 5 elements cave, Li Xiaoyao believed Ye Chen could only strike 1 or 2 times before his energy was depleted. Li Xiaoyao smiled faintly, speaking in a condescending tone, "Junior brother Yi, in battle, swords and blades have no eyes. It's hard to control. If you feel threatened, remember to immediately crouch down and surrender, or else I'm afraid I won't be able to react in time and might accidentally hurt you." Ye Chen rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in wasting time with the taunts. "You're not even worth wasting my breath on," he thought to himself. With that, Ye Chen's energy surged, and his hand quickly formed a spell. The heaven-destroying hand technique gathered a massive, golden-purple hand above Li Xiaoyao, and it came crashing down with terrifying force. The audience gasped at the sheer power of the attack, eager to see how Li Xiaoyao would respond. Li Xiaoyao, however, just smirked. His spiritual power flowed into his sword, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal sword strike, meeting Ye Chen's hand head-on. The two forces collided with a tremendous crash that shook the entire arena. The deafening sound reverberated across the disciple square. Looking up, the disciples could see that Ye Chen's enormous spiritual hand had been cleaved open by the sword strike and was slowly dissipating. The sword energy also vanished in the aftermath of the impact. Impressive. As expected of Senior Brotherly, his sword technique is almost godlike, one disciple murmured in awe. That giant hand technique of Ye Chen's was indeed strong, but it consumed an enormous amount of energy. It seems like the victory is already decided. Senior Brotherly is clearly superior. Ye Chen has only been in the sect for less than a year, and he's only at the 8th level of qi refining. It's not surprising that he couldn't win against Senior Brotherly. Disciples continued to murmur amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the elders watching the match nodded in approval. Senior Brother Li's strike is already showing signs of being able to break any technique with a single sword strike. His talent in swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. Indeed, if he wins first place this year and gets the Foundation Establishment Pill, Green Cloud's sex strength will undoubtedly improve by a large margin. Ye Chen's technique was powerful, but the consumption was too great. That one strike nearly exhausted all of his energy, leaving him with little chance of victory. The Magic Peak Master commented with a mocking tone, "I was hoping to have my disciple spar with ancient fellow Taoist's disciple to exchange techniques, but it seems like there won't be an opportunity for that now." Gu Yunyun, sitting beside the sect leader, raised an eyebrow. She, too, had started to think that Ye Chen might not win this match. However, she was also a little more skeptical now, noticing the slight surprise in her expression. Let's see what happens next, she thought, her eyes narrowing in anticipation. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. When Ye Chen's giant hand was shattered, his expression remained unchanged. But in the next instant, a new, even larger spiritual hand condensed in mid-air without hesitation, slamming down once again. Li Xiaoyao's face changed instantly. How could Ye Chen still summon such a technique? Before he had time to think, Li Xiaoyao quickly exerted all his energy, swinging his sword to unleash a massive sword energy to counter the attack. Boom! The two forces collided, both dissipating into the air. Li Xiaoyao exhaled in relief. Two giant palms. This must be Ye Chen's limit, right? Now, it was his turn to strike. But before Li Xiaoyao could even fully think that thought, his eyes widened in disbelief. Another giant hand formed above Ye Chen's head and came crashing down once more. Li Xiaoyao was speechless. Without wasting any more time, he once again summoned a massive sword energy to strike at the hand, desperate to break it. But this time, even the slightest sign of fatigue began to show on Li Xiaoyao's face. The consumption of breaking these giant hands with sword energy was enormous. He had already unleashed two powerful sword strikes, and now the third was pushing him to his limits. His spiritual energy was running dangerously low. Li Xiaoyao hoped that Ye Chen would finally collapse after this final strike. He couldn't possibly keep summoning these giant hands. But just as Li Xiaoyao prepared to strike at Ye Chen with his sword, he felt a weak fluctuation of spiritual energy above his head. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up. Yet again, another massive purple-golden spiritual hand appeared above him, descending rapidly. Li Xiaoyao's pupils contracted as he gazed at the incoming hand. The disbelief in his eyes was clear. He was a 9th-level qi refining cultivator. He had just emerged from the 5 Elements cave. How could he lose to a mere 8th-level qi refining cultivator in a battle of endurance? How could this be possible? But it was too late for Li Xiaoyao to react. The giant hand moved too quickly. In the next instant, just like Kong Xianbei, he was struck by the massive palm, sent flying through the air, crashing hard into the protective barrier of the arena. The audience exploded with shock. The scene fell into complete silence as everyone watched Li Xiaoyao lying on the ground, barely in better condition than Kong Xianbei had been the day before. Since the contest for the 5 Elements cave spots, Li Xiaoyao had held the position of the strongest disciple under the direct disciples. He had been widely recognized as such. Yet, no one had expected that Li Xiaoyao would be defeated by Ye Chen. The entire hall stood speechless. The disciples were at a loss for how to express their astonishment. Even the elders displayed expressions of surprise. Why is direct disciple Ye's spiritual power so overwhelmingly powerful? Didn't he fail to enter the 5 Elements cave? Moreover, his output of spiritual power is exceptionally fierce, indicating that his meridians are extraordinarily robust. Li Xiaoyao was considered a minor genius even within the 9th level of qi refining. Even among the direct disciples, few could definitively suppress him, yet he was defeated by direct disciple Yi, who was at a lower cultivation level. Could it be that direct disciple Yi is also a genius, only we haven't recognized it until now? Master Gu is truly sharp-eyed. The crowd buzzed with conversation, surprised by the turn of events. Some still remembered to flatter Gu Yunyun as they spoke. After all, the sect leader was now 270 years old. She only had about 30 years of life left. Gu Yunyun was the most likely to break through to the Golden Core stage and become the next sect leader. Though Gu Yunyun herself was equally stunned by the turn of events, she only knew that Ye Chen had a 3rd-grade spiritual root and never slept at night. Beyond that, she had little information. But to be praised for having sharp eyes? Well, yes. That's true. However, the master of the magic peak, standing nearby, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. How wonderful that fellow Taoist Gu's disciple has advanced. If only my disciple could face such a challenge, then we'd have a proper exchange. Once the master of Magic Peak spoke, the atmosphere grew tense and quiet. Fa Zhen, the direct disciple of Magic Peak, possessed a fire-type root. His fire-based magic was unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. He was universally acknowledged as the strongest combatant among this generation of disciples. He had claimed first place the previous year. Not only had he upgraded a low-grade foundation establishment pill to a high-grade one, but this year, he intended to win again as a safeguard. Truthfully, everyone expected the direct disciple of Magic Peak to secure first place this year. Even Gu Yunyan thought as much. However, if the disciples didn't win, it wasn't a problem. Gu Yunyan gritted her teeth. She planned to find an opportunity soon to challenge Magic Peak and settle the matter. As for the sect leader sitting in the middle of the viewing platform, he was unconcerned about the discord between the elders as long as it didn't escalate. After watching Ye Chen's match, he turned to look at Elder Chen. Though no words were spoken, the meaning in his weathered eyes was unmistakable. Elder Chen. I didn't expect Ye Chen to have such immense qi, capable of defeating even Li Xiaoyao. Above the arena, fireballs soared through the air, spells shot in all directions, and the explosive sounds of magic filled the atmosphere. In the world of cultivators, prolonged battles were rare. It was all about finding an opening, seizing an opportunity. The outcome was often determined swiftly. By noon, only 4 figures remained on the field. Ye Chen, Yao Shi, Fa Zhen, and the direct disciple of Artifact Peak. The disciples marveled in awe. Who could have predicted that the seemingly unassuming direct disciple would suddenly reveal such immense power? Though his talent appeared ordinary, his combat ability was enough to place him among the top ranks of the disciples. After the drawing of lots, the crowd erupted in surprise, for Ye Chen and Yao Shi had been placed in the same group. Who in the sect didn't know the relationship between Ye Chen and Yao Shi? Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Ye Chen's infamous words, "I love you, and it has nothing to do with you," had long spread far and wide. The gossip had even reached the city of Green Cloud. Now, the two of them were to face each other for a chance at the semifinals. The disciples shook their heads, feeling that there was no need to watch further. The outcome seemed already decided. Earlier, Ye Chen had even given up his spot in the 5 Elements cave for Yao Shi. One could easily imagine how important the Foundation establishment pill was for her. So, there was no need to think twice. Ye Chen would surely concede. The sect leader and elders were watching, it would be difficult to declare a direct surrender. However, he might subtly ensure that Yao Shi claimed the victory. At this thought, the disciples lost all interest. Ye Chen had risen swiftly. On his journey, any opponent he encountered was immediately subdued by his powerful spells. They hadn't even had a chance to see direct disciple Ye use other forms of magic. They had hoped to witness Ye Chen's limits. But now, it seemed they would only face Yao Shi. Though Ye Chen had shattered all expectations regarding his strength, no one doubted his identity as a simp. If they wanted to witness the full extent of Ye Chen's true power, they would likely have to wait until next year. The crowd buzzed with conversation. The sect leader, at the Golden Core level, with his exceptionally sharp spiritual sense, naturally overheard the chatter. He furrowed his brow and asked, "The Foundation establishment pill is the foundation for cultivating the Tao. Will Ye Chen truly surrender simply because of personal feelings?" He had a favorable impression of Ye Chen. But if Ye Chen were to lose voluntarily due to matters of love, then his interest in Ye Chen would quickly fade. After all, in the world of cultivation, one must fight for progress. Loose cultivators must fight, disciples of the Green Cloud sect must fight. Even those high-ranking disciples from the Holy Lands must fight. Those who refuse to fight for whatever reason are destined to accomplish nothing of significance. The Master of Magic Peak immediately chuckled. "Sect leader, you might not know, but Gu fellow Taoist's direct disciple is notorious for his deep affection. That phrase, 'I love you, and it has nothing to do with you,' it touched my heart deeply." The sect leader's face darkened at these words. Though the phrase sounded heartfelt, upon reflection, wasn't it just unrequited love? Wasn't it simply a hopeless simp? Gu Yunyun had been pleased watching Ye Chen dominate his opponents, her mood quite pleasant. But now, a shadow crossed her mature face, unable to suppress her displeasure. Before stepping onto the stage, Ye Chen immediately heard his master's cold voice in his mind, "No mercy, no surrender. If you dare surrender, I'll have you trapped on Sword Peak for 3 years without stepping down the mountain." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit helpless. He had overheard the disciples' whispers, and now even his master was reminding him not to concede. Wait a minute. Did they really think I'm a simp? Am I that kind of person? Master, rest assured, I, Ye Chen, will prove with my actions that all the rumors are false. I am not a simp. With a sharp crack, the match began. Ye Chen transmitted a mental promise to his master, and upon receiving a satisfied smile, he stepped onto the stage. Yao Shi was already standing there, smiling at Ye Chen. Truth be told, Ye Chen's performance in this sect competition had truly surprised Yao Shi. In the past, Yao Shi had always believed that her strength far exceeded Ye Chen's. But after witnessing Ye Chen effortlessly defeat Li Xiaoyao, Yao Shi finally realized just how wide the gap between them really was. She probably wasn't even Ye Chen's match. This realization left Yao Shi feeling a mixture of disappointment and happiness for Ye Chen. After all, what female cultivator wouldn't want the man she admires to grow stronger? And yet, despite Ye Chen's overwhelming strength, he had still given up his spot in the Five Elements cave for her. This only confirmed how deeply Ye Chen's feelings for her ran. Yao Shi overheard the disciples' whispers. Truth be told, Yao Shi didn't want Ye Chen to throw the match for her sake. She too wanted Ye Chen to go further, to obtain the Foundation Establishment pill. After all, Ye Chen's spiritual root was too weak, and his chances of breaking through were slim. The more Foundation Establishment pills he could get, the higher his chances of success. Thus, Yao Shi spoke earnestly, "Junior brother, I hope you will give your all in this fight against me. Regardless of the outcome, I will never blame you. But if you deliberately hold back, that will be what truly saddens me." Yao Shi made her stance clear with her words. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen chuckled softly and nodded. He had no intention of conceding or holding back. Letting you win wouldn't be considered a gift, would it? Besides, this wasn't even the final round. What if you lost? Only by personally handing you the Foundation Establishment pill would it truly count. So, no, he wouldn't throw the match. He intended to end the battle as quickly as possible. Seeing Ye Chen's indifferent response, Yao Shi understood that he must have had his own thoughts and would likely hold back during the battle. She felt as though he hadn't taken her words seriously. This must be because Ye Chen knew that his spiritual root was too poor and that even if he obtained a Foundation Establishment pill, it would be of no use. That's why he was willing to give it to her. The depth of his affection stirred a complex mix of emotions in Yao Shi. Yet, at the same time, she made a firm decision. She would never let Ye Chen's feelings for her go to waste. In the final match, she must defeat her opponents and claim the Foundation Establishment pill. And once she broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage, the first thing she would do was formally bind herself as Ye Chen's Tao partner. Together, they would live their lives, raise children, and grow old. As the crowd silently grappled with their thoughts, the steward gave the order, and the match officially began.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.